Hello, everyone. Welcome to Dapp Mentors. It's been a while. So there are many reasons why it's been a while, but we're grateful to God that we're here today. So you're welcome if you haven't been here already, or this is the first time of being here. And for those, old folks, you're so welcome. I'm very grateful to have you all here on board. So today we're going to be doing something new. By the way, my name is Darlington Gospel, if you don't already know. So we want to build something different, not different in the sense, but something that we cover more, concerning the emerging technologies that are becoming much more associated with the blockchain, and that is AI. So in this particular session, we are building a near production ready, AI application with RAG. You understand that? So we're moving into blockchain integration with artificial intelligence, and you need to understand the basics on how to build an artificial intelligence application so that you can easily integrate it with your blockchain. So that's the goal of this particular course. It's a very rich, full course. It took me some time to get this thing together. So I hope you're stoked for this build. If you are, please smash that like and subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and then we can jump into the contents of today's tutorial. Okay, so this is the course. Welcome on board. Like I said, we are building a near production ready AI application with RAG, and I'm going to explain to you what RAG is in a moment. So this is AI scraper RAG bot. So there's angles of scraping, there's angles of RAGs to read, and there's so many things. It's going to really blow your mind. I'm going to show you the demo just in a moment after I do some basic explanations on what we want to achieve with this course. So this course is going to be rich for real. All right, and let's get on. So who is this course for? It's very important for you to know. This course is perfect for developers aiming to integrate AI capabilities into their project, from full stack to Web3 and DevOps roles. So all those roles can actually participate in this course. So full stack developers, Web3 and blockchain developers, back-end developers, DevOps engineers. This particular course is for you for full stack developers. So you can use this course to add AI capabilities, to your existing toolkits. For Web3 and blockchain developer, you can build intelligent Dapp and AI agents, for protocols that you want. Any one of those smart contract based protocols, you can use it. So for backend engineers, you can use this to implement RAG system, and vector database. These vector database, all these things will be explained within the course. And for DevOps engineers, you can use this, to automate data collection and build AI chatbots. So these are some really cool stuff. Some basic prerequisite that we need to know about this course is that it's Python based. So you need Python the basics of Python. All right, because you don't want to be lost entirely. So if you don't know anything about Python, I will not much recommend this course to you. But if you have some ideas on Python, or at least you are a good programmer, you've been very good in other programming languages that are similar to Python, I think you can just follow up. So Python is here. Yeah, and Python is one of the programming languages that I use and I heavily invest on. I think JavaScript is my first, followed by Python and PHP. Okay, so it goes along that. We also have Solidities, Rust, and all of those things. Yeah, so when God gives you grace, you use it. So these are the things: Python basics, React fundamentals. So if you need to know some fundamentals about React, because the front end is built with React, the back end is built with Python. Okay, and then Docker familiarity. But this one is not super heavy. But if you want to, put up this thing in a way that it will be easy for you to ship, to a production server. Then you need to understand how this Docker thing works, and then you need to understand basics of REST API. So you need to know how we create and expose endpoints, secure them, and all of that. So if you have these basic things, it's all good for you. You're in good hands. Okay, so this is what you will build. So you'll be building a near production ready AI scraper, but with RAG capabilities. So that is what we're building here. So what does it entail? So AI powered chat interface. We're going to have a chat interface built in our web application. The cool thing here is that, okay, I'm going to come to that. Okay, so that is one. So this will be very important for complete a document retrieval. So when you're chatting, you're actually it will help to pull off records from the database and from our vector store, which I've also explained. As we pull those things, it then renders it on the chat interface. 2, intelligent document processing. We're leveraging Retrieval-Augmented Generation, which is RAG. I will soon define what RAG is for you, but this is how we're going to be storing useful content documents into our vector store. Bot integration. So this particular course is going to feature an aspect where we will not only have the chat interface from our web application, but we are also going to be connecting it with popular platforms like Discord and Telegram. So with the knowledge of these two various bot integration, you will have the understanding on how to use it to integrate it in any other bot operation as you want. You understand that? So this is one of the things I'm going to also give it to you for free in this particular course. Web scraping system. So we're going to be building web scraping system into it. So because the idea here is the platform, what it does is to we enter a URL, okay, and this our system goes and fetch all the public record that is associated with that URL or a website, and then grab it all and store it on your vector store. Then it can then serve as some form of a customer support. But the idea here is a principle which you should use in building your blockchain application that has to do with the integration of AI. So the main purpose here is to learn how to integrate AI into any application, and in extension your blockchain application. That is the goal here. Okay, and web scraping is also one of the major tools that can help you to do that effectively. Now the last thing we're going to also learn in this course is Dockerized deployment. So I'm going to just show you how we deploy this on VPS. I'm going to use a temporary VPS, although I'm not going to teach, go through the process of how you set up a VPS, but I will assume you have a VPS that you can just push it to any other provision where you already have a Docker infrastructure online. You can just ship it. Depends on you. So this is a reward application, we build system that understand, analyze, respond to complex queries using your own data sources. So what is RAG? Okay, RAG is, Retrieval-Augmented Generation. That is a short form for RAG. Is an acronym. Okay, RAG is an AI setup where a language model doesn't just guess answers from memories. Instead, it first retrieves real current information from a knowledge source before generating response. So this is just the basics of what RAG. This approach significantly reduces hallucination, making applications more accurate and reliable by grounding response in verifiable data. Instead of making things up, the AI follows a clear process. So these are the process: retriever, which is one, to pull relevant facts, documents from a dedicated storage such as ChromaDB, which is a vector database. Okay, I'm going to be using that ChromaDB in this particular tutorial. And the next step is augment. Augment means to feed this retrieved context with the document retrieved directly into a large language model. All right, and then the third thing is that generate, okay, which is to craft a response that is firmly grounded in the real data provided. Okay, so in other words, RAG means to search first, then talk later. You understand that? So this makes AI apps smart and accurate because they use actual data, not just what the model was trained to do. Okay, what the model is trained on. And this is going to be very important. What if, for example, let me give you an idea. What if you're building, an indexer, okay, a blockchain indexer, which we contain records of various transactions that are carried out, wallets, and many other kinds of data that are associated with that blockchain in a structured format. What if you just include or incorporate a RAG system into that, which we always summarize, present data in a very articulate format, which makes it much better than just having a regular indexer. So that is one fantastic use case of having AI, precisely the RAG, technology as part of the blockchain, and so on. So the next thing I want to do is the benefit for Web3 developers, because now you understand what this RAG is, you understand the purpose, which is for interaction and to present data and all of those things. And you also understand the purpose of this course is to help you understand how to integrate AI technology into your blockchain application, into an application of any kind. But, I want to actually communicate this as Web3 to Web3 developer. So what is the benefit for you? So there is 5, game-changing use cases that you can use this technology. One, for smart contract documentation. So this AI, it can intelligently assist, you to explain protocol documentation. So we can append blockchain, this AI technology into smart contract documentation, and that will really help instead of you going through the whole process of trying to know what this documentation is saying. You can just ask a question and the AI will just spit out the answer based on the rich knowledge that it has concerning that protocol. Hope you understand that. So another one is on-chain data intelligence. So you can scrape and analyze blockchain data for Dapp users. So for Dapp users, you can scrape and analyze blockchain data, and then present it on your Dapp, and also you can make it part of your decision-making processes. So if that Dapp if there is certain execution of that is needed by an AI with the integration of this scraping and analyzation of data, that Dapp can intelligently now make decisions on on-chain data. Okay, that's just what I'm trying to say. Another use case for this as a blockchain developer, the use case of this AI technology will be in community support automation. So you can deploy a 24/7 bot for protocol questions on Discord, /Telegram. This particular use case that you're about to learn really takes care of this particular use case. It's heavy on this use case. Okay, so this is the reason. I'm going to show you later on one of the things about this demo or project that I'm going to be building. When you're chatting with this application on a community, support server, the AI is listening to questions that are being asked or the bot. And anytime that you just call on a bot, it will, and then ask your question, then it will respond to you. But if you don't, call on any bot support system, it will just be there and be listening to every conversation that is being carried out. Another one is multi-chain research tool. So you can use this to aggregate and query information across different blockchain. And this is one of the things that indexers, they do, So another use case will be developer tooling enhancement. So you can create AI-powered CLIs and dashboards for Web3 workflow. These are some very interesting application of this AI in the blockchain space. But one thing is for sure is that AI is marrying the blockchain, so you cannot get away from that. So you need to understand how you can use this technology, this RAG technology, AI technology, to incorporate in your blockchain decision-making process. There is a course that I actually built that is now available. You can check it out on our website now. This goes on AI trading bot. So I already have that, and that in that application, in that project, AI was responsible for making trades either to buy, sell, or hold, positions in our trading platform. So all of those things are handled automatically by AI. So there is no human intervention in the entire thing. So you should learn that. I will encourage you to buy that course. It's on our website. You can go now and visit the URL. I'm also going to be dropping the link below, and it's going to be very interesting for you, I promise you. So that is it. Now we need to present this demonstration, okay? So show you how the system works in general.
Ready to transform how you manage customers? Meet AI Scraper, the AI-powered platform revolutionizing business success. With our knowledge base crawler, tap into a dynamic, ever-current knowledge base, effortlessly built from web pages, PDFs, documents, and codes. Engage instantly with knowledge base chat, smart, AI-driven conversations across web, social media, and APIs, delivering answers when your customers need them. And connect like never before with Telegram and Discord bot integration, personalized messages, lively group chats, and bold channel broadcasts, right where your audience is. Save time, outpace the competition, and thrill your customers. Step into the future with AI Scraper's knowledge base power. See it in action. Check out the demo now.
All right, so we're going to be talking about some technology stacks that we're using in this application. And the first set will be for the back end. And when it comes to the back end, the core technologies include, Fast API, basically Python, but the framework around this is Fast API. It's lightweight, forward, straight up, no complication and no jargons. Very straightforward. I like it. And you use that for creating REST API, for all your API communications. We're going to be that, and you can get it here. You go to fastapi.tiangolo.com, and then you follow. There are some prescription there which you can use to have it installed on your computer. So on your project, we have MongoDB as well. This is for database interaction and for storing stuff. It's non-relational, so it's no SQL, so it's pretty straight and very nice. I like it. So you can go and all of these are going to be run on Docker, so we don't have to. You can also decide to use Atlas, which will help you to have an online MongoDB interaction provision available for you. But I prefer running all my stuff on my own VPS or my own local machine, so I won't have to be involving a third party. All right, so ChromaDB, this is going to be a database for vector, embeddings. So when we're storing embeddings, it's going to be on this vector database called ChromaDB, and this is the ChromaDB here. And you're going to see how it works, how we're going to be installing it as well when we are working on our project. We have Ollama, very, very, straightforward. This can install for Mac, Linux, or Windows. This is very important if you're going to be interacting with your LLM, all right? So all local LLM usage, this is where you go. You have Docker. I don't need to explain Docker much. It's been around for a while now, but it helps to ship software and to package them in a way that it will be compatible. It will not produce issues when it's being moved from one machine to another, from one OS to another. So it just maintains, the state of the application. All right. So and containerizes the architecture of the application, which is part of the design I'm going to be showing you soon about our entire project, how it looks. And then this is AI/ML stack. So we use RAG, which is Retrieval-Augmented Generation for smart document retrieval, and we have vector embeddings. Now, these vector embeddings enables semantic search capabilities, and it's possible with this thing called nomic embed text. This is a text embed that we use, for semantic search and all of that. So you're going to see how it's used, but it's very important if you're going to be doing retrieval of records in this whole process. If you want to retrieve record the way we chat and then we get things retrieved, you're going to need that particular model, and it's just an embedding model. It's not a chat model, an embedding model. Okay, so that is for vector embeddings. And then LLM integration. For LLM integration, we're going to use this model called Phi4 Mini this year. Phi4 Mini, and use this version. This is more. I think this will be better than the one that we're using before, which is this Coin 4 thereabout, but it's a very small version. This one is more stable, and I just like it. It's fast and stable and able to. It have some sense. You understand that? So we prefer. This is produced by Microsoft, of course. So we're gonna need those packages. Okay. Yeah, that is for the back end stack. There is also other things that we're going to be needing, like sklearn library. Okay, those ones are just simple installation. All right, so we have technology stack for front end and DevOps, modern full stack development. So you have for the front end, you're going to need Next.js 14, which is React framework with app router. Okay, we're going to need TypeScript, everything, all the codes, JavaScript codes that we're going to be working on this project, all is going to be based on TypeScript. Okay, so everything is TypeScript here. We're going to run Tailwind CSS, so the design of the entire platform, or the physical aspect, the visual aspect, is going to be done using Tailwind CSS. So for modern UI styling, and then this is Google Authentication. So that is how we provide our security or integrate security into our application. And then for DevOps, and the deployment, we're going to be using Docker Compose for multi-container orchestration. We're going to be using GitHub Action, for CI/CD automation, and we're going to also be. I don't think we're going to be using container, registry, because we're not storing anything anywhere. We're going to be doing cloud deployment, in sort of a production set environment. This is where I'm just going to show you how I deploy it on a VPS, infrastructure. But I'm not going to be showing you how I set up my VPS from scratch. Okay, so if you want to learn how to set up VPS from scratch, it is part of my course on AI trading, but trading mastery is a course that you can check out on my website, on our website, sorry. And then you find all these things even beyond. We did a lot more in-depth integration of AI into a blockchain application. So that is it, and this is for architectural overview. All right, I'm going to go in detail into this. The system operates on a robust 3-tier architecture, ensuring clear separation of concern and efficient data flow. So we have front end, we have back end, and we have data layer. So front end layer is managed and operated using Next.js. It handles all the user requests and UI rendering. Okay, the back end is run with fast API. You understand that, Python and fast API with RAG processing engine, integrated as part of it. And then we have the data layer, which is things concerning the MongoDB, the ChromaDB, and Ollama store, Ollama, Ollama layer and vector layers and all those things. So that is basically how it works. So this is like user makes a request to the front end. The front end contacts the back end. The back end performs a RAGs operation. The RAG contact the vector database for search, semantic search. The product that comes out from the vector search is then made much sense of using the LLM, because when you bring it like this, it's going to come in a raw format. So the LLM now format it and makes it in a presentable and easy to understand manner. And then lastly, we have this response right here, which is what you as a user then get in the front end. So basically that is just the process involved in the architecture of this application. So we're going to have to install the starter branch here. I'm going to attach it to as part of this course so that you can download it straightforward on our platform. So I'm downloading this. Okay, so I'm going to just move it to this place. Okay, all right, there we go. Can remove this and we'll just drop it here. So this is like the skeletal structure of our application. There is nothing so interesting about it at this point. So let's open it, because I'm going to bob this a little bit so that we can see. Okay, you want to make sure that your front end and your back end are what? Installed. Okay, so of course you should understand that the front end is built with Next.js. So Next.js runs on top of Node.js. So you want to make sure that you have Node.js installed, like you can see mine. And you also understand that the backend is built upon Python. So you want to make sure that you have Python installed. All right, so you have Python right there. So I have those two installed. Okay, so let's start from the front end. You want to cd to the front end, and you want to install these packages that are here. All right, so you want to not yarn, use npm. Except if you want to use yarn, then you need to delete this package.lock.json, and then so that you can use yarn. All right, so I'm going to do npm I for install, and this should install all the packages. Okay, so that installation is complete. I'm just going to run this dev now. Okay, and let's check out localhost. All right, so we are here in the localhost. Okay, so basically this is the demo. All right, and I'm gonna attach it there. So great, so we have this installed. There is really nothing special, just only front end based thing. You can see here that everything we have here is just front end. Okay, now that we have that installed, we need to also make sure that we have the back end functioning. And please make sure that you watch that when I do code.env, there is no environment variables yet, so we're going to add it as we go. All right, now just know that we have 0 environment variables. Okay, all right, and do cd back end, and in the back end we gonna have to install this. But if you're going to install this, you want to be in the right virtual environment, because when you're working with Python on your local machine, you're going to have to be creating the virtual environment. But if it's on a Docker container, it doesn't really require that. So one of the ways that I help myself is to make sure I open at least one Python file. Okay, and when that is open, I will close the existing terminal. This is VS Code, and open it again, and I want to click on at the bottom of this page. You find at the bottom of the code, just very close behind, you see the version of Python that you have on your machine. So you click on it, and it will tell you to create a virtual, to select a virtual, and to select an interpreter. So you choose the recommended one here. All right, when you choose that, then you want to do for some reason I forgot to actually rename this whole thing. Okay, there's no problem for now, let's leave that. So I'm going to say pip install -arrow. I want to install this requirement. Sorry, let's do ls. I need to make sure I'm in this backend folder, cd. Okay, so this is where I need to be. All right, okay, so we're gonna do Python install. Why do I keep using Python? pip install -arrow requirement. This is what I want to do. But you can see here that I've been triggered to have this install or create a virtual environment. So when I need to create a new virtual environment, all right, for this to work out, so if I click on that Python version at the bottom here, I can select this one, which is recommended, and it may still be then I may need to create a fresh virtual environment and then use this VNV and select this version that you have here, this version 13 or whatever version you want to use. I recommend use either one of these two. So let's try this, and this is the requirement text that we want to install, and we'll click on that. You click show log so that I can show you the process of it installing the various packages in that particular environment. So when it's done, I'll come back. Okay, so the installation is completed, so, and those those warnings that was appearing here is all gone as well. I think if we open a new terminal now, you can see how this environment has been activated. By default, it just runs this activation command, and then you can see that we are on a branch. Meanwhile, this old one, if I do, okay, basically, if I do pip install -arrow requirement, it's failing. You understand that? Because it's not aware of the environment, the virtual environment. Okay, so but with this one now, need to sit into backend. If I run this, you can see how it just goes on. It has already satisfied all the requirements, so it just is indicating that okay, everything is all good, and we can do Python run _dev. But if there is if we haven't set up the the environment variable, we need to do so. So let's get that part together. Okay, so let's have every one of those environment variables that we're going to be needing. Let's just put it here, and then we're going to supply them later if there is anyone that we need to do so. Say environment, if I do code.env. So this is on the back end. I'm going to paste this. All right, so I'm going to be blurring out some of these things because you don't need to see everyone. Okay, so the ones that we need to see, that's one that we're going to be focusing on. So we have the secret key, going to be important for communication later, and this we're going to use that as the database anything URL. It's going to be useful later. I'm going to show you where this is, and if possible, I think I'm just going to eliminate. In fact, I will try and eliminate this end, so we don't use it. We'll use Telegram, or just rely on Telegram, okay, in place of this end for some notification, or just remove the entire notification thing. We'll remove it all together so that we just simplify our interaction. All right, so we have, maybe I could just remove it now. This here is the same thing as localhost. Okay, so let us not be confused. So this is the chat endpoint. So when we're dealing with LLM connection with Ollama, this is where the endpoint, this is where you get the endpoint. Okay, so this is the endpoint for chat, and this is the chat model that we're using. Okay, and this is the embedding endpoint. So this is the same location, but this is the model that we're using, this nomic embed. Okay, and if you don't have Ollama, you can easily install it. You can see this Ollama here. Just go and download it from the link that I showed you before. Once you do that, you have it, and when you run something like Ollama, dash version, you should be able to see the Ollama version. If I do Ollama ls, you see the two model that I have here, which is the 4 mini, i4 mini, and nomic, nomic embed text. Okay, so those two, see, this one is just lightweight, but it's 3.8 billion parameters, so it's quite good enough to handle what what I want it to handle. And this is going to be for MongoDB URL. So this is how we communicate with MongoDB, and this is the dummy username, and this is the password. And we're going to need Google client, Discord token, Telegram token, and the bot handles for each one of those. I'm going to come back to these ones later. Okay, in fact, to these ones later. All right, for now, let us dive in and do any configuration that we need to do here. So we need to create a file. Say code config.py. Now this configuration, this file here, there are some things we need to bring in. First of all, I want to bring in the OS environment variable. This will help us to load environment variable. I mean, to access the location. These typings, we need a type called dictionary, and we need to load environment variables. Okay, so once you do that, you load environment variable, and you want to define a class. This class, we're going to call it environment config, and within this environment config, what we want to do is say, in fact, before we do that, let's do initialize. Okay, so we'll say define, initialize config. All right, just itself. So inside this, what it simply would do is to initialize configuration based on environment variable. Now, these are some things that we're going to need. We want to create a config object. Okay, and this config object is going to be a record of the various things that we're going to need. For the environment variable, for example, we need admin email, which we are getting it from the environment variable, or we are defaulting to this, my email. All right, so we just default into that particular email. All right, so if there is no admin email, sorry, for Discord and Telegram, we also need some, but it's going to be empty by default if it's not there. Okay, and we need, let's just bring it all. All right, so we have these ones. Now I want to remove this end, and so doing these bot handles. So the handles are, whenever a message comes with any one of these handles, that is when our system can respond. Otherwise, our system will not respond. Okay, so that's the essence of these bot handles. And this is Google Client ID. This is for authentication. This is for MongoDB URL, username, password, max concurrency, which is 5 operations maximum. They go. Maybe I should keep it at 4 or just leave it at 5. We have JW secret, JWT secret. This is still for authentication. And we have API key. We don't need this anymore. Sure, let me see. Okay, we don't need this API key. The chat model, you know, chat model, I'm going to default it to, instead of Llama, we're going to use this because we don't have that particular one at all in our system, you know. And then we have the chat mode endpoint. This is, if there is no chat endpoint, then you should use this. This is how we're defining it in Docker container. So this is a Dockerized way of accessing it, right? So that it will not be constrained to some certain keywords such as localhost. All right. And then this is the embed model. We're using Nomic embed text. And we're using this same endpoint here. Okay. And at the end of the day, the environment is in local. You get the environment or you put local as default. So these are the default keys that we need to have there. And then we want to create another function. Now this function, what it's going to do by default is going to initialize this configuration. Okay, so and then once that is initialized, we need to then start providing them as properties. Okay, properties of a class. So for example, this admin image, this is how you fetch it. So when we're calling on this config class, we can just do dot, admin email, and it just return the value for us. So we want to do the same for other keys that are also important in this application. So let's do what is this returns the environment, which could be local or production, and you can see the kind of value that they're actually returning is based on a string. If it's a string, you just return a string. So for example, this is a list because it's a string that has that is separated, is comma separated. Okay, since it's comma separated, we just split it on comma, and then it returns a list or what we call an array. All right, and this returns a string, Google client, Discord, blah blah blah. So there's a lot of it. This one is not on the environment, but we just know that this is going to be the default value. And this is the access token. This is how long once you're signed in, your authentication will be valid. I think this is 12 hours, and we don't need this NN and Mongo URL. Right, if the Mongo URL is not available, it just automatically will complain. And the username and the password, those are very important. So this is max concurrency, like we've discussed already, and we don't need this here. API key, I hope I'm actually correct. So, and this is for chat endpoint, chat model, embed model, and endpoint. And this is to get all the properties at once so that you can just communicate with it that way. So that is all there is about that. So the next thing I want to do is I want to create a singleton instance so that this will always be accessible as a single instance. We don't want to create multiple versions of this config environment variable, so it will just be one that is running on our platform. You know that a class, once you initialize a class, you can initialize it like multiple times. So you don't want to initialize it multiple times, you just want it to be once. All right, and you also want to export both the instance, which is this config, and then this class itself. So the instance and the class, that is the both that you're exporting. So basically that is like like the major things that are involved in setting up this configuration. So we want to, in the next part of this video, start carrying out some coding. That will be module 3. So we're going to be carrying out some coding. So we're going to be doing some database interactions, setting up the database service, creating connection configurations, database model. We're just going to look at database, okay? So I'll see you in the next part of this video. Okay, so let's write a simple test. All right, let's say to test out the basic functionalities for this test, I will say Mongo users.py. All right, so what we want to do is a simple test script for MongoDB user service. Test, create list and delete operation. Don't do too much, and then we want to make sure we have this come to users and app users Mongo service, and we grab that service, and then the model also grab that. I want to create a function called test Mongo service. This will just help us to create 50 of this equal to, just to format the text properly, say MongoDB user service test. And what are we testing? We want to do test 1. We want to first initialize the MongoDB service, which is this. So we have a service now, and once we have initialized that, I want to just print out this message saying first in creating a test user. All right, so we'll come here. We want to do try and catch. So we'll say try. We'll be back. Let's just okay. So we'll say try this exception. All right, so try, we're calling on this service called this service, and then we'll call on this create method, create user. Remember, we have this method in here, we created it, and then we say test example, and this is the password or social ID, sorry, and social ID is provider is Google, and this is the name test user, and this is their dummy user profile. This is the most important things that needs to be in that person's account. And if that was successful, okay, if that was successful, then we want to report this record. We want to say user created successfully. The ID is this, this ID here. The name is this name, email is this email, and then we'll also just return. Okay, that is just it, and otherwise we just return error, creating the user. Okay, so let us test that one out. And to test it out, we're creating we're putting it in this main function. I'm calling on this test Mongo service. Let's save that. Let's try it out to run this. So it's saying no name module app. Because of this issue, I'm gonna just put it at the main root of this backend here. Okay, I'm gonna just call this file, call it test now, so that it will be recognizable. We'll say test 01 Mongo user. So All right, so I'm going to execute this script, and you can see that it actually created what I wanted. You can see creating a test user, user created successfully. This is the user ID, and this is the name and the email. When you check this, there is a package called an extension called MongoDB here. You can use that to check out the database, which is this user management. That was all stock. When we were creating it, it just decided not to use the one that we provided manually in the URL. It just created with this. Okay, so now we have one document in there. Okay, so this is a document. You can see the information about the user. So this is it. This is cool. All right, now I'm just going to finish up by writing the other conditions for this. I'm going to delete this document first. Okay, and we're going to have another test case. This is for listing users. I just feel like it would be much cleaner to do this on different. Let's say create user, create user test, and then we have another one here, define list user test. Yeah, let's do it this way, and here you can bring this over here. This we can bring it here, and this create test, so that we'll know what we're doing part time. Okay, so this will help us to list out users. So in case we want to list out users, we can also run that command again on the terminal. See how it goes. Found 0 users. Okay, get all users. Okay, that's because I removed this. So let's create one, and so that we're able to get it at the same time. Run that. So we created a user, and then we're able to get it. If I comment out this, I will be able to run this. You can see I can fetch that single user. So that's the second test. We need another test, and we need to write. This will be for deleting of users. Okay, so for deleting users, it's gonna be pretty simple. Okay, so access that service, we delete that user, and we just say that it's been deleted. Pretty simple and straightforward. Okay, so now we can do this, or we can do this before and after, okay, to see if it actually deleted it successfully. Okay, so let's run this again. Okay, I could actually manually run this, say Python test. Okay, so this is it, listing all the service, and a delete operation happen here. Okay, look this here. I didn't add this particular stuff. Okay, so it's saying missing one required position. So that position is pretty important. So to delete a record, you need the user ID, this particular ID here. So I'm going to bring it in here and just do that. It is a string, so I need to pass it as a string. So we run that again. So it listed it, deleted it, and you can see that it's no longer there. So we can verify that. And if I refresh this, you see it's no longer here. That shows us that our delete our operation is working. Our Mongo service is up and ready for it to be integrated into our application. That is cool, very cool. Now, in the next part of this video, we are going to be doing user authentications. Okay, that is going to be there. So if you're loving this course and you want to level up your skills with our AI trading bot mastery course, the full source code and hands-on projects are included in the course that is available on our website, which you can check the description section to see and enroll on that course. That course contains all this thing I'm doing, but straightforward, more into the blockchain realm. Okay, so I will see you in the next part of this video. So let's deal with user authentication. So at this point, there is something not okay with our application. Whenever we make some changes, it doesn't appear immediately. So for example, this is a welcome message, welcome endpoint, the home page. It is supposed to be a get request, but it is showing as post request. So if I make a change to read, this is this file here, by changing it to get request, there is no reload. I don't know if you're seeing this. Let me do that again. Save. Do this again. Save. There's no reload happening on the terminal. And if there is no reload happening, then this thing will remain the same because it is running on the old process data. So we need to make adjustment that we cause it to be reloading. So how we do that is we want to create a new folder here, call it db, and then we're creating a file called change handler.py. So what we're trying to do, we want to monitor, want to use this file to be executing changes when we need to. All right, so I'm going to come here. I'm just going to paste this. These are the files that we're going to be using. System, for observing system executions, commands that are being executed. We have process utils. It helps us to handle utility process utilities. Time, log, fn match. We use that to match some certain patterns. Watchdog event, this file system, we're going to be using it to make our class be able to monitor for some changes. And this config, okay, we want to be able to get some information from the config file. Okay, and in this config file, please take note, I made a little adjustment here. I added port to the mix. It didn't have port before, but we are getting port from the environment, or we give it 8,000, and then we're making sure that it is available here. So that's just a different little change that I've made on this configuration script. Now back to this place, we are making sure that we align the log levels to be on info, because we have warning, we have info, and we have other ones as well. So that what we are tracking is any log event that is informative. Okay, and we are establishing a class that is based on this file system handler that we got from watchdog. Then we want to say that these things can be none. So by default, they could be none by default. Then we want to assign it, because these are processes that we want to monitor for Fast API, Discord bot, and Telegram bot. So these ones we're going to monitor for them, but they may not be readily available the very first time. We may want to bring them up later, because currently the only thing I want to monitor is for Python 5 changes, not for Discord and Telegram bot yet, because we've not gotten to that point. So this is observe var. this observer, we want to assign it to this property, fast API process, Discord, Telegram, assigning it to their various properties, file folder to watch for. We're using this OS to get the absolute path to that folder to watch for. In this case, we're going to be watching for the backend so that any changes to the backend, we can refresh the our application. Patterns to watch for. We want to, for example, it's going to be an array, so we're going to be watching for example .py, anything that is .py, so any changes you make to .py. And then the last reload time, this will be the timestamp of when a reload last happened, and the reload to cooldown, want to set that minimum of minimum seconds, which is 2. So that is all it takes to initialize this process. Now the next thing I want to do is to create a method that can kill processes. So it finds and kills process using a given port. So we say port dot is port dot the process in I'm gonna take it one after the time. So let's say what we're interested in is I'm interested in each process in process utility dot process items. I want to track the process ID and the name of the process. And once we get that, we want to do a try catch, a try except. Okay, this try, I want to do another for loop inside for a connection in process.connections, and then kind is init, and I want to say if the connection dot the port is equal to the port that we're trying to kill, then you should just say killing this port is a killing process for the process name and the ID on port that, and then you kill the process. I think you can return. But otherwise, if we have events, if the port is, if we have errors such as no such process exists, no such process, or access denied, then it should continue. But I also want to add an extra one. This one is going to be zombie process. You should just continue. All right, so we have that. Next we want to do, we want to say should reload. Now this is a method that determines if the change should trigger a reload or not. So not every change are supposed to trigger a reload, but and one, it should ignore directories, because what we're looking for is not the creation of a directory, but the creation of files. So if the event dot is directory, then we should ignore it. Otherwise, want to ensure the event is within the watch folder. So we don't want to also touch anything that is outside of the watch folder. So we want to say if not event.sourcePath start with, and then you put in the watch folder, then it should return false. So if it's not the place where we should be watching for, you should not reload any change. So I want to check for cooldown period. So we want we want a reload to be happening every 2 seconds if there is any event, so that it will not over reload. Okay, so we're saying current time, and then if current time minus the last reload time is less than the cooldown time, which is 2 seconds, then it should return false. So these are very some safety checks. They are very important. We also want to monitor for the pattern, or the kind of files that we're monitoring from. So if if no pattern specified, reload on any change. So if there is no pattern involved, so any change to this any change in files in this particular watch directory will just trigger a full-on reload. But if there are some specified patterns, so if there are some specified pattern, for example, you want it to reload every Python if there is a change or a creation or a deletion of a Python file, then you should reload the system. Then this is what you want to achieve by doing that. So say the file name, I want to grab the file name first, is os path.base name. So we get the path using this event of source path. Source path is where the location of the file that is being changed, and then want to run this next step, which is this fn match. Remember, is from here for matching of things. Okay, this is fn match the file name, and then with pattern you want to match if we have such kind of pattern. So you want to execute this. Okay, this is what you are executing if we have any pattern here, sorry, for each one of these pattern you want to check if it exists here, then it can trigger the reload. Okay, if it doesn't exist, then it will just skip. Okay, so that is what is happening. And we want to also monitor for some modification. So if there is a modification, all right, the first thing we want to call on this method that we just created. This should reload, and we pass in the event, and if it should reload, then it will execute the last reload time to be this particular time, and then log out file has been file modified, and then restart all the service. I'm going to create this soon. But if it should not reload, this will just silently pass, and it will not trigger any form of reload. So I'm going to also do for other events that I want to monitor, which is uncreated. It should just log file created, and an undeleted should also log file deleted. It's the same logic for each one of them. And then lastly, we have this restart all, a very important method. Say restart all, what does it do? First of all, we want it to say restart all, and then I want to stop the observer. So observer.stop, and then we want to terminate all the processes safely, but only if they exist or are alive. Remember here that we use none to define them initially. Okay, so want to say if fast API. Okay, if fast API, if the process exists and is alive, then it can be terminated, and this is part of the termination process. So I'm going to do this now. Also want to do for Discord and Telegram. Okay, so this will make sure that it is only a process that is running that can be terminated, because if the process is never running, then there is no need for terminate. And then at the end, you want to do self.kill process. Okay, process on port. You want to kill that. At this point is port 8000 or whatever port that we are assigning it, and say kill process on port, and it will just kill all those processes. All right, and then eventually you want to restart the entire process again. Okay, what is happening here is that, remember, let me open this. Remember, let me save this. Remember, when we started this operation, this is the process, this is the command that I use in executing this. So when I execute this OS has knowledge of this particular command that I use. So in it, after it killed this process, which is this port 8000, this running process, it will re-execute it immediately. So using that same command. So that is what is just simply happening there. All right. So at this point, we then need to attach it, to this run dev, because this is the main entry file that is responsible. So we need to attach it here and have it operational. So how do we handle that? Okay. What happened is that this is only one process for now, because later on I'm going to be bringing more processes such as Discord process and Telegram process. But that's why I'm commenting these ones out. But how you bundle those processes together is by using this multi-processing package here, okay, which enables you to run multiple processes at once in Python. So this could be this could be up to 4, but I would recommend 3. You don't want to overburden that one application with too many processes. So you want to take note of that. So this fast API process, I'm going to merge this run fast method into it so that it can be part of the processes that we're watching for. The Discord and the Telegram will come later. And then you want to start them. This fast API to start. This is how the processes start and runs. And we're creating this observer. Okay. And we're starting the observer as well. But now we don't want to only start the observer. We want to schedule it. All right. So I want to say observer.schedule. And there are some things I want to actualize in the scheduling. And before we even schedule it, okay, let's create the change handler, because when this observer is happening, it's going to be monitoring a specific handler. But anyway, let's do this first. Let's say we want to monitor, let's say change underscore handler, and then you get this change handler. Okay, so this change handler, that is what we are scheduling inside this. And what part we're watching for is this folder, and the recursiveness is true. Now you may be wondering, what about this folder to watch? This folder to watch by default is going to be this current folder, which is this backend folder here. Okay, because this process is running on the back end, as you can clearly see here. Okay, so that is the folder we're watching for. But you can get this folder. This is default, but if you want to also pass it along in this command by just specifying it here, is also possible. So that's why it is being informed. It is being set up in that way. Okay, so this can get it from the terminal execution. Then this observable here, we're scheduling this change, but we haven't defined exactly what it should constitute. So this is what it should constitute. Observer, okay, should constitute an observer, and this record, this one's going to uncomment it later. All right, so what we want to monitor for is only one pattern, which is Python file. Okay, Python file, and with this you pass this change handler into this observer, and this is the folder that is being watched for, and this is the recursive is true, so it should continue doing that activity of watching. And then observer.start, this execution is very important to make sure that the process is up and running now. All right, so then at this point, that is basically all that we need, so let's save it. You see that when I save, nothing happens, so on, but let's refresh it, and it's complaining about this backend because of where this is being imported, so I'm going to remove it and make sure that it's imported correctly. So let's run that again. So it has started. Now let us make some cleanup. Okay, for example, okay, so if I come here and refresh this, is get message. All right, what if I want this? Because right now this welcome message is the way it's existing, and let me make a little bit of a change to that. So if we come to this main file, we want this not to exist in /mesh/welcome. You understand that? It means that currently if we go to this, I will say if I go to this main homepage, I find nothing here except I visit this /welcome. Okay, before I see this message on the screen. Okay, I don't want that to be so. Instead, let us change it. So I'm going to make sure that this is no longer like this. Okay, and let me clean this before I save this. When I save this, you see the way it just refresh. Oh, okay, and it just ended the entire service. So I need to make sure I remove it in total. Okay, now let's run that again. And when I refresh this, it's not found. But when we come here, find out that the home page is now, great. So, and if I come to the home page, let me close this. Okay, maybe I probably haven't explained anything about this. I need to also do that. But it's just a simple, I could say home. Save that. You see the way it just refreshed and restarted the server. Before this is how this is portrayed. Okay, and this used to be welcome, but now let's refresh that. You see that this is home. Okay, and if I change this again, okay, to welcome home. Okay, and just refresh. You see the way it just does that. It's triggering a reload and everything is just on point. So that is how we watch for file changes on this platform. So in the next part of this video, we're going to be doing user authentication. So I'll see you next. Okay, so we'll be back for now. Let's come back here. So we want to create our first endpoint other than this what's it called, other than this welcome that was already there. I want to create our first endpoint here. So we want to create a folder, if I call it user, okay, .py, and immediately I created it. See the way it just also refreshed. So what is this user about? How do we create an endpoint? Okay, so to create an endpoint, I want to call this user router. Okay, so basically we're doing routers, and you want to import this from Fast API. So you want to save from Fast API. Fast API import API router. Okay, and we're doing OAuth2 authentication. So that means we're signing into this application using OAuth2. Okay, so we need to configure that as where we have this OAuth2 scheme, and you want to bring in OAuth2 from Fast API security. So from Fast API security, you want to bring in OAuth2 authorization code bearer. So the authorization URL is this is for Google, and the token URL, this is a specified. These two information are very important. And then in logging in using Google, you need to what is called create access token, create access token. So we want to create a function that will handle that for us. So this creates a JWT, access token. Okay. And what do we need to do? We need to say to encode. Okay, to encode the, because we're passing in some things here. Data is coming as a dictionary, expires, data, and which is just, time delta. So we need to import all those information. I'm going to import this and type in import, and I also import time delta from what? The time. So those two are imported, and I'm going to say to encode this data, and then you want to check if we're copying this, okay, so that it will not be exactly the same, because if you modify this without copying it, it's going to be changing the original data. So we don't want to change the original data, we just want a copy of it. And the expires at, delta is, you just say expires at equal to date time UTC plus the expired data, time. Okay, so this you also want to import it from here. Okay, so we have those two imported, and else you want to add like 15 minutes to the expiration time. Now that you have that, you also want to do the update expiration time with this expire, because it's always going to be available whether true or false. So you update this expiration time in this data that we just copied. And then we now have to do this. There we have the encode. We want to encode JWT secret. So we'll say the encode JWT is equal to JWT. We need to make sure that we're importing this from host. Okay, so say from, we'll say import, not from import JWT, and also want to import this JWT error. So these two packages, and once we import those, we need to grab this secret from the config. So I want to say config dot secret JW secret. Okay, and the algorithm is going to be also coming from this config dot algorithm. Okay, JWT algorithm. So these things are coming, but we need to make a little bit of a change here. Let's go to random key generator. Now, if that is taking too much time, let's change it ourselves here. So we say you can just use anything. Okay, save that key to make sure that is unique to this application. Okay, so we have that encode, and now we need to return a token. Okay, we need to return token is a type that we need to specify, but we need to do that in the model. So let's come here. What does a token carry? Just like with other ones. So this base model, want to import it from Pydantic. Okay, from Pydantic we get this base model, and in this place we want access token, which is a string, token type, which is a string, and expires in, which is also a string. So these are the various records that we want a token to return. So I'm going to save that and then at this place we can import it. Make sure that it's been imported from the right location. Okay, so there we go. So in this token, these are the things we need. We want the access token to become this encode JWT. All right, and we want the token type to be called bearer. All right, and the expires is equal to an integer. We want to convert it to integer at the end of the day, but what you're doing is you're subtracting expiration time minus the date time or UTC, okay, and then you're converting it to total seconds. Okay, so that is what you're doing. You're getting the time in seconds. Okay, all right, so that will take care of that creating of access token. There are other things we need to do. I think I'm going to be a little bit more faster. So let's create another function. This is going to be an asynchronous function. What it does is to get the current user, because that is very important to secure our routes. There are some routes that we don't want other people to access. Okay, so for you to know who the current user is, you need the token string, and it depends on O or 2 scheme. So but this depends, you need to import it as well. It needs to be part of what is coming from past API. Right, so with that said, the credential exception. So say as credential exception, when you want HTTP exception, so also want to bring it in here, and in that HTTP exception you also want to bring in status. Okay, so this is credential exception, and you want to say HTTP, want to say unauthorized, could not validate credentials, and then the headers you just add in that bearer. Okay, and this is not yet activated, of course, so you want to do this for now. Hold on, and if there is any exception, okay, I want to do this JW error is not defined, so I want to make sure that it's coming from the right location. I did the wrong one. It's actually JWT, not JWS. Okay, so now let's work on this. So what are we going to be doing here? I want to say payload, right? Payload is this JWT.decode, with decoding with the token that is passed, the JW secret, and the algorithm. Okay, so these are the components that helps you to decode. And then what is the first thing we want to retrieve? We want the user ID, which is a string, and we'll get it from this place, payload.get sub. And if the user is none, we want to raise this credential exception. Okay, so if there is no user, okay, want to raise that exception, because there must be a user. Afterward, you want to say user is equal to user service. Now we don't yet have user service, so we need to make sure that it is available. So user service, we can bring it in here, user underscore service is equal to, we'll call it Mongo user service. Make sure it's coming from the right location, and we initializing it, instantiating it. So this now is going to be equal to user service dot get user by ID. Okay, and if there is user is none, we want to also raise credential exception. Otherwise, we want to check if the user is a super admin or just a regular user. So while this one will remain so, we just want to check for super admin because we want to make a little bit of a modification there. So if the user, if say user, and then we're checking the email of that user is equal to, the email in the config dot admin email. If that is so, want the role, want to assign a role to be what? To be super. Okay. Else, want to say role is actually user role. Hold on, not just user role, user dot get the role or use this user by default here. Okay, and then you assign this user role this way and you just return it. So basically that is what we'll manipulating to make sure that the right role is being returned. So that is what it is concerning this get current user. So this will help us to return the current user. And we also want to verify token, Google token. Okay, so you want to make sure that this is available. Okay, so I want to say from typings import optional, import option and also this dictionary. And here in this dictionary, this is the kind of data type we're expecting to return. So I want to say try catch or try exception. If there is any error, we want to say if there is any error, I want to say exception. There is any error, print Google token verification field. Google token verification field, and we want to raise this exception is unauthorized invalid Google token. So because that is what we use when we're trying to verify the token. So I want to say ID info is equal to ID token dot verify. We're going to come back to this dot verify. So what is ID token? We're getting it from Google Google OAuth2. So if I come here, say from Google OAuth2, I'm importing this ID token, and I'm also importing this request from Google Auth transport. So those two are important. So with those two, I could do token.verify OAuth2 token, and then I pass in this token that I'm trying to verify. I make then conduct this request this way, and then we say config dot Google. I want to make sure I'm getting that correct. Google client ID. So now this Google client ID is very important that we are able to create it ourselves. Okay, so say client. Let's create a new one from scratch. Let's call it bot scraper. Okay, so this is a web application. Call it bot scraper. Authorized domain. For now, we can let's just do this for now. Okay, unauthorized redirect. I'm also going to add this. See, if you're hosting this online, then you need to use add the online URL, because those are the ones that are going to be valid, so that it can be valid on both localhost and online. So I'm going to create this, and I have the client ID. I'm going to come to my environment variable and update my client ID, to now carry the new, Google client ID. So that is how you create client IDs. And okay, and with that created, you want to come to the next step. I want to say if this ID info and you're checking for this ISS, okay, is not in this account, and if it is not in this array here, okay, then I want to see invalid issuer or wrong issuer. So for debugging purposes, we're going to just make sure that wrong issuer, okay, because this is issuer that we're trying to get. So the issuer that is permitted to verify token is a Google issuer, okay. So if it's not within this array, it should produce that that warning. All right, but if everything is all good, then we should just return the email, the name, the picture, profile picture, the profile picture, and the social ID. I'm going to say profile picture and social ID. Okay, so these are the records that we're expecting to retrieve, and and then the sub, that should be the social ID. Okay, so that we make up for a verification, right? And at this point, we want to create just so many endpoints here. Okay, so many endpoints. So I'm going to be a lot faster. All right, or this is the login endpoint. This is the most important. This is the reason why we'll come to this extent. I want to say login. Okay, we're calling this OAuth, this authentication router, decorator now. So same post, and the response model we're expecting is this user response, which we don't yet have. So now let's define what a user response is in this model here. So this is what a user response is: an ID, which is a field. We need to make sure that we are getting field here, and the alias of this ID as well is underscore ID, because this is what MongoDB uses. So we need to convert, it to ID. Okay, very important. And then we need email, name, profile picture, social ID. No, we don't need social ID. Role and the token. Okay, the token. So now let's define these things one after the other. Okay, optional. So let's define this one after the other so that we don't make mistakes. So from typings import optional. Okay, now let's define this properly. So email is string, name is string, good. Profile picture is optional string. So I want to do this optional. So it's not compulsory. That's what we're just trying to see. Optional string, and the default is none. Social. We don't really need this social ID here. Okay, user role is actually a string, an optional string as well, and it's none by default. What else? In the created at is an optional date time, and it's going to be none by default. And we need an optional token. It's going to be none by default as well. Meanwhile, we need to import this. Let's say from date time import the time. Okay, so and then you want it to also have a subclass called config, and you want to populate by name true and from attribute true. Okay, we're gonna that is gonna be it. Okay, so this is what a user response entails, right? And at this point, you want to make it part of these models, and there's one more model that we need to create, which is say class. So this class Google token request, and it's just a token string. That's just it. Save that and make sure that it's part of these items that are also being retrieved from that location. So that is what the Google login. So at this point, we want to do a try catch, or just a try for now. A try. What are we trying? We want to verify the token first. That is the first step. User info, await Google verification. In the token request, a passing .token, and if it is verified, you just say, Google token verified, and you can use a check mark here to just make it a lot cooler. And I want to check if the user exists. Okay, so user service dot get user by social ID, and the user info social ID. Okay, because if it's verified, right, it's going to return part of what verification returns is social ID. All right, so it should return that social ID, and this social provider, we need to get it. All right, and we need to get it from that model that we're supposed to create. So it's just something really simple. Okay, so in case you have more than one social provider, you can add it like GitHub, Twitter, and all that. Okay, so I'm gonna add this here and make sure that I'm also bringing in this. So this social provider is Google that we're targeting. Okay, so this will get us the user, and if the user does not exist, so if there is no user, then we're creating a new one. But if there is user, we're just logging in. All right, so say user not found, creating a new user, and a new user can just be created with this record. So you say user service dot create user. Remember that we have this method created and tested in this Mongo service here. We have this create user, so that's what we're targeting or calling here. So this create user, we pass in the email of this user, social ID, the provider, the name of the user, and the profile picture. Those are the things that we providing in order to create a user. Else, you want to update the last time this guy was inside of our system. So you just want to do user service does social login is a method there. This is social login, all right, which takes a social ID and just basically just updates the time for you. So to the last time this guy entered into the system. So it's for Google, of course. So once we do that, we just print a message saying that final user data before token creation, because we need to create a token for this guy, we need to convert. Remember, we need to convert the ID, in a MongoDB friendly. In a MongoDB, in a format that will be friendly outside of MongoDB. Okay, so what we're doing is that we're gonna pop that in this user object. We're gonna pop this underscore ID. All right, so we're gonna remove that key. But when it's popping, we also want to send it into a new key, calling it ID. So basically we're replacing. Okay, and once we get that, we then create the token. Okay, say token is equal to create access token, and when we're creating access token, I want to be very careful here. When we're creating access token, we want the data which is sub to be this user ID, and we need the expires at to be time data, but the time that it expires is going to be coming from this config. Is that, remember, we have this config here, which is what the access token expiration minute is going to be 72 minutes. 720 minutes, which is about 12 hours. Okay, so I want to say config dot. Okay, so there we have it. And then once that is done, we also want to make sure that we did this before here. The role, is being checked and is also being updated correctly. Okay, so I'm going to come here, copy that, and paste here. So the rule is very important to us, that it is represented correctly. And at the end, I want to say return user response. The user response is based on this. We don't need this now. Okay, so the ID, the email, the username, the profile picture, the role, the created at, and the token. Okay, so yeah, so those are the items that we're going to be returning when a user logs in. Otherwise, of course, we have an exception, except, and the first exception that we're monitoring for is HTTP exceptions. So if there is an HTTP exception, I want to say HTTP exception occurred, and then you just print out the details. Okay, and we also want to monitor for on that exception. And so I want to say an unexpected error occurred, and then you just want to raise this exception. This time it's an internal server error exception. So this is the error code here, which is basically 500. And then you just want to, the detail should be in string format, the error itself. Okay, so there you have it. Also, there you have it. You save that, and we're good to go. There are other methods that are quite important we should have. I'm just going to paste those ones. So this is token verify. It's not going to be very for now. That is just what it does. It verifies a token. So token / verify the current user is a dictionary, and it depends on this get current user. So that's the default. And verify if the current token is valid. Okay, so that's just what it simply does. And we have a method. This method are quite a lot. Okay, so one method for updating user rules, I don't think it's going to be very important, but just for completion purposes, what is happening here is that I'm having another endpoint, but a put request this time is user / a dynamic user ID and then a row. This is if the admin intends to make changes. If you have a provision where you want to have the users, you want, as an admin, you want to be able to upgrade or downgrade a user, then this will be very useful to you. So we have user rules in model here, so I'm going to import it import it above here. Okay, so this user rule, so we're grabbing the user ID, the role that we want, and then the current user, which is based on what we're already signed in with. So we say allow only super admin to assign or remove admin roles. So we need to test first if the super admin, if the current user is actually the super admin. But if it's not the super admin, it should say forbidden. Only the super admin can modify roles. Okay, and then want to prevent the super admin from changing their own role. Okay, so we'll say target user, you get the user by their ID from the database, and if there is no target user, want to say user not found. Okay, all right, that is one. You want to check for that. You also want to check for the user, this email is equal to the super admin. You want to say forbidden as well. Super admin cannot be changed. And then if all those succeeded, you want to update the user record, the user role. Okay, you want to call on this update user role method, and then if it doesn't succeed, you want to say role update failed. Otherwise, you just want to return that message that okay, everything was all good. Okay, now we have another endpoint. This is going to help us to return all the users that we have in our platform. So for this list here, I'm going to come here. Where is it? Okay, this is basically an array. So users response model is a list of users. So list all users. You need a current ID. So only the super admin can actually access this endpoint. So you want to check his current email, the current user's email. If it's not equal to the super admin, you want to respond with this error. Otherwise, you want to fetch all the users. We already defined a method that enables us to do this. Okay, you want to say fetch users, get all users. Okay, and when you get all users, you want to convert all their object ID to a string. So basically what you want to do is a similar thing here for all of them. Okay, so we'll say for each user in users, you want to update their ID key. And not only that, you also want to do a role thing. Okay, you want to get the accurate role. So role is equal to, you want to first check, if the current user's email is equal to the email of the admin, then it should be the super admin. Else, it should be whatever role that it is, but you're giving it a default of user. So that is what is happening here. and you want to say user list, you want to append. Now this user list has not been defined, so we need to define it above here. Want to define it above here. Okay, so dot append, and we're appending. Okay, we're appending those records. So ID, user ID. Okay, email is user email, name is the name of the user, and I want to come and say now profile picture is equal to, I'm just going to complete those. So profile picture, row, put that and created that. So all those records are complete, and then at the end you want to return user list, and this is the end of defining all these files. So now we might think that if we refresh this, if we see that endpoint here, but no, we need to come to this main file and want to say it should include this thing called auth router, and it should be slash user auth. So it should be slash auth. Okay, and this should be authentication. So it should be grouped as authentication. So make sure that this is correct. All right. So simply to define this is the main script. What this main script does is to define the fast API application. Okay, so we have it, and we're adding this middleware, right, which is caused to make sure that browsers don't freak out when things are happening, and make sure that it allows for connection from all origins. Okay, so and these methods are all correct, and the credentials also. We're just allowing these headers, content type, and make sure that these things are there so that it will not freak out. Then you define the routers that should be included in the application. So the welcome router should be included, and the authentication router should be included. That is what this main file is all about. So when we save that, it refreshes. Okay, you see the modified script is actually the main script. All right, so let's check it out again. Fresh. Wow, so all those endpoints that we've been including has been made available here, but we cannot operate them because we don't yet we need to put it in the front end directly, and this doesn't help us to do that correctly. So in the next part of this video, we're going to be able to do that ourselves from the front end. So I'll see in the next part of this video. Okay, so let us work on the authentication of the front end. Currently this is the back end, and I need to go to the front end of this application. I'll do yarn dev. Here we are. Okay, this is the page where authentication need to be incorporated. So to get to that point, we just need to close out from all this space. Okay, we'll come to the front end. Within this front end, first thing I want to do is to create a .env file. Okay, and of course we're going to make sure that it has these records similar to what we had before in the backend. Code backend /env. We need to make sure we copy this. Okay, and then the URL HTTP 8000. So that will give us access to the back end. All right, so with that done, we need to then come to the login page. This is where we need to be, and this sign in button, we need to work on it. Currently, if I click on this, it just takes me back to the login page, and that is not how it's supposed to function. So we're going to be making some adjustment here and there to make it align. All right, so the first thing I want to do is to declare a global window. So this thing stays the same way as it is for now. We're going to come back to it one step at a time. Declare a global interface, for interacting with the window, and we're doing it specifically for Google. Okay, so I want to define that. I want to define an interface called Google Credential. Okay, please, if you come here, this Google component, this sign-in is already part of this component, so you don't need to do much things. Okay, so at this point, there is this thing called use authentication we needed to define. So we're going to define it soon. It's part of the hook system. No, we don't have a hook, but we're going to be creating it now. So how do we create a hook? I need to create it in here to be hook/use auth. Okay, and within this space, this is where we define our hook. Okay, so the hook is going to be defined this way, where we have export function use auth, and it's going to be utilizing a context. For the context, if it is undefined, if it doesn't exist, then I want to say use auth must be used within an auth provider, otherwise return a context. So we need to define this context first before we can use it. And most especially, since this is a front end, a client side based code, you need to make sure that it has this use client there. So let's define this use context. This one comes from React. Okay, so what is remaining is this particular one, and we're gonna have to define it separately. Okay, I want to define it separately as its own context. So we'll come to this place and create a new file within the context, say auth context.tsx. So what does this do? There are some things we need to define. First of all, we want to define an interface. Okay, this interface will be called user, and that's how we interact with user. And when we need another interface called auth context type. So this auth context type define the authentication context. What does the authentication context need? It needs a user, it needs a loading state, it needs a logout function, and a check auth function, which is based on the promise. So this will be involved in authorizing people, and to monitor the authentication state of users as they are coming into our system. Then you want to export this auth context. Okay, and you want to do that by calling on create context to be what? Undefined. Okay, for now, or you need to import this create context from React. All right, that is where it's used, and you want to typecast this. Okay, this has to be auth context type. Okay, or it should be what? Undefined, and that's why this is valid right here. So we're not done yet. So What else do we need to define? We want to also export auth provider. We're not only exporting auth context, but also auth provider. So, but this auth context, if we import it here, then we are also good here as well. So that those files will be in safe condition. Now, I want to say export, auth provider. Okay, export function auth provider, and we are passing in a child, children in Node. Basically is based on React Node, so that's why I'm going to be importing this from React. See that React Node. So that means this component we wrap around our application, so our application will become a child of this auth provider. So what do we need? We need to set up some state records, and okay, so we need to set up these records. Okay, and let's import this from React. And what is happening here is that, okay, and also let's import this from Next.js navigation. So what is happening here is that the user is gonna be based on this user type, and it's null by default. Loading and set loading is a use state, and the router is coming from Next.js navigation. And because this is a client-side code, okay, we want to make sure that we're adding this use client. Okay, very important. Otherwise, Next.js is gonna just scream. So now that we define those essential records, we want, remember, part of what this auth context is supposed to export is check auth function. So we need to create a function here called check auth. Okay, and it's gonna have a try catch. All right, and then if there is an error, auth failed. Otherwise, you should just set the loading to be false at the end of the day. So we're just taking care of what is a condition where it have issues like this. Okay, and this finally we run whether it tried successfully or it failed. Okay, so at the end of it, it's just going to set the loading to be false. So now let's work on the inner aspect of this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to check if the window is currently loaded correctly. So what does that mean? When you load refresh the browser first, it takes some time for everything to be set up on the browser page. So the window, this is used to monitor that this window object is not undefined. Okay, if it is undefined, the browser is not fully loaded. But if it is defined, it is what? Fully loaded. Okay, so that's what it simply means. And then I want to get the token or the user. I want to call this the scraper user. Okay, that's what I want to call it. And it's going to be coming from not local storage. We want to use cookies. Okay, because we're going to be using cookies a lot here. So I want to use cookies, and this cookie is going to be coming from JS cookies. Okay, so I have JS cookies here. That is where we're getting the scraper user. Okay, and I'm doing this so that it will be unique to this particular application, because this application includes scraping and RAG and all that. It's not just RAG alone, it has scraping and RAG functionalities. So I'm calling it scraper. And once we get that, we want to make sure that scraper is not null, so it exists. So I want to say if there is no scraper, I should just set loading to be false, and then returns false, return empty. Otherwise, say let token equal to an empty string for a start, before we do our try catch. Now, when we're trying and catching, we need to specify a condition where it fails. So if it ever fails, which is this catch situation, I want to say invalid JSON in scraper cookie, because we're looking for a valid JSON, okay? And then we want to remove that scraper user if it's existing in the cookie storage, okay? And then set this to be false and just return. Okay, this is what happens when it doesn't is not a valid, JSON. Otherwise, what we want to do is we'll say past user const past user, because of JSON dot pass, I want to pass this scraper user. Okay. Otherwise, want it to be an empty JSON. And then you want to say the token is equal to this past user, okay, sorry, dot token dot access token, because this is what we're targeting, access token. Remember that if I come to these backend models, we find out that a token contains access token type, and expires, and so that's what we're targeting, what the access token otherwise is an empty string by default. All right, so access token, this is it. So it's saying that it's assigned, but it's never what used. That's all right. We're gonna use it soon. And now, if once we get this, we want to come here and say if this token doesn't exist, you should just if it's not, that means it could be empty, then you should just set false and return as well. But if that was all good, we want to make a call, so I want to make a call, an API call to the endpoint that we want. Remember, we have the backend URL, so that's where we want to make this call to. So we'll say, okay, we'll be back. So say process.environment variable. So we are making this call to this backend API URL / not users or /auth /users, because if I go to that main app, you find out that it is prefixed with /auth, okay, before we go to /users, because now if you come to this user, it will not be this user endpoint, okay? So otherwise it doesn't work, okay? So that's why you find it here that it is /users, okay? Anything within this user endpoint is gonna become /user. All right. Okay, so let's go back. Close here and here. So /users /me. Okay. Let's go back to that user.py, and I think we may have missing one endpoint, okay, for user, which I did not include in the last one, and it's quite important that we have that. Is this me endpoint, user./me endpoint. I didn't take note of when we missed out on it. So before this user role, before this place, we're supposed to have this endpoint here, user/me, and then of course you get the response model, and of course you need to be a currently logged in user, and of course you want to make sure that the user ID is correct, and if the user is a super admin, you also want to make that modification, and then you return the record of that user. Right, so I'm just going to make this a little bit consistent with how I had been doing it with the others. It's not as if this method doesn't work. This method works just fine. Just like sometimes consistency is just the key, So this endpoint here is important, and I think when we refresh now, we can see it here that is available. So this is the endpoint that we use to check if a user is currently logged in or not. So it's very important to us. Now that we have that cleared, we can come back to this code. All right, when I have auth/user/me, this is the endpoint that we really intend to visit. And then we now have the method. You need to define what you need to access that endpoint. So these are the records. The method is get, and the header, you need an authorization, which is a bearer token. This token that we've extracted during the login, this is where it's stored in this scraper user, which was put in there when we actually logged in, okay, the user. So this response is ready for us to do some checks on it. So the check is this. I want to say if the response returns okay, then once the user data is equal to await, you want to convert to JSON, and then want to set it in what? In the user use state. Otherwise, you want to say cookie dot remove the user and set it to be what? Set you want to just log out this information. Okay, once a console.log failed to retrieve user data. Okay, and at that point we are almost good. Okay, just that these ones are not yet used, so we need to make it part of it. So that is for check auth. Check auth is in a good condition. We'll use it soon. We need the logout function. So what does this logout function do? It will remove the cookie. It will set the user. We only need to remove the scraper user. It will set the user to be null, and it will push the user to the login page. So it will just take them out of the authentication spot. All right, so that's what logout does. And we need a use effect. This use effect is used to monitor, or is used to monitor or to ensure that on page refresh, let's say you refresh the page, it will just automatically check if that page, if you're logged in successfully. Okay, and before we even want to use the same technology here, I want to say if what maybe we can just make this pretty by so if the window is not ready, is ready, okay, is ready means that it's not undefined, then it should run this check auth. All right, so that's what this use effect does. And at the end, we want to return this information. Want to return this by saying this auth context. All right, want to wrap it around this application dot provider, and we're passing in the the values users. Remember, this provider, this auth context is based on this context type, which include user loading, logout, and check auth. So that is what we're passing in here. We're passing the user, which should be ready at this point, the loading state, the logout, and the check auth functions. So that is what this particular context, this auth context does. All right. So now that we have all those things fixed, we can then return to our Google sign-in space so that we can finish up the rest of the work. Now, auth want to say const, from use auth, okay. From use auth, need to import that from that hook. So in that use auth, which is this place, all right, remember is exporting this use auth, okay, and everything that the context, auth context has also belongs to this a component as well. So we want to access the check auth function, very important, and then we want to completely remove this. We'll come back to want to create a new function called handle credential response. Okay, almost correct, but it's gonna be based on use callback, which is coming from React. Use callback, okay, and this use callback, okay, in this use callback, I want to do async, okay. I want to perform an asynchronous function there. So what does this asynchronous function do? Do try catch first. All right. It just say login fails if there is any issue here. Otherwise, come back here to do some manipulation. I think I could just replace this here for now. Okay. So what do we want to do here? When you click on handle credential response, this function will be called automatically. So handle credential response, we want to call on the endpoint. You see, when we sign in with Google, Google then returns a credential for us, and then we need to send that credential to the back end so that it can authorize us. That is what we're trying to do here. So that's what this function does under the hood. So what does it do? Simply, this is what we're going to do. It's a response. Say response. No, we don't need to do that. We already have this defined here. Response is equal to access that API. This we're going to create it, okay. I don't think we yet have it, but even though we have it, I'm going to recreate it with you. So we're going to target that endpoint. This is how we log in, and then we'll call on this using this post method. Content type is application JSON. This is not this. We're just passing the token which is gotten from this response dot credential. Remember how we define this here. And if that is successful, we want to just say want to convert it to JSON as the normal standard. Okay, if it is okay, that means if it is successful in sending this token to the back end, it should just if it's not successful, if it's not successful in sending this, if the call was not successful, we should just log out this error saying login failed. All right. Otherwise, what we want is to set that cookie, from cookies.js. To set this cookie, access token will become this new token, and this is when it expires. Basically, this sets the time in 12 hours, okay? 12 hours, so 720 divided by 144T, okay? And that is minutes per day. All right, so 72 minutes 720 minutes divided by 1,440 minutes per day, which will give you around 0.5 days. That is basically 12 hours. So this is just a mathematical expression for 12 hours. Okay. And okay, so what is it? I don't think we've imported this. Okay, we've imported it. Great. We also not only want to set for that access token, want to set for the scraper user as well. And then afterward, you want to say, call on this check auth to confirm that the login was successful, and then push the user to the home to the dashboard page. All right, not to the home page now, dashboard page, so they can access the dashboard. That is what we must take note of. Now we'll still need some modifications to make. This use callback, takes two parameters. One is this, and the other is an array of dependency. Okay, a dependency check. What we want to monitor that are dependencies in this application is check auth function and this router variables are very important to ensure that if they change, then use callback could actually change as well. Now we need a use effect. Okay, we need a use effect to monitor for some changes. So this use effect is going to be it's going to have this handle credential response dependency. So what does it do? Basically, make sure that you import this from React. What it does is it initializes the Google sign-in. Okay, that is what it does. It just initializes it. So what we mean by that is, if we save this and then just update this here, remove this. So if I do this and save this right now and come here, oops, okay, yeah, it's having an issue with I've not wrapped that code within the app layout, so we need to wrap it within the app layout. So if I come here inside this app and come to this layout, I need to wrap this in here. So that is what it's complaining about. So I will say auth provider. Okay, now I'm gonna move all this inside of it. All right, so that is important. So I've wrapped it, and now we are good. But the button is not appearing because this button is supposed to be dynamically populated by Google. That is what we want to do now. So we come back here within this use state, we want to create a function. Okay, so this function will initialize Google sign-in, and before we even proceed with it, want to do a try catch. All right, so this try catch, if there is any error, we want to say error initializing Google sign-in. But if there are no errors, one of the things we want to do is we want to call on Windows. This is how it, right? Window.google remember this definition here, this declaration of interface. Window.google, okay, .account .id .initialize. This is supposed to be available on and then we now pass in the client ID. Now this client ID, this is the same. This Google client ID that we specified here as what we're using here, and this pound symbol ensures that it is not potentially empty, so that's what I put in there. And then the callback function, this callback function is this handle credential response. So this is what is sent, is executed if it succeeds, if there is a success in the signing in process. Okay, so that's why we're doing that there. Otherwise, we want to now define how the button is going to look. All right, so the Google button is going to look in this format. Document.get element by ID is this Google sign in button. Okay, and if it doesn't exist, you want to say document dot body. You want to attach it to the body. Okay, and the theme, how we define how the button will look. Button is going to have a theme that is outlined, size that is large, width is 250. That is the width, the dimension of the pop-up page where we're going to be signing in from, and then it's going to be a standard interface. So we have all that now, and then we simply just return. After we have this, we need to create an element. Okay, right here, down below here, we need to create a script. Say document.create element script, and then the source is gonna be, this URL, account.google.com/gsi/client. Script asynchronous nature is gonna be true. Script DeFi is gonna be true. Okay, script on load. Once it loads, we want to initialize this Google sign-in, and then want to append this child to the body. Okay, and then at last we want to say document.body remove script. All right, this will make sure that when this page is refreshed, it will load up the windows and have everything initialized, so that everything will work good once you click that sign in button. So I'm going to save that. See the way this appears now. To refresh, you see that this button, when I click this, you see the pop-ups it brings to me. So this is the idea here, right? And then we can just click on sign in, and it signs in successfully, but it's producing an error, say invalid JSON string. Let's see where exactly that error is coming from. Okay, we don't yet have a way of sending this data inside our backend. Remember, that still exists. So we want to come back here. Okay, this here, this direction, we need to create this endpoint if we're going to be making any API call. So they want to create it, cannot start with a slash. Remove that, sorry. Great. So create API auth login, and then this endpoint, very important. And now when you're there, we just need to write this code, this simple code. Okay, so this is a post request. So export async function post. This is a post request, and want to do a try catch. All right, so if there is any error, we want to throw this right here. Meanwhile, we need to import this next response from the Next.js server. So this is server-side coding basically, and yeah, and then we can then proceed to doing this. So the first thing we want to do is want to get the body of the request. So we say body is equal to await request.json. So we're converting it to JSON, and what we want to extract there is the token from that body. All right, so if there is no token, of course you want to give some form of a response. Otherwise, you want to call your backend. This backend you want to call, remember this is your own Next.js backend server side, so you want to call the Python backend. So I want to say now that response is called await edge, and we're actually going in this direction. So this is the location /login. Okay, and the method is post content application JSON body is this JSON. We're sending this token that we got from Google, so we're sending it in here, and once that is sent, so you want to do if the response succeeded, or before we even do if the response succeeded, I want to convert whatever we got from the back end from that request to what JSON, and then if the response did not succeed, it should just log out this error saying that it didn't succeed. Otherwise, you just return the data. So basically, this is all that pertains to the backend. So at this point, I think let's refresh and let's watch and see how this behaves again. Login and invalid Google token. That is what we're getting. So basically, it isn't the same as before anymore, which is some progress. So let's track this and figure out what is responsible for this error. So this error is, I believe, it's having an issue with the wrong, like the client IDs on the Google listen are not corresponding with each other. I mean, if I should open the front end on, you see it's actually correct, and the back end is actually correct as well, but probably I may have not refreshed the back end and the front end. So I'm gonna try and quit this and run this again, try and quit this and also run the front end again with the correct information and try and log in before again. So let's try that, and if this goes well, it should be able to tell us from the back end, the Python end. So let's do this again, log in, and it actually succeeded. So you can see that verification, Google token verified successfully. If you go back to that users page, when you log in, verification happened successfully and it's all good. So it was just a matter of refreshing our page. Okay, so we need to work on middleware. We already have one here, but I want to remove it and want to start from scratch. I'm just going to delete all this. This middleware is very important for us to secure the application. Okay, so we're going to go through it one step at a time. All right, so the first step is we want to define the route. and their required rules. So what I mean by that, we have this route, and all of them are in the dashboard pages. So these are the protected routes. So if I come here, okay, all these are chat, crawler, and users. They are all in the what's it called? They are all in the dashboard pages. So the chat can be visited by all users. The crawler can be visited by both users, admin and super admin, and the users can only be visited by the super admin. So these are the various things you should understand there. Now, next thing is we want to define the middleware function itself. Okay, and of course it's gonna be based on Next.js request, which is coming from Next.js server. And within here, we want to define the path name. Okay, this is good. So you say request.nextURL. That will be the path name. You extract the path name from it, and then next you want to do, you want to get the raw cookie value. So in getting the raw cookie value, you see almost something like this, but we're not doing for rows. We're doing for scraper user, the scraper underscore user. So saying request.cookies, dot get, and we're getting that scraper user, and this is the value, or it should be not null but an empty string. I want to check if the route needs role-based protection. Okay, so I want to say that these required rules is equal to we're accessing these protected routes. All right, and I want to say path name as key of type protected routes. Okay, this is some technical stuff going on here. Apparently, these are the path names. Okay, and these are the associated rows. So what we're doing, we only are grabbing these ones. Okay, these are the ones that we're grabbing by saying that path name. So where this path name is going to be retrieved here, I'm going to use it to compare, I'm going to use it to compare with this object here. All right, so that is what we're doing. And then when we compare it, or when we use that to extract it, it's going to return the rows that are associated with that path. All right, and then that will become the required rows. Okay, it's just some technical, but crafty way of grabbing, the rows that are associated with this protected route without, us needing to hard code it ourselves. Again, we just have one place, and everything is being, communicated from that one space. So now you want to say if this required rules, if there is required rules, okay, and within this required rule, you want to first check if there is a script. If there is no scraper user, then you want to get Next.js response. Okay, so if there is no scraper user, you want to redirect the user to the login page. All right, so that's what we want to do, so that the user can log in. Otherwise, you do your try catch. Okay, when you're catching, you want to also redirect the user to the login page if there is any error within the process. So the next thing you want to do, you want to pass the cookie to extract rule. So what we want here is const user data. Okay, const user data json.pass, and then we're passing that scraper, and we want to test if there is a rule. Okay, so we're saying, all right, so user rule is equal to, when we call on this, we access the role of that user. After we do that, we want to ensure the user has one of the required rules for the rat. So we want to say if the required rules does not include this rule that this user has, okay, this rule that this user is bearing, then we want to redirect. So if this ensures the user has one of the required rules, but if it doesn't redirect to dash, but it redirects to login page. So this also makes sure that the user is going to the right place. Okay, and with that, the last step, which is outside of this condition, we just want to return next response dot next. All right, okay, so, and then lastly, you want to also export const config. So you can manually enter it this way, or you can just see can manually enter each one of those records like this. You can enter it like this, or you can use this method which just dynamically does it for us. So we can say matcher is equal to object dot keys, and so all the keys of all these ones, okay, all that route. So that is what we're using here, and that can still just work. So let's save that and then end this and do this again. One thing I notice is we kind of have these small warnings. Okay, this middleware warning right here, unable to pass config export in source file. So another way is to, let's try and explicitly describe this here. So if we do this and we start this project again, and let's refresh and see if it behaves like that. Okay, you see that error, that warning is not there. But why I don't like this way is because I have to repeat myself. If I just want to add one record here, and then this always takes care of it without me needing to do it myself always. So that's why I did this here. So this should protect us. Okay, so that is it. Well, what about we can actually visit each one of these pages successfully? But if we log out ability is not yet functioning, and we have these, we check the application, we should be able to see this in the cookies, right? So yeah, so this is access token we see here, and this is scraper user, we have it here. So these records are there for us. That's great. So there are other aspects to this that we need to fix. So let's come to this component. called the header component. So what do we want to achieve here? Right now, while everything seems to be okay, these things are not yet dynamic. So this is a mock user. All right, it's not a real user. All right, it's just a dummy user. I want to remove this. Okay, and we want to change the way we are calling on this user. We're going to be grabbing it from use auth, because we have that now available, and then in the use auth we can see all this thing. We can just call on the user now. Okay, and we also want to call on logout, so we don't need this logout here anymore. Okay, and we can remove this. Okay, so everything seems just about okay. All right, so let's test it out and see how it goes. We'll save that. I'll do logout, so it logs us out. How about we try going to the dashboard page? Dashboard. Okay, it's not pushing us out of dashboard page. We need to fix that. So why this is failing, okay, is because while all these, but if you see, if I go to this scroller, you see it's gonna take me to the login page. That's because while these other endpoints or these locations are protected, this main dashboard page isn't protected. So we need to make sure that it is also protected. So I'm just gonna do this. All right, so we now have the dashboard page protected, the chat crawler and all that. So I'm gonna save that, and I should refresh this page, see the way it kicks me out. And if I try to visit it again, it keeps kicking me out because I am not logged in. And if I'm logged in, so it should allow me to be the dashboard page, and I should be able to visit each one of these pages. So that is it for this particular section. In the next one, we'll dive into other aspects of this application. See you soon. So in this session, we want to start working on our RAG. We want to work on our RAG-based system. And our RAG involves things like scraping, involves things like document uploading, involves things like database, vector database saving and retrievals, chat, a lot. This is the brain of the application. So this is the place where a lot of the work is going to go into. So I've created a folder called RAG, and inside that folder, I'm going to create a file, call it rag save service.py, rag_save_service.py. So this particular service is going to be responsible for saving records that have been processed into the Chroma DB, so that is what it's going to be doing. I'm going to need a lot of files here. I'm just going to post them: Ashley, logins, OS, PDF, Plumber. So this extract text from PDF, docs. This extract, text from documents, and then request to download files from URLs, and this URL lib, these various types, date, time, lang chain. Okay, that's one of the reasons why we are very specific to the version of these packages that we're using. Please, when it comes to Python, versions are very important, because if you don't use the right versions, there may be some breaking changes and it could affect the outcome of your code. So that's why you need to make sure that you're installing the right packages, as you can see. So in LangChain, text splitter, we're going to need recursive character text split, markdown header, and so many of these. Okay, but most of them I'm going to explain them when I'm actually working with them. I'm just listing them for now. Okay, So then you want to configure the login to just, this will help us to log things into the terminal in a very sensible way. And you want to call this rag save service. Okay, so it wants to dump all this thing for me, but that's not going to be so. So in rag save service, I need a function called init, and this is what this function is going to take: an input source, a title, a collection, a chunk size, a chunk overlap, and a persistent directory. So this persistent directory is where all the versions of my database are going to be lying. Okay, this may not make sense to you right now, but this directory is where every version of our knowledge-based system is going to be living, because this thing is a knowledge-based system that we're building, and each one has a version. So that's what this persistent directory means. So we want to add this to the class properties. So we have input source, title, and all of those things saved here. That's great. And then we want to initialize embeddings, and ChromaDB. So say, and then we're going to do the try catch thing, try and exception. So fail to initialize. It doesn't necessarily need to be this, but all right. So inside here, we say self.embeddings, embedding models is self.embedding, not like that, embedding model is equal to Ollama embeddings. Okay, so we want to define or initialize the embedding model, because whenever you're saving records in ChromaDB, you also need the embedding model. When you're trying to retrieve, you can just chat, So this is very important that we do the embedding model. Without the embedding model, the knowledge or the strategy or the brain behind how these data are chunkified, prepared, organized, so that and stored in the vector database will not work out. Okay, and the quality of your embedding model determines how easy it's going to also be for you to chat with that records that you're storing in the vector quantity, that is to retrieve it later on. So one of the things we need is a base URL, and in base URL what we want is call embedding endpoint, and then the model is going to be embedding model. Hope I'm right, call it embedding model actually. Okay, so this will help us initialize the embedding model, but we also want to initialize the vector store. Okay, so we're going to say self dot vector store, and we can choose Chroma. So we'll use Chroma. Remember here the Chroma is already installed. Where are you? See, this Chroma, we're getting it from LangChain Chroma, so that's where we're getting that Chroma. And we need to also, one of the things we want to specify is a collection name. Okay, so the collection name is going to be based on this one. So this is script website, that's what we're calling it. The persistent directory, okay, persistent directory is going to be based on this persistent directory, all right, that we just got. And then the embedding function is going to be based on that embedding model, which is this one we just created. So that is what you use in defining the Chroma or Chroma store of the vector store. So we have all that. That is enough for the definition of this RAG system. There are some minor functions that we need to work on first. So these functions are just methods are just they're not like super important, but they are also important. So let's make them available. So one of them is called is URL. So this will be used to determine, to check if the input that you're supplying is actually a URL or not, and then it's checking if it has HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, so and it returns true or false. Okay, so that is why it has this boolean key. We need that, and then we also need a supported file, another function. This one we check for the kinds of file that this platform supports. So a supported file where you pass the source. Remember, you pass source here, and you also pass source here. What is happening is that we want to check if the input is a supported file type. What we support is text, markdown, PDF, and docs. That is documents. And then we want to say os.path.split text, and then for that source, you're getting the last items, and you say .lower, does it contain this extension? Okay, does it contain the extension? Is it the same as the name of the file path, the file? If it matches, then we support that. If it doesn't, we don't support that. That is what it simply means. And then we need another function called isWebPage. IsWebPage is used to determine if the URL is a web page or a file. It's very important. And how you do this is you want to first pass URL. Okay, remember what you're passing here is URL. So this URL pass, you pass in, and then this will become the passed URL. And then what you're trying to do is to check the file extension. Okay, the file extension. Okay, and if it has a known file extension, that means if file extension is text, that text markdown, what's it called, docs, then is a file. Okay, it is a file and not a web page, so it will return false. If the extension is not, if it's no extension, if there is no extension, it's going to assume that it is a web page. So that's what this means by extension. So, and it returns true. So this is used to check if something is web page or not. And if uncertain, so remember here is either true or false. But if is uncertain, that is, if uncertain, e.g. has query parameters, check content type from the header so that you can determine some information about it. So exception will be this request is coming from here. Request exception. If there is any request exception, then it should just return true. That means default to web page if unable to check. So it's defaulting to web page. Yeah. Okay, so here what do we do here? We say request.head, and then the URL. They allow redirect is true, timeout is 5 seconds, and then we'll say the content type is equal to this response.header.get this content type. Okay, and put a default value of an empty string, and then we say we make sure that is in lowercase. So the content type will give us the type of the file that we are working with. All right. And then if it is HTML, okay, if it's text/HTML, in content type it should return true. Otherwise it should what? Return false. Okay, so that is the web page. So these are just some basic methods that are important to help aid our process of working on this on this class. The next step is want to work on this download file, because if you want before this rack system will be able to process records and all that, it needs to have access to it. So what we want to do is to download the files from the web first. Okay, so this is how we do it. All right, download the file from the URL and save it locally. All right, so I want to say local _ file name. All right, I want to make it much more great. So we want to define it in this way, as we want to give it a name where we have temporary file name and a unique MD5 hash, and then the original extension of that file. So that is what we want to do here. So we say, okay, is a temp, and then here we want to say hashlib. Remember, this is where the hashlib comes in. Hashlib.md5, and then that file URL .encode, then get the hex digest for it. Okay, and that's not it all. Then remember, this will give you this first part, which is the hash record, but then the original extension. Okay, for the original extension is how you get it. os.path.split text, and then you pass in that file URL, then you get the last item in that array, and that will give you the extension. Okay, so this is the local file name, and it will translate to something like this. All right, so just wanted you to know. And then want to do a try catch, try exception. Remember, this is supposed to return a string, so that's why we're returning an empty string in this place if it fails any one of these request exceptions. Okay, here you want to make a request to that particular endpoint. So our file URL, you're saying stream is true because you actually are downloading a file. Okay, that's why you're saying stream is true, because it might take a while depending on the size of the file. And then afterward, you want to say response.raise for status. Okay, if there is any error that occurs, then it's gonna then trigger this exception. But if there is no error that occurred, then it won't be an issue. The next step you want to do, you want to save it locally. This is a temporary file. You want to save it locally, and with this flag of write, as if. And for chunk, in response.iter, and this is the chunk size, you want to write to that particular file. So that is what is happening here. And then at the end of the day, you want to return this local file name. But before you do that, you want to make a logger and say downloaded file from this URL to local file name. Okay, so to that location. So that kind of makes it cool. But this is how you have things downloaded. Okay, yeah, so it's going to be downloaded into that particular location. So in the next part of this, we will then proceed to extracting text. We're going to be extracting text from files, and I want to do that in the next part of this video. So see you next. So it is time for us to extract text from a file. So that's what making this function extract text from file, and the file part is very important, and that's cool because this download returns a file path for us. So that's one of the advantage. So it extracts text from text, markdown, PDF or docs files. And then first thing we want to get the file extension. Okay, before we proceed, get the file extension of this file path. Once we get the file extension, we want to do a try catch. And if there is any exception, remember this method is supposed to return a string. So if it fails, it should return an empty string. And then what's next thing we want to do? We want to see if the file extension is actually text or markdown. Then we want to open it in read mode, and in this UTF-8 standard, okay, and read it. You understand? So, but if it is a PDF, this is what we want to do. We want to use that PDF plumber to open this file as PDF and return it as a text by extracting it and joining it, concatenating it in one long string. That is what this means. And then, but if it's just a doc extension, then you should use this document module here or package, and get and read that file. Then once you read it, we return it by making sure that we that this is very funny, but for the PDF, each page extract the text and then or basically make it an empty string, and it's just joining all of them into a large string. While this one, for each page, we also, for each paragraph, basically this paragraph, so we are joining it and making it one long paragraphs, like one long string. That is what is happening there. And then lastly, we have an else condition. It should raise value. So say raise value error unsupported file type. All right, unsupported file type. Good. All right, so this will help us to extract data from a file. All these functions or methods are very important. Another one we want to do is to extract text from URL. Now that we can extract from a file, we also need to extract from a URL. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to close this. Okay, this is now going to be an asynchronous method. Okay, because it's going to have to be waiting for a process to be completed. Okay, because it's going to be visiting the web page. So what do we do here? We do our try exception. So if there is any exception, remember this method is supposed to return a string. So if we're going to say async with this async web crawler as crawler. So this now is using this package called as a package. Okay, from this crawler, we're using this async web crawler. That is what is using that is a package as crawler, because we're going to be visiting, the URL that you want to extract records from, and then you say result is equal to await that crawler.arun URL. So it's going to visit this URL that you just presented, and then you say if instance is a markdown, if there's a result, okay, if there is a result and has an attribute of markdown, all right, then want to make this further test. So this further test will mean, let me bring it in. So these are the further tests. One is this result. If we say dot markdown, is it a string? Okay, is it a string? Because if it's not a string, then it should not move on. Okay, so if it's a string, we want it to return that markdown. All right, and if this markdown is actually a raw markdown, we also want to return it. Otherwise, we want to say unexpected markdown type for URL, because everything must be returned as markdown. Okay, not as HTML, but as markdown. Very important, because markdown are a more structured way of us dealing with what's it called? With us dealing with a RAG, an LLM. An LLM doesn't need to know about all the various HTML classes and attributes of HTML tags and all that. We don't need all that thing. All we need is the markdown, the basic structures, and the most important records that are on that web page. Okay, and that will be it. That is how we extract text from a URL. Now we need to write two methods. One is for converting text, converting strings to markdown. Okay, I'm gonna close this. Convert to markdown, where you pass a content which is a string, and then say convert different content type to markdown format for consistent splitting. Because if we want to be doing splitting, we want it to be in one format, which in this case is markdown. So that is the targeted extension type that we want to be dealing with when it has to do with text that concerns an LLM. So we want to test for file type if the source is a PDF. Okay, so want to convert PDF style content to markdown and handle common PDF structures. So convert PDF style content to markdown, handle common PDF structural elements. All right, and you want to say lines is equal to content.split. Okay, I think they have this one, or you just want to split and decide which kind of splitting it is, which is on new lines, because most of these this extraction were joined with new lines, so we want to be consistent with that. So we're splitting with new lines. Anywhere we find new line, we want to split that so that this becomes lines of text. Okay, and then we want to say markdown lines is an empty string. Then we'll come here and say for line in lines. So this line is equal to line.strip. We want to remove that. And then if not line, that means if it doesn't contain anything, then it should continue to the next line. Otherwise we want to detect and convert likely headers, all caps, followed by new lines. Okay, so what is happening here is this, saying line, if line dot is uppercase and the length of that line is greater than 4. So we don't want to avoid converting acronyms. So acronyms are mostly 3 words, you understand that? Mostly 3 words. There's also 4 and 5 and so on, but want to just deal with that. Okay, then once a markdown lines append with want it to be remember, uppercase are often headings, you understand that? So headers include heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5 to 6, and we have paragraphs as well and all of those things. So we're just making it as real as possible. So making it as real as possible. So no, this is a simplified example. Re-implementation, we need PDF metadata. So then we'll say else, not just else, leave. If line ends with a column, all right, then we want to say this is a heading 3 markdown, else you just append that line. All right, so that is what it is. Okay, so at the end you want to join each one of those records what am I doing? Okay, CD to backend. Okay, for now. All right, so I don't know why it's just running this when I haven't said so. Okay, probably that shortcut that I'm using has and is a shortcut for something. So return by making sure that each lines are broken into multi-line to make it very clear. All right, so this does the conversion for PDF records. Okay, what about docs, regular docs? If it's a docs, then we want to do something similar as before. Remember, all this that I'm doing just similar to this other place that I did it as well. So I'm not doing something entirely new. Okay, so we are first of all preparing the line, stripping up anything, and then we want to see if the length of the line is greater than 100 and the line ends with a column, then is likely a header. All right, I want to assign it a column 2. You get that? Else we just want to append it like this. So this one is pretty simple and straightforward. All right, and then lastly, if it is just a regular markdown, we don't need to format it. It already is formatted in a markdown format, so you just return the content. So that is what is going on here. That is how you convert files and and content into markdown format. All right, so that is another one, which is called, we want to be able to split content with context. Split content with context. All right, so we're going to come here and give it some context. So split content while preserving document structure and context. So we're going to be expecting to return a list of documents. Okay, or an array of documents. So here we want to say the source type. The source type is basically the extension. Okay, this is source type. All right, and then we want to convert that content to markdown format. Okay, and in converting it to markdown format, we're going to say this markdown content is going to be self.convert markdown content. So basically we're invoking this particular method that we just created here, and then we're passing this content, inside it, and then the source type, which is the extension, remember, into it, so it can convert it to markdown for us. And once it is in markdown, we want to define some headers to split on. Okay, so these are the headers to split on. We want to split H1 to H4. Okay, and then how we split it, we say markdown splitter. Markdown splitter. There is a method called markdown header splitter, text splitter. So this is one of the splitters. So say markdown splitter. All right, we're going to pass in the header to split on, at this. So the headers to split on are this headers. So we want to split H1, H2, H3, H4. Okay, so those are what we're splitting on. And then we want to do a try catch now. So what are we trying? What we're trying is very simple. I want to say the header split, because once it is splitted, then we should have that in this variable here. Then we'll call it on. This is where we're actually splitting it, to say dot split text, and we'll pass the markdown content. All right, and then we want to handle exception. So if it failed to split, then we want to say fail to split on headers, falling back on basic splitting. All right, so if it fails, we're going to be doing basic splitting. So for basic splitting, we're going to use this recursive character text split, which is part of the split. Yeah, so we are using two kinds of splitter: markdown splitter, or we're using a recursive splitter as a fallback. Okay, and all of them are coming from LangChain. Okay, so when it has to do with AI agents, and integrating them in the application, you're going to need something like LangChain or BrightData, framework for doing that. But I find LangChain to be very, very, helpful to what I'm doing. So that's why I've been using it. Okay. So for this recursive text split, what we want is the chunk size to be this self.chunk size, and then the overlap as well. So as we define them already in this initialization place, you can see it here, so that the chunk size is 5,000 and the overlap is 200. So that's a chunk of characters. You understand that we are grabbing at a go, all right, to do our splitting. All right, so it's going to be splitting it based on this character, this volume of character, 500 for each 500 characters. Okay, and okay, yeah, for that. So then at the end, we want to return. Remember, we're supposed to return a list of documents, right? So the return to document, and in this document we want pages. For page content is those chunk. So we're going to say chunk And I don't want you to worry too much here because this is supposed to be an array and this is going to be in an array. So what we're doing here is that we're going to be storing this document for, because we're going to be doing text.splitter.split those content, and then it's going to be produced in chunks, and then for each one of those chunks we're going to put it on a document like this. Okay, so that is what we are simply saying. All right, where we have this information, these are metadata. So we have, and then we have another one called format. Format is going to be the source type. Okay, so these are the metadata that each one of those document is going to contain. Okay, so now outside of this, okay, if it does not fail and it actually succeeded with this markdown type and we don't need this format, okay, so what we want to do is to split recursively again. All right, want to split recursively after it has already been splitted, after it has already been represented as a markdown. Okay, that's what we want to split again. So we're defining this text splitter right here, and then we'll say final document is equal to, remember we haven't dealt with this, now it's time for us to deal with it. Say for each split in header split, okay, this is the one that was legitimately split as markdown without us falling back on this recursive character text split. Okay, so what we want to do is to say small chunks. Small chunks is based on this text splitter that we just defined here. Then we'll call on dot split text, and then we'll pass in that the split. Okay, we're passing in the split. Okay, and then dot page content, and then this is gonna split it further into smaller chunks. So it's more like the chunks that we've already splitted before is splitting it again. Okay, so yeah, that's what is happening here, because this format is a little bit different than the one we had here. Okay, so I'm going to say for chunk in chunks, we want to do something similar to here. Okay, that's why I'm using this for chunk in smaller chunks. Okay, you define the metadata, all right, and you enter all this metadata like this, including this split dot the general metadata of that split. You just add it up to this one, and then you say the final document, you append each one of those splits. So this document dot page content is this job and this metadata. So, and after doing that, that is all the splits that are, that's how documents are split from this system. It may look a little bit complicated, but it is what it is, So that is how we break down things, to have it easily digestible. Trust me, it took me some time to get these things together this way. So we're going to save that, and we have other things to do. The next thing we want to do is, in the next part of this video, what I want to do is to teach you how to, which is the last thing, we'll teach you how to process inputs and how to add the record that we've been splitting and all these things. We want to actually save it, in the vector store, which is ChromaDB. So I'll see you in the next part of this video. I kind of made a mistake. Not a mistake, I ignored something. Okay. As the last item I was supposed to do here is to see return final documents. Okay. Very important that I do so. All right. So we completed that splitting whole, things. So now let's have another method. We have two more methods to deal with, okay, and then we'll be done with this class. Then we have this async method. This is process input. So it automatically detects and process URLs, local files, or file URLs. I don't know if you understand that. It can be URL, which is just a web page. It could be local file that is already on the web, on the computer, or it can be a file that is on the web, such that when they upload a PDF on the web, you can just copy the link to that PDF. So those are the various conditions that it tests for. So one thing I want to do is I want to check if it is a URL. So this is where this method that we defined earlier on comes in. So if is URL, then we say self.input source. So this input source, where is it coming from? This input source is coming from here, because whenever we initialize this RAG service in anywhere we're going to be consuming it, what will happen is we're going to provide the source to the file that we are trying to process into our RAG system. Okay, so that is where this input source comes from. So if the input source is URL, this is what we want to do. We want to log out a message. The message is simple: detected a web page URL, which is this, and then extracted text will be a way to know that we have this method called extract text from URL. So we're using URL text extractor for it. So we just pass it in, and this is the beauty of defining each one of those methods and utilizing the ones that correspond to it. So this is an asynchronous method. It's going to wait because it's an asynchronous function. It is actually downloading something from the web, so it could take a little bit of moment. So that is one thing you must bear in mind. We also have an else situation. So else, the logger detected a file URL. This one detected a web page, or this one detected a file URL. So what it's trying to do is to download the file. So we use this method that we defined to download the file from that source. Okay, so yeah, so basically, yeah, we just download that file, all right, and then it will live in this variable. And then if we now have it, if download file, then we want to then extract. Remember, this thing is actually a temporary file. Okay, so if we come back here to this download file, it's actually a temporary file, because we're going to supply the file URL. Remember here, file URL, we'll supply that, and then it grabs it, whether from the web or whatever, whether from a URL or it's saved locally. Then this is the name, the local file name that we want to do that. So we grab it. Okay, so once we grab it, whether it's in our computer or on the web, okay, so it grabs it and saves it in this local file path. You understand? And then we'll now return the file name in full. That is how we use in downloading it, and we have it here. So if we have the download, we need to extract the text out of it by calling this extract text from file. So it's another method. So we provide a file path, and based on the extension, it does the extraction for us, the extraction will result in returning a long string of of text. You understand? So once we get that, we can then delete that file that was downloaded from our computer, because we don't want to be overloading our computer with different files that we never use. And then at the end, say if there is any other thing, you just say fail to download or extract text, and then you just return like that. Okay, so that is one step here. You can see that this extracted text are not yet used, because we're not done this if. Okay, so we'll come here, see else if is supported file type, the input is the source input source is actually supported file type. I want to say detected a local file, and then we simply just extract that text using extract text from file. All right, that is what simply does. And then else, if it's an unsupported input, we just return. So I think I made a mistake here. I need to indent. I think I made a mistake. I need to correct this. For real. So after we have this, if is what URL, we need another if statement about it. So we want to check if it's a web page. Okay, yeah, and then this whole set are part of that group, right? So we say if after you detect if it's a URL, and we want to check if it is a web page. All right, then when I say it has detected a web page, then it extracts that text from that web page. Otherwise, it downloads it and extracts the text as well from that file. And yes, so at this point now, up to now, this extracted text has not been accessed in the 3 possible situations that we're testing for. So it's time for us to utilize it. So we see if extracted text, if extracted text.strip, okay, when we strip it, if this succeeded, then want to do prepare docs. So prepared docs is going to be self.split content with context. Very important, content with context. And then we pass in this extracted text. The reason why we do extracted text.strip, because what if the extracted text is just white spaces? So when you strip, and then there will be nothing in it. So if there is nothing, it's going to fail, it's not going to pass. But if there is something, then it's going to pass. So this causes the document to have context to read. Okay, so let me look at that again. So split with context, so which is supplying various headers and organizing it so that it will be easy, to structure, and the AI will understand it even much better. All right. So now the next thing we want to do, we want to then, want to add it to vector store. All right. I'm going to say self.vector store. Okay, we're going to add it to vector store. Okay, so to do that, we want to define another method. We say add to Chrome, but we can call it add to Chrome, add to vector store. All right. And in adding to vector store, okay, hold on, one step at a time. I want to say if we have prepared docs, okay, we want to do that self, we have vector store, and when we're initializing this here, we have vector store. So what we're doing is self dot that vector store dot add document, okay, dot add document, which is this prepared document, and then we're persisting it, okay, and then we say successfully added number of documents to the vector store. All right, I also have an exception. The exception will simply say fail to add documents to the vector store. Right, so at this point, what we then call here is self dot add to vector store. So it will add this prepared document inside of it, which prepared document, so it's an array of it, and then that is what it is expecting as input. Okay, so these are all the methods that are involved in this. I don't know if we're missing something. So before we finish up, there is one little change that we need to modify in this split content with context. There is this little mistake that I made. Where is it? So here we have this chunk overlap. Is not self.chunk but self.chunk overlap, because we don't have anything like this, you understand? So we need to make sure that we address it properly. So that is it. And still, I don't know. And also, I actually missed on essential checks here as well. We did for document, we did for PDF, and we also have for Markdown, but there is one for text that we have missing. All right, so I need to supply that. So that is here. You want to say if the source type is a text, the same procedures, but for this loop now, we're saying for I index and line in enumerate lines. So we're making it in an enumerate format, which is dictionary format, an object, sorry. Okay, so in that case, we strip each line, and if there is not line, it just proceeds. Then we do what we did here as well, quite similar to what we did here. So but this is just going to be a little bit more interesting. So we'll say if break it into multiple lines, say length of this line is less than 100, then we want to say and the index is greater than 0 and it's not line, when you strip it, is not empty. Okay, and when you do index plus 1, I plus 1, is it equal to the length of this line, or is it equal to the length of this line, or is it equal to this line like this when it is stripped? Okay, so it's just very funny but looking almost complicated. So if that condition passes, we want to append that line as a heading 2. Otherwise, we just want append the lines and of course return a long string of it so that we can use it in our business. Okay, so this takes care of all the possible conditions, and I think we are satisfied now. We are okay now. All right, so in the next part of this video, I will be handling RAG processing, RAG document processing. So let's do that in the next part of this video. So in this DB here, I want to create a new method. I'll call it database migration service. Very important. We'll create this first, DB migration service, and these are the stuffs, packages that we're going to be using. All right, and first of all, we want to define the name of the class, and the class name is going to be Chroma migration service, or you can say vector, or just vector migration service, or vector DB migration service. Okay, yeah, so let's call it like that, or should we just leave it to be more direct? Okay, let's just keep it this way. Now, what does this class involve? This method involve a base location. So this is the base location. This is where database instances they live. Backup directory wants it to be in this location, and then the DB directory wants it to be in this location. So those are the things we need. And let's define backup location. Save them in the class properties. So you see the base location is the path. Okay, and the path that you are the main path in this application, and then you say slash backup directory. Okay, slash. Okay, and this one is going to be the base location slash DB directory, and then you just set this logger to get logger. So just this basic information. So what you want to do is to run this. You want to say if not self.backup location.exist. So you're checking if backup location exists. If it doesn't exist, you want to say backup location does not exist, creating it. So it's very important that it is already available, and then you say this backup location is make directory, and then parent is true, exist is okay. And you also want to do the same for this DB location. Okay, you want to say database location does not exist in creating it. So you also create those two. You make sure that they are available on the initialization of this class. So the next thing I want to do is to create another method. So this method is going to be called pass migration timestamp. So the folder is what you're receiving. Extract timestamp from migration backup folder. Undo try, and then exception if there are any, such as value error or attribute error. You just want to log it out. So this is the expected format that we are looking at. Okay, expected format is chroma db, and then the year, the month, the day, the hour, the minute, and the seconds, just like we had already discussed here. I'm gonna close this, just as it was formatted here, and you can see how it's created. Okay, so, and you want to say timestamp now, timestamp, you get this folder and replace chroma db with empty string. So you're just cutting out this part, okay, and return datetime of strip time, strp time, and then you pass this timestamp string, and you just make sure that this is what is returned in this format. So this is the string, this is the timestamp that you're looking for. This is the most important thing that you want to get out of that folder name. Next, we want to create another method here. I'm going to call this get migration backups. So get all valid migration backup folders sorted by timestamp. So newest first. So that is what this does. And I think most of these have already been addressed, in this. I've just been redundant with creating some other, methods similar to it, which is also here. Okay, so this is the list. Okay, now what I want to do is for item in item. So for item in backup location, so is iterating through the directories. All right, we want to check if item is directory and item.name start with chroma db, then it should do this. It should do timestamp.pass migration timestamp. So we are trying to make sure that we then utilize this function to extract the timestamp out of it. And if there is timestamp, then the backup folder you want to append this timestamp with and associate it with that item. Okay, so now we want to sort timestamp in descending order. So the newest will be first. To do that, you say backups.sort, and then there is a backup a sort function, okay, which is lambda x x0 and then reverse true. So basically this sorts it in this sorts it for us. And you also want this, I'm going to say the folder for every item in the folder, okay, that is folder in, okay, you want to add. So in other words, this does the sorting for us, and then but we don't want to include, that the backup folders contains both timestamp and item. So what the item is actually the path to that particular timestamp. So what it means is that at this time, before we even try sort, let's say we have something like this. These are the various backup folders. You can see the timestamp, is not sorted. All right, and then we perform a sort on it. Sorry, as a sorted version. So this is the unsorted version, and then this is what the sorted version. Okay, so this is before sorting. This is how this backup folder is, and after sorting, this is how it's going to be, doing it figuratively, okay? And once it is sorted this way, then we want to remove all this timestamp, okay? So that the final, output, what that you're returning is actually something like this. So this is what you're returning. You just only want to return the path to the particular folder, or not the timestamp that is being attached here. So that's what we are trying to explain, in essence. I want to make it very simple. All right. So that is it for that method. We want to also create another method called verify ChromaDB, which is verify the integrity of a ChromaDB database. Okay. I'm gonna do try and catch. So if there is any error, you just do this database verification field, and then you specify the path. So what is going on here? You want to say check if essential ChromaDB file exists. Okay, and now the essential ChromaDB file is actually an SQLite tree. Okay, SQLite tree. That is the kind of file that it is. So these are the required files. And for required files, in case you have more than one, okay, you want to do for file in required files, you want to do if not this db path /file exists, then you should say missing required file and return false. Okay, this is very important to verify that. You want to first verify that it has, the database record of, the database record, that in the path that we're trying to access. Then you also want to return true. Okay, so that is it about that particular method. So we also want another method. So this method migrate from latest. So migrate to the most recent valid backup version. So return true if migration was successful, otherwise false. So what is going to happen here? Make sure that we supply the exception. Now, what you want to do first is to get the backup folders. This is backup folders. Get what? Get migration backups. That's what this method helps us to accomplish. So it will provide us the path to that, or the path to the migration backups. Okay, once you have that, now next you want to see if the migration, you want to check if there is no migration data. So if not backups, so if it doesn't have any value, it's a no valid migration backups found in the location, and return false. But if that is all right, then you want to find the most recent valid backup. Latest valid backup is none by default. Then you want to say for backup folder in backup folders. Then I want to say if self.verify ChromaDB, and then you specify the backup folder. If verification, when it's verified, return true. Okay, then you want to say the latest backup directory, or the latest valid backup will become this folder, right? And then you break. So that is just all you're looking for. And once you get what you're looking for, you say you're also testing that you got this. Okay, so it's no longer none. If it doesn't have something and it still remains none, sorry, then you say no valid migration source found. Otherwise, you want to set a logger, say selected version for migration, and then you put that latest version, and then you remove existing content in the destination, because where you want to make knowledge base 2 to become the main knowledge base. Meanwhile, knowledge base 1 is already occupying that space. So what you want to do is to remove the existing knowledge base 1 and replace it with the knowledge base 2 in that main place. Okay, so there are backup location and there is what current location or current database location. So you want to clean up the current database location, which is this. So maybe I did not explain it properly for you. So this is DB location, okay, which is DB this DB location, and this is backup location. Backup location contains all the backup copies that we have of different knowledge bases, and then the DB directory is the one that hosts the currently utilized database or knowledge base in this particular platform. So that is the difference between those two. And yeah, so you should just take note of and the two of them, they live inside this database instance. Now what you want to do is to say this database location, if it exists, this shortil remove tree. So this is how you empty out the content of this ChromaDB location using this package here. So you clean it up and remove existing content from it so that you can put a new content. So you now copy the backup to the destination. Okay, so you do this shortil, copy tree, which is the latest valid backup, okay, to this DB location. So you just move the content of this into the content or this destination. Now you want to verify the migrated database. All right, so verifying it, you want to say if not self.verify ChromaDB. So if that did not work, that means this particular location is going to be empty. This DB location is going to be empty because we first of all emptied out its content, and definitely it's not going to have any valid database anymore. So the way you verify is to check that it has content in it. All right, so once that is verified and it succeeds, you want to just log out an information saying that successfully migrated to that location, and you return true. So it's very important that you understand the reason why I'm making all these various functions, because once the application is online, is on the server, and you don't have a way of managing different versions of the knowledge base, then it's gonna not give you it's not like how do I react? You understand that if you just change something, then it is changed. You understand that you need a way of propagating that data, because at the end of the day, after all these migration steps have been done, we still need to have a way of triggering a restart of that server while it's on production. So it will just restart so that anything that needs to be refreshed will be refreshed, and there will be no bugs, in people's or users' experience as they interact with the system. So it's very important. So the last method for this particular service is a cleanup of old version. Now, clean up old version is very important because we don't want to overpopulate our machine or our host machine with so many copies of knowledge bases. It depends. A knowledge base could be very huge depending on the content of it. If it's for example, if you're dealing with a large website, let's say an e-commerce website or so, then the knowledge base might be very large, or if you're just dealing with just some, informative website that just provide you with information about a company or stuff, then it will not be very large. So want to keep at least 3, backup copies. We don't want it to be more than 3. So at each time, want to clean up if it is more than 3, we want to clean up the most older ones and then keep the most recent 3. So that is what this thing is for. So maintains only the specified number of most recent migration backups. Okay, so this keep count, number of recent versions to maintain, which is 3 by default. True returns true if cleanup was successful, otherwise false. Now you need this your try and catch or exception, sorry. Okay, now let's do the deed. So you want to get the sorted backup folder. All right, so you call on this get migration backups and it will return the sorted folders for you, which is good. Then you remove older versions. So in removing older versions, you want to do length of this backup folder, is it greater than this count? Because if it's not greater than it, then you just want to let it be. So if it's greater than, I want to say older backup in backup folders. So you say for old backup in backup folders, and you're only truncating it to the 3. You understand that? So this sorting, you're only keeping it to the 3. Okay, so you remove old backups by this particular action. So that is just it, and then eventually you need to return true and you'll be good. So you save that, and that is all that we need to do about this database migration service. Now we can continue our service and we won't have issues anymore. So in the next part of this video, I'm going to continue with you there. Okay, so this next work that we're supposed to do is, I'm going to close this for now. Want to create another document. I want to call it rag docs. Another service, basically, not document. So it's going to be called rag doc processing service.py. Okay, so this service will be responsible for handling document upload and optional migration. So for example, we don't want to only be able to download files and visit web pages online to process documents for our RAG, but we also want the ability to upload our own document into the system, and it just processes it from there. So that's the purpose of this session. So first thing I want to do is define the various aspect or packages that we're going to be using in this application. So, and the main name of the class is going to be called document processing service. Okay, and it's going to be based on static methods. All right, so for example, and it's going to handle matters that has to do with so in other words, this class, what it simply does is to handle upload of it handles the upload of documents such as PDF, docs, text, and markdowns, and then process and embed them into the vector store, which what we're using is Chroma vector database, so that it can be available for retrieval, and optional migration records, to migrate the database as the latest the latest main knowledge base of the system. So everything is going to make sense to you as we get on. So let's work on the first set of functions that I want to work on. So the first function to work on is a function called, or a method called, get latest backup directory, and it's optional. So what it does is to find the latest backup directory based on timestamp in the directory name, returns none if no directory is found. And this is some essential, this is a backup pattern. So all backup of data, what do I mean by backup? Because you may not understand this, so let me explain this. Let's say this is knowledge base 1, and then you updated the system with new knowledge base, and then the system now has knowledge base 1, and this is the main. All right, so what is going to happen is when we migrate that knowledge base, okay, all of them are stored in Chroma database, and they are all stored in this database instance. So knowledge base 1 is a database instance, and knowledge base 2 is a database instance, but only one of them is the main. So if you want the two to become main, say migrate knowledge base 2 to main, and then it now becomes knowledge base 1 and knowledge base 2 as the main. So this is basically the algorithm, or the step-by-step process that is involved in shifting or serving a fresh instance of knowledge base to our users without having hiccups. So this is what we're trying to achieve here. But this particular file is associated to file uploads and migration, just some basic migration. So you should just understand this, okay, so that we'll not get confused, okay, because I don't want anyone to get confused. So this is backup pattern, okay. Any backups that we're going to be doing is going to live in a database instance directory, and then we'll call backup, and then Chroma DB, and then right here will be timestamp, and then the particular backup. So that is a pattern, and this is the backup directory. So we use this globe to access that backup directory. So that is it. And you want to say that if there is no backup directory, you should just return what? None. Otherwise, it should sort by directory name, which include timestamp, to get the latest one. So it will just sort each one of those directories, each one of those database database instance or Chroma backup instance carries a it carries a timestamp. Okay, so this timestamp, that is what we're using to actually sort. So when this is sorted, then we get the latest one. That is what is happening. This is the latest backup. Let me check for something here. So okay, all right, so once we get the latest backup, we want to verify if that directory exists or is accessible. If it exists or is accessible. So we use this method to do that. So if os.path.exist, this latest backup, the path, if it exists and is accessible by, and you also want to check if it's a directory, okay, then return that particular directory. Otherwise, you just return none. So that is how you get the latest backup directory. Okay, fantastic. So the next thing we want to do is we want to create a fallback directory. Yeah, this is another static method. Create fallback backup directory. So it creates a new backup directory for uploaded documents when no existing document is found. Uses current timestamp similar to the sitemap processing. So we don't yet have this will come later. All this will come later. So let's take it one step at a time. So what we're going to do, we want to import some packages. So I want to say from time, import time, strf time, and local time, because we're going to be using that to specify how a backup timestamp is going to look. So we say current time is this, and the formatted time is formatted time is strf time. So this is the standard which we want our time to be: the year dash the month dash the date dash the hour dash the minute dash the second. So okay, and we want to convert this current time into the local time equivalent. Okay, and then this is how we now back it up. Okay, so if we come here, the backup directory will be this format: the backup database instance, the backup, the comma db, and the formatted time, underscore uploads. Okay, so this is how we use to make sure that we're doing everything correctly. And then now we need to create the directory if it doesn't exist. Okay, this is one of the things I like about Python. If something doesn't exist, you'll be able to just create them. I think it's also available for other programming language. So for example, os.make-dir, that is make directories backup, so you check if it exists. Okay, this backup directory, this is where you want to create it. If exist is okay. If it doesn't exist, okay, sorry. So that is what is happening here. Okay, and then lastly, we just return backup directory. Remember, this is returning a string, so that is pretty much valid. Okay, and that is cool. Next thing I want to do is we want to handle database migration. So I'm going to create a static method to handle that for us. This method called migrate backups to main. Okay, so one of the things you want to do, we want to import this service. Okay, we want to import this service from that's Chrome migration service, and this is where we use it. One of the places we use it actually. So say migration service, you initialize that Chrome. So migration service, you initialize it, then you say migration service dot migrate from latest. So you execute, you move this. So remember what this method does: migrate from latest, migrate to the most recent one. So it takes care of this operation. It removes the content of the main place and replaces it with the most recent version of the knowledge base. Okay, so that's what this function does, and then it will clean up the old versions of the knowledge base as well. So you should just print, since it doesn't have any logger, so I want to print migration completed. Okay, or you could be more descriptive by saying migration from backups to main database completed successfully. So that is cool. That is just what this does. Okay, and we have another method here. This is not about migration anymore. This is about process upload documents. Remember, we've been talking about document uploading. So this is now the time that we are going to be uploading documents. So it takes in a temporary file path, the file name, the title, and then migrate after processing. So what does it mean? So migration after processing is false. So for example, you may want to upload a bunch of files and all of those things, and you don't want it to replace the main knowledge base. Then false is the best thing to do. All right. So it has an optional migration. That's what I'm trying to say. So want to do that here. Let's come here first and do this. We'll come back. There's more to read. Okay. So I want to try to get the latest backup directory. That's what I want to try and do. Latest backup directory. Remember that this class that we're dealing with is a static class. So you see, we're calling on that static class and accessing its, I'm calling on that class and we'll start accessing its static method called get latest backup directory for us. So it will just get that straightforward for us. And then we want to say if backup directory is none. If backup directory is none, that is no existing backup found, then create a new one for upload. So I want to say backup directory now is going to be equal to this class, and then we'll call on this create fallback backup directory, a static method again, which you can find here, and it will just create it for us. Great. And after we do that, we can just print no existing backup found, created new backup directory, and then you just let you know about what it did. And then else you want to say using latest backup directory. Okay, so this is the directory. So we're good in which directory it's going to be using. Either it's creating it from scratch or is using an existing one. So backup directory in one way or the other is going to be present. And then you process the document using the backup directory. So now we want to do something called pipeline. Pipeline is going to be this RAG service. Remember, we imported it here before. Okay, so RAG service, the DB part, the RAG service. I think there's a problem here. Okay, so it's not referencing correctly, so we need to make sure that is correct. Okay, and then yeah, I think okay, so now it's correct. You want to make sure that these things are correct. So at this point, we want to specify some things. So the input, for example, the input source is going to be that temporary iPad. Remember, we're passing it in, and the title is going to be the same. The collection name, we could just keep it the same way because it has a default. So we don't really even need to add a collection name. Okay, so but we can add a persistent directory. The persistent directory is going to be this backup directory. So that is what we are doing. So now with this pipeline, this is where we conduct our processing. Okay, so what are we going to do now? I want to say await. You know that await pipeline, there's a method called process. There's a method called process input method here. And process input method, if you look at it from the original, is asynchronous. So you have to wait on it, right, to have these things processed. And once it is done, you want to see that document defining successfully processed and added to the backup. And in case you're wondering what this process input does, so this is what it just simply does. It automatically detects and processes URLs, local files or file URLs depending on which. Okay, so you can look it back and reflect. All right, so at this point, then after it has finished processing, remember we have an optional migration afterward. So when you want to say if migration migrate after processing is true, then you want to print this and jump migration requested, starting migration for document this, and then migrate to the main backups. Migrate backups to main. So basically just make it the latest knowledge base. Understand that? And then document .file name has migrated to the main knowledge base. That is what it is. So this is an exception here, but there is also a final step, which is this. Finally, you want to clean up the temporary file, right? So you want to say OS if this temporary file exists, because you don't want it to continue remaining there. You want to say os.remove that temporary file and print temporary file cleaned up as well, to make sure that our system is not carrying baggages. And lastly, for the methods here, we want to create another static one. So this static one is going to be called process and cleanup. Okay, while this one is called process uploaded document, then this is also process and cleanup. So legacy wrapper for backward compatibilities. Okay, calls the main processing function. So what are we going to be doing here? I want to say await. Remember, we have this method called process document, which is an asynchronous. We just worked on it. All right, so we're calling it now, and we're saying that it should do some things for us. Okay, on the temporary file path. Okay, file name and title migrate after processing, and this will be the migration status boolean true or false. So this is like the actual function that we're going to be calling, and that just takes care of this other one for us. Okay, so it's a wrapper around this particular static function. So with that, we're done with this. Okay, so we've been able to create 3 essential services so far: the RAG save service, the RAG document processing service, and then the database migration service. I'm just going to make a little bit of a change here. I want this to be RAG so that the naming convention will be a lot much better, and also update its name right there. So in the next part of this video, we are going to now look at chat query, okay, because now we've been able to create this RAG save, RAG document processing, and database migration. We need another one called RAG chat. So this will be responsible for us to, communicate with the endpoint. And once we've been able to do that, then we can hook it up with, an endpoint. Then we will start having that communication going on. So I will see in the next part of this video. All right, so let's start working on this new service. By the way, if you've been following this video up to now, I will ask you to kindly hit that like and subscribe button, follow us, smash that notification bell so that you can always have updated and fresh content that comes from our channel. We really will appreciate that because it helps in our visibility, and I think that is just a token of what you can do for us. Okay, so please do so. Thank you. Now let's get into the work. We have a new service, RAG chat underscore service.py. So these are the various packages that we're going to be using. I know that it's looking quite a lot, but it's going to make sense to you in just a moment. So async is going to be very useful for asynchronous requests or processes. Time, login for information, and these are just various types. This is ChromaDB, the vector store we're using. This is document, for structuring, records that are being pulled and the ones that are actually being saved on the vector store. This is a chat prompt template. This is the procedure on how on the format which the LLM will speak to you, or we understand what you're talking about. This is Ollama and OpenAI. In case you want to use OpenAI, OpenAI, what do they call it? OpenAI compliant LLM. So OpenAI compliant LLM could be OpenAI or DeepSeek. DeepSeek also works with OpenAI package. I don't know if they've upgraded it now for it to have its own specific one, but the last time I did check it, I could use both. I could use it in OpenAI, runnable, for some operational task during asking the LLM question based on what we are pulling from our vector store. This also supports that, and then this is for embedding this configuration. So all these things are just some basic stuff we're going to need. And the class, we call it RAG chat pipeline. What do we call this one? I want to keep it consistent. Call it service. Okay, RAG chat service. Remember, we're using the same collection name, and I think you can actually put this collection name as an environment variable so that it can be consistent across the places that we're using it. So for example, what do I mean by that? If I come here, I could say, okay, can we do here? We can see, okay, all right, we can see what do you call it, collection name, vector store collection. We can call it okay, or we can just give it this name, script website. Okay, so this will be the default one in case it's not, you don't have a different one. So with this, you can also make sure that it's represented. Okay, after this embedding. Okay, there we go. You save that, and here you can just do config dot vector store. That is it. I think we also need to do that for this. Not here. I'm gonna close this one for now. This place. Great. So when I have it standardized, that's good. Now the temperature basically is talking about the accuracy level, temperature to be 0.1. This is very good. Max context length is 5. Persistent directory is the same as this, and the max character per document is 2000. So all of these various parameters can be standardized in a config set, but I'm not going to do for all of them. I'm just going to do for this one that I've clearly, done in front of you. All right. So the next thing you want to do, just like we have with this RAG service here, you can see the way we initialized the Ollama embedding. We also need to do that here as well. Okay. And you want to also do the same for the vector store. Okay, just like we did here as well. So you're doing for the vector store, and you've initialized the vector store, for as it is now. So you want to say if it is production environment, okay, if it's a production environment, we want the chat model to be OpenAI based, okay? Otherwise, it should be Ollama. All right, so I'm going to make a little bit of change. So here we can do the base URL will be this with the chat endpoint. The model will be chat model. API key will be API key. I think I may have removed that API key. It's very important. So let's try and bring it back. So code DMV API key, and let's use a dummy one for now. Okay, but the API key, you're gonna have to supply your OpenAI API key. Okay. Or the chat underscore API key, so that it will be very descriptive. Then here you want to make sure that we also have a API key. Okay, right, and you also want to have an API key here. Okay, so with that, then this is going to be valid. Okay, so we did all that to get to this place. For Ollama, you don't really need an API key. Okay, all you need is that base model. Okay, the endpoint, the model, temperature, and the timeout, which is 60 seconds timeout. So that is it. Now we want to say, if you look here, we have this max context length and this max character per document. So we need to initialize it here as well and store them in the class properties. So now we want to define what a simplified prompt is going to look like. Okay, so I want to say self dot rag prompt. This rag prompt is gonna be based on this chat prompt, and this is where we do all our stuff from template, not from message, from template. Okay, so we're using this chat template here. So what do we want to define here? So we're defining the message, or we're instructing the system. We're instructing the system, the chat, the LLM, exactly how it should behave when questions are asked to read. You understand that? So that is what we are trying to do here. Okay, so for example, we have this one called "You are an AI assistant providing helpful answer based on the provided context. You use the following piece of context to answer the question at the end. If you don't know the answer, just say that you don't know. Don't try to make up an answer, and then you supply the context and then the question. You understand that you supply the question and then the helpful answer. You supply it, it. But I'm gonna try and modify it to look this way instead of that way. So let's modify it a little bit. So you say, you are an official representative of our organization. Use the provided context to answer clearly and concisely. Speak directly as our team. Avoid phrases like based on the provided context or it appears that, yep. And then you provide the context, you provide a question, answer in a brief and authoritative manner, period. Okay. Now, I've not tested out these extra parameters, but I'm just going to leave it for now. And if there is any issue, then I'll comment it out. So this is how you initialize the RAG, service. So we're going to be using this later on. So let's move to the next step. The next step is to define a method. This method is is a simplified retriever with debug logins. Okay, so within this retriever, I want to define a method called retriever. This create optimize retriever. I want to define another method, another function inside it, not a method, and let's do this for now. Okay, so what we want to achieve here, this basic similarity check without filters. Okay, now this basic similarity check is going to be speaking with our vector store, which is ChromaDB in this instance. So we want to see results because it's going to check for the database and find similar things that are closer to this question or this query that is being requested for. So we see this vector store, similarity check, sh, and then the query k is equal to this k, and filter is none for now. Is actually by default none, so we don't need to add it here. Okay, here we go. So this will get us fetch some records that are associated with this query from the vector store, which is ChromaDB. Then we need to debug. Now debug login. So debug login is logger.info, say retrieved a length of document for query. The query, you supply the query information. The query could just be a question, right? Now you want to say for I that is index doc in enumerable results. Okay, you want to log out the info. Okay, let's do that. Say document, right? And here is gonna be say length. All right, so this will log out more information for us on the terminal. If you're looking, this is just important for debugging purposes, so that you can see, you can be able to track what is going on in the background, and it won't be an issue for us. So this result is what we are expecting to retrieve at the end of the day. Okay, so list of documents, that is what this returns, and we can then instruct this on what we are expecting it to retrieve at the end of the day, which is a list of documents. Okay, and that corresponds here. So after the retrieval, what happens next? We want to return this retrieval. Okay, that is what this simply means. Return the retriever, period. So that is what this create optimize retriever, that is what it does. Okay, and also make that. Okay, so on list. Okay, now let's prepare the context. Okay, come here and say prepare context. Right, so simplified context preparation with login. So first I want to say if not document. So if there is no document in this, just an empty array or something, I want to say no document provided to prepare context, no relevant context found. That's just message to be returned. Otherwise, I want to say the processed document is equal to an empty array, and then you say for document in documents. Okay, and then you want the maximum length, okay, to be according to what has been specified here. I think if you check here, that is 5. Mass context length. So let me just explain it. Okay, the mass context length is the maximum number of documents that can be provided to the LLM for interpretation. Remember, when we do the retriever, it retrieves an array of documents, and normally 5. So when we are actually providing this document to LLM for interpretation and presentation, then we want to specify, okay, we want only 3 documents to be fed to you. We want you to have access to only 4 documents or 6 or 9, so that you can make your decision or your presentation or your interpretation of what what is being spoken about. Okay, so that's what this means. Okay, so the first to the 5th or whatever number that you specify. That's great. Now that has been explained, we want the content to be this document.page content, and we want like 2000 characters per document. So even though that's the standard we've been using before, so in case a document has more than 2000 characters in it, we're only going to take that first 2000, and the 2000 character is enough for it to give you an understanding, or to give the LLM an understanding of what this document is all about. So we do the content there, and we want to check if it has an attribute called metadata, because we don't want to assume that it has. So if it has an attribute called metadata, and when I do the doc.metadata, it has that record, then we want to actually do this as well. We want to say the source Okay, source is gonna be this source, and then we'll say document dot metadata dot get title. But if there is no title, just call it unknown. All right, and then you process the document, you add it to this array here. So you append it by saying source, comma, and then new line, the content. So this will be you organizing the records in a way that it is very easy for the LLM to understand. You have a title, you have the content, so that is what we're presenting. Okay, else you just want to append that. If it doesn't have any metadata, you just want to append it straightforward. So, and then at last you want to say the final context. Remember, the context here we're talking about is that a document or data that you are presenting has title, it has content, and it has some metadata which we enrich the details which you're presenting to your LLM. So that's what we're saying here. So the final context will be you make a join on each one of those documents by separating them with new lines. Okay, so you're actually formatting it properly, and then at last you want to say prepared context with length of this document, and then you return the final context. So there you go. Fantastic. Now let's proceed. There's another method we want to call search similarity. Okay, it's almost similar to what this does. Let's look at it. Search similarities. So what does this do? It is a basic similarity search with logins. It is almost similar to what we had already done here. Okay, so but let's look at it. You want to do a try and an exception. All right, so what are we doing? We want to get a result. Basically, we want to do exactly the same thing as we did here. Okay, so result, yeah, I want to do that result, and then you want to log out that search returned number of results for document, result of document for the query that you supplied, and then you just return the result. Okay, so that is what this simply does. All right, this is good, but then there is this big class. It's called chat with RAG. It's an asynchronous method. Okay, this is the main method which we'll be speaking with for it to return the things that we're looking for. Okay, so it's gonna have it's gonna receive a query and a retriever, which is optional object. Okay, so optimize async RAG chat for high throughput. So you want to say the start time. This is just for debugging purposes. Okay, the start time is this current time, and then you want to say try. Okay, and exception. So you want to log error in RAG pipeline, and then you say I encountered an error while processing your question. Please try again. So this will be if there is any error in this chat process. This is what the chatbot or the agent is going to return as an output or as a feedback. Okay, so now let's log collection asynchronously. So we're going to see collection data is got to await async to thread. Okay, and you're saying self.vectorstore.get. When you get that, you want to check for the collection size, because this get method has these IDs. Okay, so that is what we're targeting. The collection size is the ID. The more IDs a collection has, the more records that it does have as well. So once it is done waiting, it does this indexing, and then it logs that information, the collection, the total document in the collection. The total document in the collection is the collection size. And then if not retriever, or if retriever is none, it should create an optimized retriever. So want to retrieve some records, okay, and this particular function. So now that we'll specify how the retriever should be based on this function, we will need to execute that function. So we say perform async retriever. We say this document is equal to await async to thread, and then the retriever function, and you also pass the query which you're looking for along. Then this will now become retrieved docs. Okay, so retrieve docs, and you want to also log an information saying that retrieved the number of docs. You understand, the number of documents, we've retrieved that. And then you want to say if not retrieved doc, that means if it doesn't have any retrieved doc, you should just say I couldn't find any relevant information to answer your question. Okay, and then you should log out that information here, that logger. So no document retrieved, returning default response. Store now. But if peradventure there was a retriever, then we want to prepare context asynchronously. And this is one of the reasons why, if you are hosting your own LLM, you need to make sure that that machine is powerful enough to run the LLM model and to run the whole process, so that there will be speed. Okay, because if it doesn't have that speed advantage, this whole process could be very time consuming. It could take some time. It's not going to add up to the user experience, of those people interacting with the chatbot. So that's why you need to make sure that you get a very good, decent computer that has speed and all of those things. Okay. And if it's on a server, the server should have a good juice, a good speed and all that. So the context now is await async to thread, and we are preparing this context with this retrieved document. And once that is successful, we want to say prepared context length, and then this is the character. All right. Then the next step is to execute the RAG pipeline. Execute the RAG pipeline asynchronously. So I want to say RAG underscore chain is equal to, okay, so this is the RAG chain. Now we need to invoke this. Okay, say invoke model asynchronously. So we're going to say response dot await. Response is await async to thread, and then this RAG chain dot invoke, and then you pass in the query. Okay, you pass in the query, and then you want to also take note of the duration, how long this entire thing took to accomplish, and you want to log out this saying that RAG pipeline completed in that number of duration. Then you can return the response. So This is okay for now. So let's save this. I want you to take note here. Everything we're doing here, we're going to test them out to make sure that they are working. So we may need to make some minor changes to how this process works so that it will align properly with what we are looking for. So that is just what I want you to do. I want you to bear in mind. Okay, before we finish this particular service, I want to add one extra class. This is just for debugging purposes. I don't think it's very necessary. It's not necessary. Let's leave it for now. We don't need it. Okay, so we're done with this rack chat class. So in the next part of this video, we're going to be creating an endpoint so that we can communicate with this particular services that we've been creating for this period. All right, see you in the next part. So we're going to create, let me close all this. So we're going to create an endpoint similar to how we did for this user. Let's do the same for rag. So we're going to call it just rag. Okay, .py. All right, so what are we doing here? We're going to take it one step at a time. And since we have something similar, I think we can. Okay, so we want something like this. Okay, something like this for the rag service. I'm going to create it like this. And of course, this should be coming from Fast API. So I want to say from Fast API import this. All right. In this particular, that there are two ways we can actually supply input to our rag. One is through a URL. The other is through what they call read document that you upload to the system. So if it is a URL, you want to make sure that it's correct, okay, and it's not some vague URL. So you want to supply this pattern here, and this is going to require regular expression. So this is a URL pattern that we're using in this application, so just be aware of it. So we're going to create an endpoint. This endpoint will be responsible for generating sitemap, because one of the things we do is when we visit a URL, okay, what happens actually is the first set of operation that happens is our system goes through the entire website and gathers sitemap. Sitemap is, it just maps the entire website or domain and get all the links, URLs that are associated with that particular website. Then once it gathers it, then it can then launch an operation by going directly to all those URL and gather the requisite records or markdowns or documents whatsoever that the website provides, and downloads it into our system. So that's what it actually does. So and this is going to be an asynchronous function called generate and process sitemap endpoint. So this is what this endpoint does. Straightforward, no much talks. It just does it for you. And what do you need? We want to create this model. We want to create some models, okay, that will help us with this process. And in short, we want to create a model here, saying model.py, and we have one model here, and it is called this URL, request, and this is going to be coming from Pydantic. So say from Pydantic import base model and this field. Okay, so those ones are coming from Pydantic, and we don't have need for this. Okay, so there are some inputs that you're gonna have to put for a URL. You say, you give it a description, and then you put the URL to that location which you want to grab in some content. So I'm gonna import this, make sure that it is imported correctly. All right, now this is good. There is another thing involved here: background task. Background tasks are very important, because this process of mapping a website, gathering information about it, then doing all that takes a while. Okay, so we can't have the user waiting for that. So this has to be done as a background task behind the scene. So this is one of the most important aspects of this, and that's why I like Fast API. It just provides all this enablement by default. So it's very fast, clean, and straightforward. It doesn't feel like you're not coding with Python. You understand that it doesn't force you to have a certain way that is so absurd. You understand? It's just very natural to the Python programming language. So this is why I like Fast API. And Python is really, really cool language. I must tell you that. If it wasn't because they don't use it a lot for smart contract, it would be very great. But they also use it on some platform, like ICP does have. I don't know, is it called Capyberry or some framework that uses Python, and Algorand has Python listing as well. So those are some things you should check out. So now I'm going to bring in this background service, this background task. Not only that, this depends on, is also required. This HTTP exception, we're going to need it, and the status. Okay, so for now, let's bring all this, but these two are not yet used, so we'll get to that. And now this dictionary should be coming from typings. Okay, so say typings, import this dictionary. Okay, and then we also need this current user. So see, all right, so no, not this. So from users, okay, that's where you get that current user. Okay, so when you check this, you know that you can have access to it. So that is very important. So at this point, we have all those basic things done. Now we need to verify that whether this person, say, protected endpoint for generating and processing sitemap in one operation. Okay, so what does this mean? So we need to verify if this current user is an admin. Okay, I don't really think it's very important to us in this session, because we can protect it from the front end. So so we can protect it from the front end, but just for completion purposes, okay, just for completion purposes, we're just going to do this. I'm going to create a function here, call it verify admin, and it takes in a current user. And if there is no user, or this thing is just null, or the current user's row, there's no row here, we need to import this. This is coming from the back, from this app. Okay, this row, it doesn't match. then you should raise this exception, which is saying admin access required. Okay, I don't know which status is this. Status dot forbidden. Okay, so forbidden is the actual status. So this is what is going to happen here. Of course, we can always comment this out if we don't need that, but if we want to enforce admin privileges on this particular endpoint, then you need to add that. Even though currently I don't think that this particular endpoint requires an admin. So, but we'll come to that. So after you verify this, we want to also, test the URL. So we say if not URL pattern. Remember, we have this URL pattern here. Dot match this request.url. Okay. If this request.url doesn't match the pattern that we have here, you should raise an exception saying, invalid URL format. So I'm going to change it, bad request. Okay, that is what it is. Bad request, invalid URL format. Great. And now, since that all those ones have passed, want to do sitemap path. Okay, and we'll see this sitemap path, and we'll pass in the current user as their as the path, because we need their email for us to actually create that, because each user has to have a different path or a different file which they can save their sitemap and the map the site they're actually working with. So we need to create this particular function that does this, right? So just above here, say sitemap. So generate a unique sitemap location based on user ID or user email, or a user email. And so we do this. So we'll create a function, a simple function here. This is what the simple function does: sanitize email, all right, and ensures that remove a non-alphanumeric character except underscore. So it just removes it because we don't need all that. Okay, so you just sanitize it, and then replace space with underscores. Okay, so then we return the sanitized email by that little function, and then the email is equal to this current user.email. That is what the email is. Then we can say if not email, you should raise an exception. It should not be a HTTP exception, it should just be a value exception. The user is not available. This will likely not happen ever. Okay, so and then the sanitized email, you pass in this email address into it. Afterward, you return the sitemap. All right, so it will be in JSON format, not in XML. So it's a sitemap and underscored with the user email and then .json. That is the sitemap location. So this will be where we're going to be saving the sitemap. So I want to also give this, a temporary location to be a string. Okay, so instead of it failing with this, we want to return temporary location. Okay, so this is just in case we don't have this, just in case this here isn't found. Okay, then we want to what? Just return a temporary location. So that is what is happening there, and this should be optional. But I don't think I really, let's remove all this. I don't want to risk it because maybe making a mistake. So let's keep it enough. Let's keep it straight. All right, let's keep it straight and keep our heads down. Now we want to call on a method called await delete sitemap, and then we are putting that sitemap part. Why we're doing this is because if we've done something with it before, we want to clean it up and create a new one from scratch. So we need to delete that. And in deleting it, there's a certain utility function precisely for this reason. So we're going to create a utility function in this rag here. So we say utils.py, and we're going to be very straight. Delete sitemap, and then path sitemap path, and run sitemap file deletion, then removes it and print sitemap deleted successfully and all that. But of course we want to make sure that we are importing that file correctly. So this is coming from OS import remove, and now if we can import it here from app.utils, import this, and that solves the problem. Okay, so at this point it's all good. Now it's time to use the new combine function. Want to pass this whole thing as a background task. So I want to say background task, say dot add task. Okay, what will this task entail? We're going to create a function called generate and process sitemaps. All right, this function doesn't yet exist, but we're going to create it soon. And after it is done, it should just return a statement saying in progress. Okay, sitemap generation and processing started. This will take approximately let's just say 5 to 10 minutes, no, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, you can say 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, and then provide the request URL and the name of the user. So this is very simple and straightforward. That's great, but what about this function now? There's this function that this function needs to be created. Okay, so we'll create it within the utility functions. So we come here, close this. In the utility functions, okay, we have an asynchronous function called generate and process sitemap. A sitemap, you need the URL and the sitemap path. So combine function that generates a sitemap and immediately process it for RAG. This eliminates the need for separate generation and processing steps. So we come here and we say try. This is going to be a very lengthy function. Okay, so we're going to be working on this in the next part of this video. Okay, so remember, this is where we are, and we're trying to bring some sanity into this function. This function involves a lot of steps, so that's why I'm warning you ahead of time. So first thing is that I want to print starting combined sitemap generation and processing. Okay, step 1, what we're doing in step 1 is this: generate sitemap. So print generating sitemap for this URL, and then we say await generate sitemap, and then you pass in the URL, the depth, okay, we're gonna create this function. It doesn't yet exist. Okay, so we need to create that function. This function is a mapper, so it will go to wherever you send it, and it will find everything that relates to what we're looking for. So we need to define it now. So we say this is a function that we are interested in. Okay, and make sure that from typings import list dictionary. Okay, so you want to import those. Now within this, I want to just close this. Within this new function, let me give a good space there. We want to create another method inside it, and this method is going to be called format title. Okay, format title. The format the page title to include the last part of the URL. Okay, so for example, we have URLs of different parts. For example, we have /about/contact, so that should become the title of that page. So that's what we're trying to do. So we're going to do a try catch or a try exception, sorry. Okay, so what this is about, we want to say that we want to use this library called URL pass. Is used to manipulate or operate URLs. So from URL pass, we want to import, okay, this function for now. And please here we need to also make sure that we have it. Okay, this config, import config. Okay, so there we go. Now after we pass the URL, then what next? We want to say the path. Very funny how it is pronounced. Okay, we have path in what? Past URL path, and then dot split. Okay, in wherever we have this slash, if we have path. Then so for each one of them, we're going to be putting them in this array. Okay, so we're looping and we just splashing, cutting off every of those paths and including it in this array. So we have different parts of of that URL. URL might have slashes. So we just cut it all and make it one array. So that's what is happening here. So if not this part, okay, so we want to return the base title as the title of that page. But if peradventure it has it has content, so we want the last part of that. So I want to say last part is equal to part, and then you get the last element in that array, and you want to say slug title is equal to, and you want to join it with this information. So this will become the slug title, and we're looping through all the words here, and for each word we want to capitalize each word. All right, so that means the title will start with a capital letter. That is what it is. And then the last part, you replace any dash in it with an empty space. It's almost like I'm repeating this thing 2 times. Okay, this is for dash and this is for underscore. You're replacing them with what? With empty space, and then you split. When you split it, you're splitting it in words. Okay, so they become words, and that's why we are looping through each one of those words now and capitalizing it. So that's what it simply means. And now we have base part. The base part is going to be the cycle, the base part is going to be the base title dot split on anywhere we have pipe. Okay, and if the length of the base URL is greater than 1, the base part, greater than 1, want to do this. Okay, if it's greater than 1, want to return the base part, the very first member of it, that you want to strip it, and then you want to say slash, that slug title. That will just make it. So by the end of the day, when we look at the sitemap data that is being fetched, it's going to make perfect sense to you. Okay, so you're going to understand what it is. So in other words, let me give you an example here. I'm going to paste this. Okay, so this is what we are expecting. You see, when you visit example.com, the example is what the title and then slash home. You see this, and then when the crawler gets to this, the slash about becomes this. So each one of those slashes, they become a title that is unique to that specific page, AI consulting blog, how to build sitemap and all of those things. So that is what we are doing there, in case you don't fully get the gist. Okay, so we are through with this function, but that's not where this particular operation ends. We have this thing called CMore. So now I'm going to show you what this CMore for is going to be for. Is for concurrencies. Okay, let me give you an example. I need to import this. So semaphore is a concurrency manager. It determines how many, for example, in this context now, how many pages can be visited at a go. So if the mass concurrency is 5, that means 5 pages will be crawled at one time. All right, so that is what is happening there. And I need you, okay, that is what it is. And visited, want to set up some, stuff. So we have visited, which tell whether we visited that link or not. And then this is a sitemap array where we store all the sitemap, and then the queue. The queue is also coming from this async. So I'm going to say this async framework in Python. We want the queue and the semaphore. Okay, so let's do this again. Async queue is not defined. Okay, we're gonna find it, figure out why it's having that issue. Okay, we also need to import async queue as a singular package, not just these ones that we're getting from it. Okay, so for now, this is how we're setting up the basic things. Now I want to enqueue the starting URL. So the starting URL will be the home page, and the home page will be the very first one at 0. Okay, as the only URL we need to put in there. The rest will be gathered, as the mapping begins. So now we need a worker function to process the queue. So worker function to process URL from the queue. I want to see, this is the worker function now. Okay, I want to say while true. Okay, because you want this thing to continue processing. You want to say a try. What are we trying? So what we're doing here is that we want the URL, the current depth _depth. Okay, let's do it this way so that to be very supportive. We say await what queue dot get. So here we need the URL. We're getting the URL and the current depth. Okay, the URL and the current depth. So those are the two things that I actually put in here, URL and the current depth. Okay, so we grab those two, and if there is any issue, break it. Okay, so cancellation error, sync cancelled error, we break the while loop. Okay, all right, so let's come here. If the URL is visited and the current depth, please let's understand what current depth is. Okay, so if the URL is visited, because if a URL is visited, want to set it here. Okay, or the current depth is greater than depth. Now you should understand that we have this current depth of 2. Current depth is this. Okay, if for example, let me do this. For example, I visited the home page. Okay, this is one depth. If I visit from the home page, I visit let's say /white paper. Okay, this is what 2 depth. Okay, and if we try to say try to visit contact /contact from that white paper, this is the 3rd depth. So we're saying that the maximum depth that each crawl should go is only 2 depth maximum. It should not go more than 2 depths, because we don't want it to go through a whole lot of things, and 2 depth is quite good enough for you to get the most things about each URL that you visit. So that is what depth is all about. And then now you see this queue. That means if this URL now that you're trying to loop through again is already in the visited set, or it has exhausted its depth limit, then we just say that that particular queue is done. Okay, so that is what it is, and then it should continue. Now I want to say visited, you want to add that URL, and then move forward again. Remember, we define this semaphore, sorry. So I want to say async with semaphore. Am I doing it in the right place? Excuse me. I wonder how I got here. So I just wanted to copy this. Okay, come here. So I want to say async with semaphore, great, and then want to carry out this asynchronous operation. So what is the synchronous operation about? I want to say print crawling this URL, depth is the current depth, and okay, then I want to say async with a package called AI crawler. We've done this before. AI crawler, we need to import this. Is coming from crawl for AI. Okay, from crawl import. Okay, that great. So now inside this place, we want to say result is equal to await this crawler dot run. Okay, if we go back run, so what this run does, runs the crawler with a single source, which is the URL, web, local file, or raw HTML. So run is single URL, and then we pass it here. Okay, and once we pass that, you want to say that if there is a result, and the result dot HTML is actually HTML, then you want to use beautiful soup now. Okay, beautiful soup. Now we don't yet have beautiful soup done here, but we need to import it. So I want to say from from BS for import beautiful soup. I wonder why they call it like that, beautiful soup. Okay, so we're passing this result.html, and you want to say manipulation should be html dot parser, and then the page title is equal to this soup now dot title dot string dot strip. That is if the soup dot has title, else it should just say untitled. So this will become the title of that page. And you want to say formatted title. Gonna make sure that it's just pretty straightforward. This formatted title is going to be based on this this function we defined here, formatted title. Okay, so passing the URL and the page title just like it is required, URL and base title. Okay, so that will now give us the formatted title of that page. And then we want to do sitemap.append. So we want to put or push this inside the sitemap array here, append an object, a dictionary. We have source, which will be the URL, and the title will be this formatted title. Okay, so after this, you want to check if current depth is still less than. If current depth is less than what? This depth. Okay, this depth, the maximum in this depth is 2, and the current depth could be at 1 or 2. Okay, so then we want to say if the current depth is still within 2, so it is still within below 2, it's not equal to what? 2. Then we want to look for all the href, a tag, and we're getting all the hrefs. So that will give us all the links that are on that platform or the website that we're visiting. And then want to get the full URL. Okay, the full URL from this, and you need to make sure that this is also coming from this URL in this space. So we'll get the full URL of this. You put in the URL and then the href that you're trying to map. Okay, so what does this do? So it joins a base URL and possibly relative URL to form an absolute interpretation of the letter. So that's what this is, the base URL, and this is the relative URL, which is the href. And you want to say past URL, because after you formed it, you want to then pass it. This is the full URL. You now get the past URL, and then you want to get the base domain. Okay, so the base domain will be this URL pass, the home page, and then you say .netlock. There's a reason why we want to get the base domain, because we don't want to have any link. Because, for example, if a website has links and then it has a standard link connected to it, that means the whole process is just going to be crazy. It's going to be visiting other links that are not associated with that website, and we don't want that kind of thing to happen. So that is why we are trying to limit it to the base URL. So I want to say if and then we start by saying that if the past URL.netlock is equal to this base base domain, and the full URL, okay, you have not visited it already, the full URL not in visited, and you have not pass fragment. You understand that this pass fragment is not a fragment. Okay, so these are the basic conditions which this will be allowed. So you want to also put it on the queue. So I want to say queue.put the file URL and the current depth plus 1 period. All right, and then at the end of the day, in this CMOS space, you want to come all the way here and say queue dot task done. Okay, and what does the want to do? We want to create worker task, because currently all this while we are just defining the worker, we have not yet executed it. So we come here, and that is outside this worker here, outside this worker. So right here we want to say want to create a worker. And what is this worker task? This worker task is going to do this. The worker is equal to, that is for underscore in range of 0 to what? That max concurrency, 1 to that max concurrency. And then for each one, it should what? Create a task based on that worker. Okay, so the worker will be able to workers will be created based on how many number of max concurrency. So if it is 5, it's going to create 5 workers. So 5 workers will go and visit the pages, 5 different pages or 4 different pages, whatsoever that is available. It will just go and deal with it. So we have 5 people, 5 machineries or scrapers going at once to go and scrape a website, not just 1 but 5. That is crazy and very cool. That's one of the things I like about Python. Is very creative. And then you do this. You say wait for all tasks in the queue to be processed. So you say await queue.join. That method helps you to ensure that all tasks have been created. Then you say cancel worker. So you want to cancel workers. You want to say for worker in workers, that is after it has been processed. For worker in workers, worker.cancel. All right, and lastly, you want to what? Return the sitemap. Okay, at this point you have all the sitemap records. Okay, that was a lot. That was really a lot. Okay, at this point, I just want a simple exception, because a simple exception, I just say erase for now. Okay, you can decide to what? Send notification if necessary. Okay, so for now we can then import this. We can import this. Where is that utils function? Okay, right, so we can do this. So we know that we've created this endpoint, but we are not done with all that it takes here. So there's still some some things to be done here. Okay, which will work on that in the next part of this video. Those processes involve things like sending notification, saving the file, because this sitemap is not yet saved anywhere. You need to save it to a record, a JSON file. We need to send notification if necessary. We need to process the sitemap for RAG immediately and all of those things. So those things will be done in the next part of this video. All right, so continue from where we stopped. Okay, so let's do it to do here. What we're doing, simply want to save the sitemap temporarily for status checking if needed. So I want to see with open and in writing what's it called, enablement. We'll just dump this into the file, but this is not how you dump it. It's a json.dump. You dump in the site. Okay, sitemap, the file content and the indentation. So that's good. And then you can say print sitemap generated with this number of pages you get. So that is how you accomplish step 2. Step 3 is supposed to be some form of a notification, but I'm going to skip that for now. So we don't need to send any notification here. Let's just go straight to step 4. Step 3, which is on step 4 as step 3, which is to process the sitemap for RAG immediately. Okay, so how do you do this? Is by printing this. First of all, print this and see starting RAG processing for that sitemap. All right, so now we're done with one basic step. Now this next step, which is to generate the sitemap. So this new step is actually to process the sitemap. That's what we want to achieve now. And we need to create a function that is called parallel processing pipeline. Parallel processing pipeline and pass the sitemap and the number of max concurrency, which is 5. Remember what I told you about concurrencies? The number of operations or multi-threaded operations that can be achieved by this system one go. So basically we want to be able to process the sitemap like in batch, not just single. Like you can run 5 pages per operation, 5 pages instead of one page, which will definitely take a longer time. So start by defining this function. Let me close this okay, right here. So this is the parallel processing pipeline. You take in a URL, and this URL are basically the sitemap, a list of dictionary that contain the source and the title, okay, and the number of concurrency. So that's what's happening there. And you want to know when you started and when you ended. So that's why I'm going to be putting this time to know when we are starting, and so we can also tell when we are completing the operation. Okay, so using time and JSON. Okay, so I want to formatted start time. Okay, formatted start time, which is this strf time, and you want this current time to be in this format. So this is the current time, formatted start time. Okay, and so the next thing we want to do is to define the total URLs. We give you the total number of sitemap URLs that needs to be processed, and then we're going to be using this CMOF that we did before. Okay, CMOF4. I wonder why they call it like that. It's just incomprehensible why it should be called so. And they have task is an empty array, and what is going to happen here, we're going to process we're going to process each one of those URL for URL info in URLs. Okay, that is what is happening here. I can just simply say unknown as the default. So this is a function that is not yet available. We need to create it. Okay, so for every URL that we pass in here, we're going to process a single we want to process each one of them. Okay, and this processing will of course eventually be used with this asynchronous execution, so that it can be multi-processed. So let's work on the single processing URL, and you come here. This is how it's defined. Okay, process a single URL with rate limiting. So you see async with semaphore, and then you want to start the time. This is different from the other time of starting, and you want to say print starting processing. Okay, all right, so what's the first thing I want to do? I want to say pipeline is equal to rag save service. That's what we're calling here. I'm not calling anyone but the rag save service. So in this rag save service, what do we need to initiate it? Of course, you need this input source, which is the URL, the title, which is this, and the persistent directory, which is this persistent directory. All of these things are passed down here. Okay, so now this will make sure that our files are being saved in the vector store, after it's been processed. And then at the end, you want to say await this pipeline.process input. All right, and I want to say processing time now is equal to this time minus start time. Okay, and you want to print completed processing for this particular URL, and this is how long it took to be processed. And then you can just return this information. Okay, just keep it that way. So, well, to a certain extent, this is how it works, but we also need to understand that this is supposed to be in a try catch block, in a try exception block. So I'm going to shift that and say except. Okay, this exception, we need to update it. Exception first. In exception, we need a processing time. Okay, this is the same thing as how we got it here. And the processing, say error processing URL. Okay, understandable, but what are we returning? Well, we want to return this record URL success is fail, false, error is this, processing time is that. So this is how you process a single URL. Okay, so that is what it is. So we don't need much thing here. You define, you put in all these parameters, and then you define, that is initialize this rag save service, and then this process input is responsible for then processing your input depending on which kind of source you entered, whether it's URL, web page, or any one of those supported file types. So that's how you process it, right? And then it will take care of it and save it for you on the vector store. Now that is saved on the vector store, here we can then access it. See how it is now used here for each one of those URLs. So that these are the various tags that are there. So if we have about 20 links, that means those 20 links can be executed 4 times, because in each one of those execution, like 5 of the since it's based on max concurrency, which is 5 in this case, it's just gonna execute them 5 pages, and in 4 execution it should be done. Okay, so let's do try again here. What are we trying? So this is what we're trying. We're saying result is equal to await a sync, gather all the tasks, return exceptions true. So this is how you compile all the result, you gather all the execution that you want to carry out. This is how you take care of it. Now the concurrency, the semaphore behavior has already been integrated as part of how this how this is going to be carried out. Okay, so I will come here. When I say processed result, what is processed result? Okay, so I want to say if instance of arrow is an exception, then you should produce this, otherwise just else short with this. Okay, and you want to do this for arrow and results. So for each result, if it was successful, if it was not successful, okay, if it's an instance of an exception, then you should produce this failure record and all of that. Otherwise you just return the result. That is what is happening. So for each one of those processed results. Okay, so then you have these calculations. Successful would be the sum of, for all the processed results, if success is true, then it should be 1. You add 1. Okay, you just augment, that is increase it by 1. So you sum up all the ones. So we'll sum up all the ones that the success is true. So we just add it up, so we know the total number of successes that we have. And then this is total time. We want to see that processing summary, total URLs, total successful, okay, which is calculated here, total field, which is total URL, all right, minus successful, that will give you field ones, total processing time, which is what we just made here, and average time per URLs, which is total time divided by total number of URLs. That will give you all those statistics. And then at the end of the day, you want to return the processed result, and raise an exception here. I think you can define this in this way: critical error in parallel processing. Remember, this is a parallel processing activity. This activity here, in fact, this is where we set it up, and this is where we executed it. Okay, so you should understand that difference. Okay, so now we have parallel processing up and running, because once that parallel processing is done, then it want to say RAG processing completed. Okay, and then we want to move to step 5. Step 4 is to use notification, but we don't want to do notification right now because that will be maybe we can bring it up later, but for now let's focus on just focus on the main things. Okay, so we need to migrate this to the DB. So that's the next step. We can call it step 4 here. Migrate, all the, once the parallel processing is done, the knowledge base 2 is ready, but you need to shift it, migrate it so that it can become the main knowledge base in the system. If you don't do that, you're going to be utilizing the old version. So the first step you need to do is to create an instance of this migration class. Once you create that, you migrate it to the latest and then clean up the old version. That is how we did it before, and that is the standard. Okay, and now at this point the system is good. I need to clean up that is empty, that sitemap. You need to clean up that sitemap, so we don't want it anymore. So we are dumping an empty array inside of it, so we are writing empty array into that sitemap, and that's just good enough to clean it up. Okay, and at the end you just want to print that sitemap file reset to empty array, combined operation completed successfully. Good. So then what is the next step now? We are good. Okay, this isn't necessary at this stage, so we are good, and we can be able to generate and process sitemap at once. Okay, that took a lot of steps, so we need to make sure that we make it part of, okay, we've already made sure that it's part of this operation, which is really cool. In fact, before we proceed to even integrate it with the front end, I think since we are dealing with processing documents for the RAG, it makes a lot more sense to at once also do it for the uploading, because while this one is for URLs, this should be for uploading, and there is a lot of explanation attached here, making it so verbose. But simply the first line of action here is we are verifying, just like before, admin access, which I really don't see the need for this at this point. So what do we want here? I want to make sure that these records are available. And now, since we're uploading file, here we have form. We need to make sure that it is part of that fast API. Okay, yeah, the form, file, upload, file, and form. So those information, they are all coming from fast API. So see that these things are gone. So great. Now let's get into the main work. So the main work here is we need to check file extension first. As one want to do, check file extension. All right. So os.path.split text file, which is what we just uploaded, .file name, and when you split that split text, you get the extension part, convert it to lowercase. You want to make sure that you have this os, the import os. Great. So if it does not match any one of our preferred file extensions, then it should return this exception. So our file extensions could be text, markdown, PDF, and docs. So you say unsupported file type. So that's just straightforward what we do there. And then want to create temporary file with the same extension. Okay, that's the next step. The temporary file will be, you go by file is equal to temp file, which is not yet defined. So for this temporary file, we need to import it. Say import temporary file. Great. So dot named temporary file, and then you pass in what you want to do, which is delete to be false and suffix to be the file extension. Okay, then you say the temporary file path to be the temporary file dot name. Okay, and then you say temporary file close. Can remove this. So those are, you just close the file so we can write to it. That's why we're closing it. Now let's write to this temporary file that that has been prepared or created. Okay, so this is how you write to read. The process with open the temporary file path, and then write into this particular one, and you're saying the f.write await this file dot read. Okay, so you read all the content and just dump it into this file. All right, once that has been done, we can then process. I don't know, I'm gonna just remove this whole thing, just too much. Okay, see we did this generate whole sitemap generate and process is going to be something similar to what we're doing here, but instead of generating instead of running this function, we're going to run something different. So what are we running? For the document processor, we're not going to run this, but we're going to run the one that we created in that document processing service. Don't know if you remember about this service, and there is a function called process uploaded document. So we're going to be calling on that function, process loaded document. All right, and then you see temporary file path. Okay, the temporary file, if you check, okay, the temporary file path will be this temporary file path. The file name will be this file, the file name, the title is this, and the migrate after processing is gonna be this as well. It's false by default. Okay, so this we move the whole thing to the background. Then we prepare a response message based on migration settings. Okay, so if it is designed to migrate file, it will say file name uploaded and will be processed into the latest backup, then immediately migrated into the main knowledge base. So that's what it's saying. But there's also else. The message could be different. Else you want to say uploaded and file uploaded and will be processed into the latest backup. It will be available in the main knowledge base after the next migration. So it's not going to be part of this migration, so it's just pushed to another migration timeline. Okay, so and then you just see status success message. This message and migrate immediately is false or true. User is current user, and that is it. All right, great. So let's integrate this setup into the front end. So let's come to this front end app, dashboard, crawler. This is where we need to start the operation. Okay, I'm gonna do the sitemap form. Okay, so let's open this cd. Okay, we need to make sure that we do Python run _dev. All right, cd and dev. Okay, so now let's come here. Okay, let's sign in. Go to crawler. So these are the two options. Is either using URL processing or uploading a file. So and then checking if you want it to be migrated to the main thing immediately or not. So if we do check, the sitemap processed successfully. None of these things are working yet. So let's change the setting. Currently, this user is based on a fake user, so we need to make sure that it's using a real user, and that's how you get it. And then we need to remove this simulated user, and then we import that. That will ensure that we are using real user. Great. So the next thing you want to do is to come to this site form. Okay, so we need to do some workings here. Currently is using fake checking of what site, so using that fake things. So if I do fake now, we find out that we have about at least 4 fake things, okay, where fake is being referenced. So let's check, let's clean up the fake sitemap checkout. First, this function, let's deal with this one first, so that our what is returning will be genuine. And to do that, I'm going to clean up this, and I'm going to use this, say check status, and it's no longer fake, but we're saying that first thing we want to do, this is not going to be outside, we want it to be inside this function. Okay, we already have it here. So I guess I'm not supposed to be doing that. So when we're checking status, we set the loading state to true. Okay, and this data currently it was calling it from a fake source, but now we're going to call it from a real source. And how do we call it from a real source? I'm going to say fetch, because we're calling the backend directly. Okay, so the backend is going to be URL. So the URL, where is it coming from? We want to go up here, all the way up, and see, this is how we got our URL. Okay, process.environment, and this is the URL that we are capitalizing on. All right, so that is how we got the URL, and then you say URL /rag, okay, and /site map status. It doesn't yet exist, but we're going to come back to it, so sitemap status, this endpoint doesn't yet exist because we haven't created it yet. We're going to do so, right? And then you want to then do a post request. Okay, is a content type, and then you also want an authorization, so to be bearer, and this bearer is going to be the token. Now, how do we get the token? Okay, so this is how you prepare the token. Okay, we want to get the token for scraper using these cookies, this JS cookie. Okay, and that's why we're doing this outside of the React component itself, because this should be available before the page even renders. All right, so and then we get the scraper user this way, and then we get the token this way by passing the JSON. Then we're grabbing the access token. So this token is then available for use here. Okay, so this is how it is done. Okay, and then once you have that set up, this is the response, sorry. All right, and you now do const data is equal to await this response dot JSON. Okay, and then we can set that sitemap data in here, and everyone is happy. Okay, so that is one step. What about for the other stuff? We've handled one fake. Okay, for the next one, we want to take care of these. We want to say, and this one has to do with generate and process. So for generating and processing, we want to do something similar here. So we're going to do response. This is the URL, rag sitemap generate and process. This is the endpoint that we're visiting. It's post authorization, the same thing. Now, but the difference here is that the JSON does stringify the URL. The URL is coming from this, whatever you enter here. Okay, that is what this URL, sitemap URL means. So you enter it, that is what you're sending to the server. And then here we're doing, instead of fake thing, we're doing response.json. Okay, and then we can then toast the message, and that is just it. Here now we don't have need for this, so there's no need for any one of these simulations. All the simulations can disappear. While that was almost perfect or completed, there's also one extra step, because we've not done for this one and this processing and this check status. But what about for this upload of document? I remember we've not done the equivalent endpoint on the Python side for this. So let's go and do this one first. Okay, and how we do it, need to come here. Okay, so currently now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove all this verify admin for now. Okay, I don't want all that verification or admin for now. All these things are supposed to be for shared users. Okay, so I want to create another endpoint here. I want to call it sitemap status. We don't need to verify admin. We're already verifying the user here, except it's an operation that is just unique to the admin alone. Then we can bring that one in. For now, we're not bringing that in. Okay, so we here, first thing you want to do is you want to say sitemap path. Remember, this is a post, this is sitemap underscore status, that is the endpoint. So it's a sitemap path is equal to this sitemap location, this function. Then you pass in the current user. So you want to say if there is no path that exists. Okay, we need to make sure that path is available. Okay, I want to make sure that path is available, which is just that. I wonder what I did with this. Where is the problem? Let's look at that. Okay, so we can also remove this to unify the procedure. Okay, so if path to this sitemap does not exist, it should just say not ready, sitemap generation still in progress, sitemap generation still not available or still in progress. That's the right message. Okay, and then we want to open that sitemap and grab the content of it. So we say open, you need to make sure that you import this JSON, open that sitemap as read, and you load it as JSON, you receive it into the sitemap. Once you do that, you want to check if when you check the sitemap now, and the length of it, because it's supposed to be an array, is greater than 0, then you should return, ready sitemap. You pass in the sitemap and then the current user's name. Otherwise you want to then return another message. So the message is sitemap processed. Message: sitemap has been processed, but it is now empty. Okay. All right, so that is basically what this endpoint is all about. Now we can go back to this place. Go back here. This sitemap endpoint will now be available. So we've crossed that one. Another one we want to do is this document upload form. So for document upload form, we have a fake angle to read. This fakeness needs to be addressed. Okay, and similar to this, what we want to do is to grab these records and make it available here. Okay, and make sure that JS cookie is also available. Okay, this URL and token are not yet used, so we're going to use them soon. So where are we going to be using them? Wherever we're making that API call. So where is handle upload? Here is where handle upload is. Okay, so after all this process, this is where we want to do our request. Okay, what are we requesting? So we say response. Okay, this is where we're uploading this to this endpoint, and its post authorization is what bearer token, and the body is this form. Okay, this form that has been created, we created a form here, appended a file. This is a file. Appended the title. This is the title. Appended the migration status, which is this. So this form contains all the information that this RAG we need, this endpoint here we need. So this include file, title, and migration. So those things will be available. Okay, and then we send them. So instead of want to also do what's it called, want to check if it was successful. So we say if response is not okay, want to say error, get that, and through that error upload fail. Otherwise you want to say, instead of this, saying this, so we await response.json, and then we're storing the message here. Then we clear this thing. Okay, and at this point we don't need this fakeness anymore. We don't need this either, so we save that. Okay, so one thing I want to do is to also extend this step in the other endpoint. So for example here we can extend that here. Okay, so instead of upload fail, we can say something like site map generation failed. Okay, and want to also do it for this place. I want to say here we're talking about sitemap status field. Okay, so let's save those and let us do some checks. So it's a click check and it's producing an error. What is it saying? Is it error? What is this saying on the console? Let's see the network tab. Let's try that again. So it failed. See, detail not found. Detail not found. So let's check the Python backend, saying that rag/detail not found. So if you come here, for example, when you refresh this, you find out that I've not yet added those RAG endpoints, so we need to add that if we're going to be able to speak to it. All right, so we'll come here to this main file and we'll create another endpoint route. We're going to say, we'll call this is called RAG, RAG. Okay, and this is gonna be, what's it called? What do we call that? RAG router. Okay, and RAG router is coming from here. All right, so let's save that, and this has refreshed. So when we refresh this page, let's see what is going on. So it is failing for some reason. Let's kill this and start it afresh. So no named module backend. Where could that be coming from? Let's look at this other file here. Is there any import that has backend to it? Yes, right here. Okay, I'm gonna save that and let's run that. Oops, no module named backend. Is there any other one that may be missing? Okay, let's look at each one of these files. What about the rack chat? Okay, what about this migration handler? We don't seem to be able to find it. So one of the cooler way you can also search this is by doing a global search, by searching for backend.app wherever we have that. So it's coming from this utility place, but this is not supposed to be there. So we save that and let's run this again. See, it's okay now. All right, so let's refresh this. So you can see this endpoint has been they've been added. Let's refresh, clean up this place, check status, and that went successfully, saying not ready. Sitemap generation is not available or still in process. Okay, so you can see this. We'll also want to make sure to be tracking it. Let's track everything. Let's do a simple. Let's visit my website, Daltonic. No, it does just have a few pages, so it should be easy. That's what we're trying to do here, and I want to make sure that I'm looking at this back-end console to monitor any one of those, because this is the moment where we test out all these functions. So I'm just going to give you one break. We'll come back in the next part of this video and test out all these functions. Okay, so let us test this out. I'm going to copy this URL. I'll come to this place, paste it here, and let us click on process. Okay, so you're saying that is starting, and you can see what it's saying here. Okay, that starting combined sitemap generation for Daltonic, let's see .com generating sitemap. So just hoping that this whole thing goes correctly. Seems to be stuck for a moment right here. Okay, so this thing is stuck in this level. All right, and I just figure out there is an essential step that we had missed, which was supposed to be one of the primary steps immediately we install this, was to run this command. Okay, we need to run this crawl for AI setup. That's the way the browser that is supposed to be executing the operation should be using. So let's run this. Okay, so you're supposed to download all those records and be done. So this process could take a while, to download all those files, and this only runs once, so you just need to take some time, relax, and have it Once it's all downloaded and you're good to go. And this is one of the reasons why I like running these things on cloud servers. It's because they'll be doing this very much faster. Okay, the installation is completed. So we are going to try to execute that again. Okay, so the browser and all of those things are installed. So let's run this dev. Okay, and clean up this. Let's copy this again. Let's do process. Yep, and come here. You can see how the operation is up and running now. Okay, and it's saying that it has successfully executed 5 URLs. So let's look at this and see what's going on, and if there is anything that we need to make changes of, we'll make them. So it retrieved, so this is the URL is going, and then it goes to Dapp mentors, fetch all our endpoints, and then executed them, and so once it is done, it's just giving some warnings on some error. Maybe I'm going to look at it and see how we can clean it up. And once it is done, it executed them and added 12 of these, saved them in the rag save service, added 12 documents in total to the vector store, and yeah, then it was successfully executed. Okay, and all of that, and migrated. All right, there's just one process that was not part of it, but we'll make that happen, which is the process of refreshing the page or reloading it so that it can pick up the new changes as well. So this is what is going on. If you can see now in this app, you can see that we have this database DB instance, and this is the back end backups. Different. This is a backup right here, and this is the current collection. So those things are happening. Okay, so the process worked. I'm going to ignore all these warnings for now, okay, and just focus on the main things that we needed for our system. Okay, so I'm also going to try and I'll try and upload some other documents as well to test. So I'm going to test with my white paper in a white paper that I'm working on both PDF and on Markdown. Okay, so we want to test that to see if everything is also working, because we are sure that we are able to process URLs. Okay, so let's click on document is Dapp mentors white paper. Let's call this PDF and choose PDF. Okay, and let's click upload. Okay, and let's see what is going on here. Okay, so you can see here that this was successful. You can see how many, it's just one document. I think it's how many pages is it? Around 24 pages, but it was broken down into something around 58 documents and added it to the vector store. You can see it's successfully processed and added to the backup. So if I click backups now, okay, that's the cool stuff. It just added to the existing backup. Okay, so that is what is it. Okay, so those two stuff, let's try and upload another one again. Let's see, because this time we want to upload a Markdown. Last time was a PDF. So Dapp mentors white paper MD, and then also select this. Instant migration will make the document immediately migrate in main knowledge base. Otherwise it will be available after the next scheduled migration. They upload, and the process has detected this. Okay, and then it has successfully saved and migrated the record as intended. Okay, so everything was added. How many documents were added? Let me check it out. Added 184 documents. So in Markdown, it is much better. So in other words, when it has to do with this AI business, with LLM and RAG systems, it is always better that the records that you're trying to save in the database are in Markdown format. It will make the work easier, and that's why our default, every of the 5 web pages and everything are condensed to Markdown first before it even saves in the store. So this is good. This is okay. So in the next part of this, in fact, let's get it done now. What I want to do is whenever we do upload of something, we need to be able to refresh the database whenever migration happen. If migration ever happen, we want that the database to be, the system to be rebooted so that it can be aware of the new changes. So this is very important to us, and we're going to call this to achieve what we are talking about. I will need you to close all these front end pages because we can be sure that they are working now. So we need to come to this back end, and this run there for now. We're going to also make sure that that is applied to the front, to this other one. So if you look here, where is it exactly? Okay, hold on. Look at this change handler that is responsible for monitoring for Python files. This is good for monitoring for Python files. All right, but we want another condition that we monitor for database files, because whenever any update happens, okay, if any update happens, it's going to affect this Chroma SQLite. So for example, if I'm deleting this record and copying a new one from the backup and replacing it here, that is going to emit an event, a modification event. Okay, and when that modification event happens, we want this system to be refreshed. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate this here. Sorry. Okay, and this is going to handle specifically watch for SQLite. Okay, so that is what the file that it should watch for here is about. Watch for SQLite files. Okay, and the folder it has to watch for, we need to make sure that while we're going to call this one, this is going to be, we're going to call this, okay, I want to call this code handler, and then we want to call this new one to be database handler. Okay, and we want to duplicate this and add it as part of the schedule. So we're going to say database handler right here, and the part that it should watch for, why this one should watch for, the code handler should watch for anything that is in the current directory. This the file handler, the folder, this other one should watch for, basically they are the same thing. Okay, we don't want to change anything, so it's going to watch, so we don't need to do this. We can keep it both like this and save. Okay, now let's try and upload something. Okay, I'm gonna delete these two record or this database instance. Just gonna delete it for now, so we don't have any database instance, nothing, just fresh work. So let's upload this record, or let's don't upload, let's do this scraping process. Okay, all right, so let's click on scrape website. So scraping is ongoing, and at the end of the day, you can see the way it automatically refreshed the page for us. This is cool. This is what we are talking about, and it created, this is the backup, but what we're actually using is a copy of the backup, the copy of the most recent backup. That is what we're using. Okay, then let's try and upload a new file and see if it also behaves like that. So I'm gonna come back to that markdown, the Dapp mentors, white, paper, choose this, and click on select migrate, upload, and let's see how it goes. Waiting for this to be added. So you see, as the system has just rebooted with fresh new content, and everything is all good. So this is great. Okay, it's working as expected. Okay, now we're having only one copy of this old backup thing. So let's try and use another website. This is our main website, dappmentors.org. Okay, right. So wanted to scrape this entire website and have everything available as a knowledge base. So click on process, and you can see how it's going. It's eating the entire website. So it was able to find how many pages, total URL 6 in total. Okay, and you can see that this ChromaDB version has also changed because there was upgrade. If you click on this backup, you can find that I have 2 backups now, not just one. Okay, and that is because each time that I fetch a new knowledge page from the web, it just updates it, and all that. So that is cool. And I also think this actually is fetching an old version of my website, because some of these URL are no longer existing. Okay, yeah, it doesn't exist. Wonder how it's getting those record. These are old version. Okay, so now let's just be okay about this. So this is working for now, and that is it for this particular tutorial. For this aspect, we've saved the record in the database now in the vector store. Now we need to chat with it. That's what we want to do in the next part of this video. Okay, so to try and address this, if we can, in this particular session, before I close here, let's look for wherever we have these. Let's look for wherever we have this. I think we have about 3 places. Okay, in this place, let's try and add a configuration to instruct it to bypass what's it called, to bypass caching. All right, so if I do this, that means we need to have caching imported from Crawford AI. So if we come here, look for Crawford AI, import this, bring these ones as well. So we now have these. So then once we now have that run configuration, you can see here that config is equal to this run configuration. Okay, that's for that one file. And let's try for this other file as well, where we have it here. Okay, so come here, and we'll just do some similar stuff here. Where is that? Okay. So there is one essential stuff we missed out. Okay. You see, why we've prepared this to bypass, caching mode, so that our site will not be picking up from the old version. So we need to make sure that we also add it to this crawler command. And you can see here that even while I created it, I didn't actually use it, and for that reason we were having that issue. So I'm going to come here and do this, and when I save that, our site, we can then try it again to see how it goes. So I'm going to do this. Here's okay, and say process. All right, so it is going, and one thing you notice is that the error, those crazy warnings that we used to have on this terminal, is also gone, and so for some reason that fixed it as well. So this is cool. It is okay. Those errors are still here. Okay, so let's look at how many pages it now got. There's a lot of processing happening under the hood, and this time it went on to process total of 25 URLs in that one place instead of 6. So this is good. It means that our solution worked out, and it is good to make sure that everything is in good condition, saving and all of that. So in the next part of this video, we will then proceed to doing the chat interactions. So I will see you next. So at this point, we want to take care of some social login, not social login, social chatbot. Okay, and you know what? Before we dive into the social chatbot, let's do the regular interface chatbot. I think let's start with that. That will be very easier. Then once we've established that, okay, this thing is working, we can then proceed to integrate that one in our app. Okay, we're able to proceed to integrate that one into our system as well. So for now, let us come here, and before I forget, there is something important. Something important that I need to do, which is in this run, similar to the way we have this on run dev. Okay, we're not interested in code changes here in run, because this is on production. So we're only interested in one, which is this DB handler. All right, so we're gonna make sure that it's part of here. Okay, you want to make sure you import this change handler, and also make sure that it is here. And yeah, so for now, and okay, so when we are adding these, we're also going to have to add these ones later on when we work on that Discord aspect. Probably I should have waited them, but just felt like I may be missing it if I don't add it right now. So this will make sure that it also behaves the same way as updating or refreshing the database once there is an upgrade on the production side server as well. So I'm going to close this for now, and let's focus on this RAG and the endpoints that we want to deal with. So the endpoint we want to deal with this time around is going to be called ask. So we're basically asking question. It's to ask and retrieve. So let's do it fast. So for ask, this is what is happening. We have an endpoint called ask, and it chats with the vector store. or chat with vector store. Right, so it's going to require this model here. We don't yet have it, so we need to bring it in. It's not being used. Okay, let's come here and need to add a model. And so this is the model, question, the description, question to ask, and then example, what Ollama model has the highest popularity. So this is just a simple model, okay, for interacting with this. So let's make sure that it's part of these imports. Where are you? Here. Ask request. Okay, so it takes this request. Of course, it's for people that are logged in. All right, and then it's just the protected endpoint. And what we're going to do is to first check if there is question or not. Okay, so if there is no question asked, you should just say bad request. All right, saying that question is required. So that is just the very first check. So, but if it is successful, then what I want to do is to say pipeline is equal to rag chat. Remember, we've not used rag chat yet, so we'll say rag chat service. Okay, so let's go here and make sure that these things are imported correctly. Is rag chat. So what does rag chat need? If you look at this, needs a collection name which is defaulted to the one on the environment variable, and this also default. I don't think all of these things are just default, so we don't need to give it any special things anymore. We can now do rag underscore response is equal to this pipeline. Await this pipeline because it's going to take some process to answer the question under the hood, and say pipeline.chat with rag. Okay, so await pipeline dot chat with rag, and then we pass in that question. Then at the end we expect to simply just return the response. Is that straightforward? There is no form of hiccups about it. This is good for one, and then we also need another endpoint. This is the only two. While this, when you ask this, what it does is it does two fetching. One, it does a similarity check, and so this thing is pulled out from the vector store, and then an interpretation process where Ollama is sits in between to make sure that what we are receiving is very clean, comprehensive, and understandable. And that process is a little bit it takes more time, but you can do this one instead. This retrieves the record from the similarity check, so straight up from the vector store, and it has no business with Ollama, so it just pulls it. It's gonna look a little bit different, but it works. Okay, so retrieve from vector store, and he also asked the same question. I don't know why this was I didn't change it. All right, and you also want to make sure that you have similar stuff here. All right, so what does it do? We're just gonna copy this whole thing, bring it here, and I'm gonna say instead of chat with rag, gonna be similarity, search similarity, and then you pass the question and get a response, and then provide you. So this is just what we need to do. This step didn't have to take much time because we had already done the big work when we're dealing with the various services. So at this point, we need to then bring it and work on this chart angle. For now, these are dummy records. Let's go to, I'm going to close from here, and here for now. Let's come to the front end component, this chart UI, because it's inside the chart page. Okay, so that is where the work needs to be done, and I'm going to make sure that I'm in this front end, so if there is any change we can see that on the terminal. Okay, so these are some dummy fake messages that are already here, and so we need to make some adjustments. So step 1, as before, I think it will be very wise to open up these other components to assist us in how we have been working on it. So we're going to take up these records. All right, make sure that it's available here, and also the JS cookie. I want to make sure that those are available. Great. Next step is the handle submit function. These are fake messages and all that. For handle submit function, this is it right here. This is where we want to make an API call, just like we've done before. There's nothing freaky about this, so I'm just going to paste it here. So we get making a call to the endpoint, the backend, and then RAG, and that endpoint called ask. So when you click on ask, then you supply these records and the question, and you also want to make sure that if there is any error, you can track that. So that's where this comes in. Okay, and I want to see chat error field. Okay, then lastly, for this, because this is what we want to replace, I want to say response.json. Okay, then you just prepend the message in this array. So now we don't need this. All right, and we definitely don't need this either. Okay, so here we'll start with an empty array. Okay, so let's save that and see what is happening under the hood. I have this refreshed, and let's see that. I think we should check it out from the back end. Okay, so let's ask, what do you know? Let's see. So it produced an error instantly. All right, so what is the error? So obviously this is having an issue with how I am informing him, or I say him, it, okay, to chat with me. So first of all, that chat template, we need to work on it. We need to make some changes. Okay, RAG prompt, we need to make changes here as well. So let's get that part together. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here is we want to remove these ones here. We don't want it to be available here. So as for one place, and then go down here. Now in this place, we want to flip this a little bit. So we want this, where we have this context, to be the question, and where we have the question to be the context. Okay, not just that, then we want to supply a lambda, which is basically an inline function, okay, and a lambda that I will supply the context, okay. So we want to say a lambda, all right, x, and say context, all right. And then one more step here, you want to supply this string output parser. So you want to supply this, so we would make those changes and save, right? Let's try making that chart again. What do you know? Okay, it's thinking now. You check here, stuffs are happening. Okay, it has completed. You can see that around 23 seconds to get this. So you see what it's saying. Dapp Mentor is an organization that helps businesses and individuals build decentralized applications focusing on blockchain technology, integration with AI for full stack NFT marketplace development. They offer resources like blogs about learning fast to understand Web3 and a whole lot of things. Okay, so let's say list me some of your services. You can see that pretty cool, right? Just list some of the services like one-on-one blockchain mentorship, AI blockchain consultancy, Web3 classes, blockchain. Let's say give me some of your products. So that's fast now. It's really fast now. So this is some of the record, some of the what's it called, the 5 products that we have: full stack NFT, maintain course, capturing smart contract development, AI mastery, including both video tutorials and code base. Have a full stack NFT mark. This is cool. So let's say give me your contact email. Okay, that is pretty fast, very fast. So it's saying that this is our email, info@dappmentors.org, and you can reach us. That is where you can reach us out. We typically respond within 24 to 48 hours. So this is getting really fast. Okay, so let's say, when was Dapp Mentors, do they have a YouTube channel? Yeah, very fast. Just provided the URL for our YouTube space. Now you should understand, the sharper the model, the more fine-tuned this response will be. Okay, the response will have a poor performance if the model is poor as well. So for example, if the model is too large, then it takes too much computing resource which you don't have to get back to us. But if the model is lightweight, it may not be very detailed and fine-tuned in the answer that it provides us. So we need to bear that in mind. And it's cooler if you have a very powerful computer like this one. Now I think this computer is around 18 gig RAM, so it's able to make this thing really fast. You see the way you just responding to me, very fast, which is good. Just imagine you have around 34 gigabyte of RAM and a lot of cores, like 12 core processor thereabout. This thing will be like very fast, So this is one of the things you're gonna do. What question can I ask you to before I move forward to the next, next part of this? So I want to say, list me some of your blog posts. Okay, that's pretty fast and got the job done. You can see the various blog posts that he just listed for me. I like what is going on here. I hope you're enjoying this course, and if you do, please hit that like and subscribe button, smash that notification bell so that you always enjoy things like this. Now, just imagine that you can do this for, a blockchain network, like gather all the knowledge system or everything that you can find about this particular about a particular blockchain, and always make it available, by making sure that their knowledge base is always, up and running. That means you can set up stuff that we occasionally, like once a day, it will fetch every record, any new record that the company, or whether it's in blockchain or any other company, fetch all their content on social media, Facebook, Instagram, X, and so have you, and gather all those things and form a new form a new knowledge-based system. Okay, this is what you can do, and that will always make their support system way updated. Now, the cool thing is, if you can do this whole thing and attach it to a Discord bot, so a Discord bot will not be the one doing this thing under the hood, or a Telegram bot. This is the core thing that we're trying to tell you that we want to do now. Okay, so you're going to be able to ask this same question that I'm asking on the interface. You can then ask it straight on the social bot, which get the job done. Okay, there's one more thing we want to do here. So let me refresh here. You see these ask question and this retrieve. So this is working. Now this retrieve is a little bit secured, so I'm going to disable the security momentarily because I want to verify something. So I will say, now let's remove the security and let's remove this name. Okay, save it. Now let's be able to ask the same question and see how fast it is. So try it out. Okay, and let's see, what do you know? So this will help you to see how the response will come without an LLM interpretation. So let's execute. See how fast it is. So it's saying internal server error. Okay, so say object list can't be used in await expression. So what that simply means is that this retrieve, we don't use await here, so we need to remove that. Okay, let's ask that question again and see how fast it is. Boom, and it just provided us with the most. You see how fast it is, with when it is being pulled from the vector store. It's really fast for the vector store, but it's the process of the LLM interpreting all that information in alignment with the question that was asked. That's where the time whole thing comes into play. You can see that, what do you know? You can see the response is that it gets something that is the most related to it. So it knows about, okay, let's ask another one. And how many record did he pull? He pulled, this is one document. Okay, this is another document. So we just scan the IDs. 1, 2, okay, 3, 4, 5. It ranks it according to how close it is. Okay, that is how it is ranking it. All right, so let's ask another question. What is Dapp mentors? And execute that. Then you can see here, it just boom. See what is Dapp mentors? It goes about and fetch the most closest. This is the most closest that you can get about what Dapp mentors is, and then other things about Dapp mentors information are there, and including images, including other relevant record, but it will just pick up the most. And this is what is being fed to the LLM. This is what the LLM gets, receive, and then translate into a more clean, answer, as you can see this way. So this is one of the things that you must understand. So this is cool, but how about if you're using a large scale, language model, a larger language model with billions of parameters, really huge, and you're paying for it, such as with OpenAI? You see that the answer that you get here will be way more refined, and it will be way more detailed, way more accurate than what it currently is. Okay, so that is one thing you must bear in mind. So in the next part of this video, we'll start working on the Telegram and the Discord bot, so I'll see you in the next part of this video. So let's start with Telegram. I think it will be faster with Telegram. What we want to do is to create a bot, and we're going to call this let's come to bot father. So let's look for bot father. Okay, and you come to this bot father and you click start. Okay, what you want to do is you want to create a new bot. All right, it's very simple, straightforward, no crazy stuff. So you click on new bot and say that, please, all right, now new bot, how are you going to call it? Please choose a name. So I'm going to call it what do we call it now? Dapp scraper. Okay, Dapp scraper. Okay, so good. Now let's choose a username for it. So we're gonna do like Dapp scraper, and we attach it to the bot, Dapp scraper bot, and then okay, and it has just generated, and generated a string for us. This is what we want, the token. This identifies that particular bot, and when you click on it, you click on this link, it takes you to what? The bot. And now you can just say start for now. So there is really nothing so special about the bot. So one thing I want to do first is to save that bot token on Telegram. Okay, so you want to save that. So once you do so, the next step is let's generate like a cool user picture for it. Okay, I've generated one for it, so let's try and update some record concerning this. Phone AI assistant. Am I spelling that? Assistant, sorry. So, and also this is the image that I generated. Okay, so let's get the job done and save that. So this is now our Dapp scraper, looking really sharp, right? Okay, so that is our bot. And now let's do similar stuff for what's it called, Discord. Okay, so we'll get it together on Discord. So now if you want to create a Discord bot, you come to their website, discord.com/developers/applications, and then from there you can create a new application like I've done previously. So say create, call it Dapp scraper, and then you accept this terms and condition, click on create. If that, okay, we now have new one. You can actually upload the same stuff here. Okay, So here we go. Our phone AI assistant. Can you save changes? Okay. So these are some things that we're going to work on this bot. I think we should go to the installation step. And for the installation step, you want to say application commands. You want to also add bot. Sorry, you don't want any user installation. What you want is GUI, the installation, and this command you want to also add bot. And for the bot, you want to add this record. Read. What's it called? I search for read. So we have read message history. I want send messages and view channels. So these are some privileges that you want to give to read. We save that. Great. And okay, so the next thing you want to do is come to this bot section, and what we're going to do is I need you to toggle all these things on presence intent, so that if your bot is online, it will be noted, and then server member intent, it will be added as a server member, and also message content. So you save those things, after you do so, you want to then reset your token, and you want to say say authenticate with security key. Sure, I have this. So I think I have an authentication app that is already connected to this Discord, so I'm just going to add those key 27146, and then click submit. Okay, see, my bot key has been generated, so I have to copy that and update it into the existing framework. Okay, so you want to make sure that this one is definitely talking about the Dapp scraper bot. Okay, so please take note of that, and we have that saved. So that is cool. And now the next step you need to do is to come back to this installation place. You have this this cloud installation, and you see this installation link as it is right here. I'm going to copy it because we want to install it on our own server. So I'm going to come here and paste it. So it's going to ask me to authorize it in a specific server that I'm running, which I'm going to be adding it to our Dapp Mentors server. So yeah, if you have other servers, it's going to be listed here. Okay, so it's very funny. Add the bot to server, create command, read you a bedtime story now. Very funny though. So you can see that this is the bot and it's been added to Dapp Mentors. So yes, it has this permission of view channels, send messages, read message history, authorize, and continue. Authorize. Okay, so and then do this verification thing. So successfully it is added. Cool. And I think you can decide to add it to it. It has access to your entire your entire channel. Okay, but if you have a private group, like I want to test it out on private group because I don't want to be I don't want to put it on general where it will be disturbing everybody. So I'm going to add it Okay, so we just need to go up and add member. Okay, and let's look for Dapp scraper. So this is the bot that we want to add. So you need to add it here. So we now have it as part of the members here. So this is cool. Okay, so now that we have all those added, we're going to change this later. This should refer to our bot because these are the various bot handles. So for now, for now we're just going to close this. All right, and let's now work on the bot. Yeah, so now we have the records that we need. All we need now is the bot. So we're going to create a new let's start with the Discord bot. Okay, so for Discord bot, you need to come to this backend app, create a new folder or a new file, sorry, call it bot/Discord bot. Okay, so created a new file. So these are the things we're going to be needing. It needs access to rack chat service, and then rack chat. So these are the things you need. So you see that we're getting this from Discord. Okay, so Discord packages are present here, login, async, and all of those things. We need those to be present. I need to configure how the login behaves. You want to get it at an info level, and then this is the Discord bot class. This is how it works. So what do we need here? We need the Discord token. We need allowed handles. Okay, this allowed handles list it's more like a list of let's go. I'll explain it later to you. So first we want to define intent for the bot. So define intent for the bot, and the bot intent is discord.intent.default and intent.message content to be what? True. This is required. And then you want to do messages to be true, and DM also allow. So these are the permissions it's going to have. It's going to have the ability for you to message it. That is communication, guy, that is group ID, and not just individual. Have DM messages, it's allowed as well. So then you need to initialize the bot. Okay, to initialize the bot, you want to say self.bot. So you give it a property self.bot command, okay, which we're getting from here, and then you use this prefix, pound symbol, exclamation mark, and then you pass in the intent that you just finished defining here. Okay, and then the token, the self.token is going to be the Discord token. This we're going to supply when we are initializing this class. Okay, and we want to do allowed handles. We're going to pass that allowed handles as well, and self.setup event, we're going to do that as well. Okay, this is a method that we'll soon create. So what are the methods that we need to create here? So now message contains handle. Okay, so it checks if message contains any of the allowed handles. The allowed handles are important, so our our bot doesn't have to respond to every messages that are happening on that platform. So if many people are talking, you understand that you have different people talking on this group and all of that, we don't want to be concerned about that. The only time we want to be concerned is if the message contains our this thing, what is it called, our handle or the bot handle. So if it contains the bot handles, then glory to God, it's going to be used as it's going to be allowed, and then it can access that information from our system. So this is very cool, very, very cool stuff that is happening here. What you're learning here, you may not be able to learn it all in one place, but I'm putting all this. This is like the ultimate guide to RAG system and AI bots, all for free for you. So it's gonna return true or false. Okay, so message contains handle will return true or false, which is a boolean. If the person or the user asking any question, okay, and in that question that is asking, our bot handle was mentioned in that. So that is one So the next thing you want to do is to set up events. Okay, this message. So this is the method that was used here. So set up events, and you want to say self.bot.event, and you want to define a synchronous situation here. So this is a synchronous situation. You want to say, async, define a method called onReady. All right, onReady, you want to say logger.info self.bot.user has connected to Discord. Okay, and then you want to say monitoring Discord messages for handle, and then you specify the handles that you're monitoring for. So you can monitor for various bots, various mention. Like you can decide to have any mention with a keyword, a certain keyword, or this. So you're just looking for different keywords that you can use to refer to that bot. Someone advised me that you can actually also configure it in such a way that if after a certain dispensation of time, okay, and nobody makes any response, the bot can actually pick it up. But I didn't go all the way that to execute that particular behavior. So you see self.bot.event, it define a message. On message, that means once we receive a message, you want to get the author. Is the author equal to the bot, the user? So what you're trying to say, that if it is the same bot that is asking the same question, like you're asking yourself question, you should just ignore it. Okay, otherwise you should check if the message contains the handle. Okay, so check if message mentions allowed handles, because allowed handles is very important to ensure that we don't blot the system with so many requests, because so many people will be asking questions and all of that. You want to be able to take care of those things individually, and only if the bot is concerned. Now we also want to make sure that it is asynchronous in request, so that it will not become blocking to our system and takes down our server. So we want to say async dot create task, and the task that you're creating is this self dot process. There's a function, a method we're going to create, call it process message. Okay, and then you can pass the message. So this will handle stuff asynchronously for us. All right, so and then once that is done, I want to say await bot.process command and for that message. Okay, these are the two events that it wants to monitor for. And now let's create another function or method. The method is going to be called process message, which is what was missing here. So process a message asynchronously without blocking the bot. Okay, so and this is one of the reasons why any computer that you're using for this operation, the server, it has to be powerful. Okay, so that you have freedom. Now the sacrifice, these are the two things. Is either you're paying for an LLM service and then you get a moderate server, or you get a powerful server, you have LLM installed for yourself and you don't have to pay additional costs subscribing for any LLM service. Okay, so that's what I want to put in there. So I want to say pipeline is equal to that rack chart. Okay, you want to initialize it, rack chart, and you want to chat with the rag, and you pass in the message dot content. This is non-blocking, so it waits and sends the response. So we say await this message channel. Okay, this message here dot channel dot send. Sorry, no, not like that. I want to say message, okay, dot reply. So basically it's replying to that specific message that was to that specific user. That is why you have all these things here. You see the way whenever this respond, it just tags whomever made that message. So this is very important, so that in a group setting, the bot, the user who asks the question can know when the bot is answering their own specific question. So it's just very cool stuff that we're doing here. Okay, and now the same thing, you can do it. In fact, my God, this is very cool. Okay, in my opinion, it's very, very cool. So let's say message.reply. Want to reply what? The rag with the rag response. Okay, and then you also want to pass in the mention author to be true. So that mention author, mention the person that you are responding to, to be true. So this is basically going to happen once this is processed. Okay, so and if there is any exception, you just want to log error processing message. Okay, and then you log out that message. Okay, we're doing well, we're doing good. So now you want a method called start. Okay, define and sequence message called start. This will get the Discord bot up and running. You understand? So you want to say try. So for starting the bot, you want to say await.self.bot.start, and then you pass in the token, because that represents that particular bot. And if there is any exception, you want to say error starting bot, Discord bot. All right. And then lastly, you want a method as well for closing the bot. We have close, and then you just say self.bot.close, and this is all you need to be able to handle what Discord bot. So great. What about Telegram? We also want to do for Telegram as well. Call it Telegram bot.py. Okay, so let's work on Telegram bot. Okay, so what do we need? Similar stuff as before. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that this is rag chat service. Okay, so for Telegram, you need Telegram execution extension, message handler, command handler, context type, and filter. So, and you also need update. All of these things are the things we need for Telegram. So we need to create a Telegram class. It's almost similar to how we're dealing with Discord, but just a little bit different. So you now have Telegram token and allowed handles. So you initialize the token, you specify initialize the handlers, and then the application is none. Okay, so now want to do, does that message contains the handle? That same thing that we did before, a method like that. Message contains handle, very important. The same principle, exactly the same code, no different. And now we want to set up handlers. You can see we're using exactly the same format here, the same principle, but just a little bit of difference in how it is done for the various platforms. So we say set up handler. So set up message handler for the bot. So if not application, if there is no application ready, then it should all just return silently. Similar to, okay, we didn't do that here. Okay, and then you want to come here and say self.application.add handler. Okay, so you want to add message handlers. So the message handlers that you add in is one filter. You want to add text, and basically those are the two things. So I want to break it down. All right, so we have filters.text and this tilde filters.command. You add that, and then self.application handle message. Self.handle message. Okay, so we're just creating it. We're just creating that right there. All right. After we've added the handler, we want to then say self.application dot add handler, then use that command to start. This is the command. This command handler start. Self.handle start. So if you remember, you see this Telegram, I have this start command, so that's what it's talking about. Okay, so handle start to start the bot or something. So after you've done that, you want to log out a message, because now say monitoring Telegram messages for handlers. Okay, the same way that we did for this is that, okay, this logger here, the same thing. Okay, no difference, so it means that it's ready. Okay, so what about the other methods? We want a start command method. So this is a start command, and it takes on update, which is here, takes context, which is context type default, and handles the slash command. Although this is not going to be very much used, but we're adding it here. Say await update.message.reply. Bot is running monitoring messages for handle, and then it just does that. So that's that command. We're also just adding that there to provide some form of a security for us. So we need another method here. This method is going to be called handle message, just like we have we don't have handle message here. We have process message. Okay, so to handle message, this is handle incoming messages from private chat, group, and channel. So because this bot is very versatile, you can add it to a group, you can add it to a channel, you can also add it, you can also do a private messaging of DM. You can DM the bot, and the bot will still give you information. So it's just very versatile to use. So you want to do chat type, okay, because when the message is sent, you want to say this chat type is equal to update.effective-message.type. So you want to get the chat type, whether it could be private, could be group, could be subgroup, could be channel. These are just various subtypes, chat types that are in Telegram. Okay, and the next thing you want to do, you want to extract the message text. Okay, message text is equal to, say, it should give you that updated text if the message update.message, if there is a message. Okay, else you want to do update.channel.post text. So you're actually calculating between how messages are received. Okay, if it's a private message or if it's a channel message. So if it's a private message, okay, it should be received this way. If it's a private message and group message, it should be, this is how you want to do it. But if it's not neither a private and group message, then this is how it should be done. This is how you extract channel text. Okay, message text. So if there is no message you want to return, all right, so simply ignore empty messages. Great. And then you want to log out that say received message in chat type. Okay, and then the message text. All right, and then you also want to proceed by saying check if the bot should respond in this chat type. So I want to say if chat type in group, subgroup, or channel, okay, then you should also check that if not self.message contain handle. So you want to make sure that even though this message is all good and all that, you want to make sure that it contains what handle before you proceed. Okay, Otherwise, you don't want to proceed. And I think this should be moved down to this place. Okay, so what I want to do here is to say just return. So ignore the message if it's not. Ignore the message unless they contain the mentioned bot handle. So that's why we are very interested in the bot handle. All right, but if everything all goes well, okay, what I want to do is say await self.process message, and you just want to pass the update. Okay, now we need to create this method. This is the last method, for this Telegram. So I want to create this method called process message, and it takes in an update, which is basically a record of message and other metadata. So you want to process a message asynchronously and reply to the original message, just like we have with that, but if I show you one of our own, you see that it always replies whomever was asking that question. So we want to do something similar for our new bot that we're creating. Then you want to say try. Okay, and if there is any, you want to say try, create a pipeline to RAG chat. All right, RAG response is going to be await this pipeline.chat with RAG, and you send the update.message.text. So this is it. You send it into there, and then you want it to reply to the original message. Okay, reply to the original message instead of just sending a new message. Okay, I want to say await update.message.reply text. All right, I want to reply it with this information. When you want to say text is equal to this RAG response now, and then you want to say reply to message ID. Okay, you want to say update.message message underscore ID. This creates the reference effect that we are looking for. Okay, so this is the reference effect. Okay, and after it does that, let's say exception or accept. All right, so what I want to do is error processing message, and not just that, you want to respond with a default message. You say await, if there is an error, you want to say update.message.reply text. Sorry, I encountered an error processing your message. Reply message ID, you send it to that, this wasn't actually done here as well. Okay, so we can actually do that here. All right, so it's a message dot reply. Sorry, I encountered an error processing your message, and then say that. This is very cool. So we've been able to complete those two bots. Now that's not all there is about it. So the next step is to make sure that we are able to listen to it. Okay, because currently the bot is not online. You understand that? So it's offline, so we can't do anything about it. So let's do this. I'm going to do it for both run dev and the run. So we want to do both. So let's start with the run dev. Okay, so what do we want to do after this fast API method here? Okay, we want to create another method called run Discord bot. Okay, and in running Discord bot, I'm going to say Discord underscore bot is equal to, you grab this Discord bot, look at it, it's been imported. Okay, but from the wrong location. Great, so we have Discord bot. What we want to pass in is config. So we don't yet have config here, so we need to make sure that config is also being imported. So we say config So from config import what? Config. So at this point, this should be valid now. So yeah, it is valid. So you get the bot handles and the Discord token. All right. Now that you have those, you want to say a sync here, just like we have it .run this Discord bot, and then you run it on the start command, because the Discord bot has a start command. Okay, that is for Discord. What about for Telegram? I have another one for Telegram. So I want to run Telegram bot. So let's import this. Okay. So for Telegram, this is how you initialize it. The same procedure. Do config.token and then bot handles. Okay. Now you have that. You want to create the application. You want to say application is equal to application. So you want to import this application from Telegram. Okay, so we want to say from Telegram dot import application. So once we import the application, we want to say dot builder, application builder, and want to say dot token, and then you pass in a Telegram token, and then you call on this dot build. Okay, this is a Telegram token dot build. Okay, and then you say Telegram bot dot application now is equal to what? Application. You know that this Telegram does have a, look at it, it has a property called application. So we are setting that property to this application now. Okay, and once you set it up, you want to say telegram.bot.setup handles. Okay, so the setup handles, it's going to trigger this method, setup handlers, trigger it, and make sure that it's now running on the terminal. This is the message that you're going to see on the terminal. And then not just that, you want to then do a sync now. I want to define a method called start Telegram. Okay, so this is what start Telegram does. It is on that is sync with application, right? And then we want to do not Telegram await application dot not initialize dot start. Okay, and I'm going to do await application dot update her. Okay, and you want to call on dot start pooling. Okay, and you want to say pooling interval to be what? 5.0. And then lastly, you want to what? Say asyncio dot dot run, just like we'd have this run for all of them, and then you start this Telegram bot. So that is cool. Now here we can just uncomment this now. Okay, and uncomment this as well. Okay, uncomment those, and here you can uncomment this code handler, even though should we? Okay, let's just do it, and then also uncomment here as well. So then you want uncomment here and uncomment here. Okay, that is cool, right? So let's do the same thing. Okay, we're gonna copy these two method or function, sorry, and come to this run. After this fast API, we want to make sure that these are available, and these. Okay, so let's fix that. Nothing should be coming from back end. Okay, and you also want to import this Telegram application builder. Okay, so that's good. Now you want to uncomment this. So before you uncomment that, you want to make sure that this Telegram is added to this multi processing modules, and you want to start not just Fast API but Discord server as well, this Discord bot, and then this will be available here. So then you want to make sure that you join it here. Okay, so we just join it here. So because this is for development purposes, we want to be able to terminate the process, but on production we don't really need that, you understand? So that's the difference between the both. So you save that, and now when you check this, it seems to be working, but maybe a little bit of an error. So you say that handle Discord start and self.handle start. If we go to this location, handle start, saying that Telegram object has no attribute handle start. Okay, so let's fix that. As in line 36. Okay, so it's not supposed to be handle start, it's actually just start command. Okay, it's one of the reasons why, see, it's working now. Okay, and let's run that again. See, this application is still running. Okay, so this error is appearing because of how we are setting up this. We're going to simplify this to ensure that it's working properly. So let's do some changes. Okay, up to this place we're good. All right, we just have issues specifically attached to this place. So instead, we're gonna remove this and say logger starting Telegram bot pulling, and then want to say application dot run pulling. Okay, I want to say pulling intervals to be 0.5. So this takes care of the same problem that we're having. Okay, we don't need to use this this method, this async.run, async.io.run method. We don't need to use that formula for this. Okay, and this will just run just fine. So there's one more thing. You see this handle, we need to change that, so we need to update it. Okay, for Discord, this one is for Telegram, but for Discord we need the app ID of this. You can even see that this bot is already showing that it's online, so we need to copy the app ID. All right, and come here and replace it. Okay, how about let's see if we monitor for not just Python 5, but want to also monitor for .env. Okay, env. All right, let's see if I update the env environment variable, if there's going to be any changes. Okay, that's cool. So that we don't need to, we'll make sure that all of these things are in line. So save that, it refreshes. Pretty cool. All right, so that is it. So it's time for us to actually test out this functionality and to verify once and for all that this thing is working. And I want to actually, also increase the number of handles that, that I want, bot handles. So let's say at mentor, or let's say at scraper. All right, so we want to also give it that particular handle. For some reason it's not. Let's see how it is taken care of here. So the handles, bot handles, okay, and then how is bot handles handled? So find that where is bot handle, the split where we have comma, okay, split on comma is bot handle. All right, then maybe we should quit this and start it afresh. Okay, you can see that scraper is added now. It didn't just pick it up the first time. Okay, so there we go. Now let's test it out. Okay, no more shenanigans. Let's see, what do you know? We can say we can invoke this Dapp scraper. We can just call it this, and let's see save. Okay, you can see that it caught up with this and it's already processing this and it's completed. As you can see, message has been said. We are unable to respond directly as an official representative of the organization. However, if you're looking for general information about Dapp mentors or related topics such as Web3 listing, and all that, all trading, please let us know. Okay, so let's say, can you list your courses? Let's see that. Can you list your courses? And it's complete. You can see our available offering include premium courses, Dapp, and all that, and then it gives you some more information of classes and all of those things. What you need to build an automated AI crypto trading bot, which you can actually check out on the site itself. So this is cool. It's working for Discord. All you need now is to deploy this project online, and you will see that it's actually functioning. Your support system is secured with your own specialized what they call it, support system. Very cool. Just keep answering questions, and you can improve this application and make it able to carry out some commands. Okay, let's say if you request or something, it can go and do other kinds of stuff. It doesn't need to always be about RAG only, but also you can put some function behind and it will execute it for you. So let's do something similar here. Say, what do you know? You can just call it at scraper. Okay, let's see. And all right, so it got connected. What do you know? A scraper, and it's already done. Basically, it's done. See, we offer free Web3 and all of those things. I think why this message is coming last, so we need to make sure that where this place called received, it should be moved. Let's move it all the way here. Okay, so and then let's come and ask, say, list your services. Can you please list your services? If I chat with the message bot directly, let's see whether it's gonna take that, because it is coming directly. It it is coming directly from the bot itself. You're chatting one-on-one with the bot itself. It's able to pick it up right there and see. It just gives you information about it. One-on-one blockchain mentorship, AI blockchain consultancy service, blockchain developer bootcamp, and so many custom blockchain development. These are various services. Just by that one scraping thing, you see how amazing this particular provision is. Very fantastic stuff to do. So when you're chatting with this directly, then it's gonna be acting that way. Okay, so but if you add it to a group, now if you add this and you're chatting with this from a group, then you need to make sure that you're referring to any one of those handles for it to respond to you. But if you're chatting to the bot directly, it doesn't need that because it already knows that you're chatting with it directly. So fantastic. And if you're actually stoked with this insight about how this was built and how we are dealing with it, I would really want you to hit that like and subscribe button. Subscribe to our channel so that you will not miss out on important updates. And also, please check out our course on that AI crypto trading bot. All right, the crypto trading platform is more robust and contains a whole lot more that has to do with AI fusing with the blockchain. So I would really encourage you to check it out and buy the course on our website. All right, so that is it for this module. And in the next module now, we'll be preparing for deployment. Okay, because we kind of are done with this application. What we need is to deploy it and start seeing it on our webs online directly. So I will see you in the next part of this video. Okay, if you remember, we just updated this Telegram function here, and we need to also make sure that it's updated here as well, so that they will use the same standard. That is cool. Now we need to prepare the system for deployment. Okay, very important. All right, so how do we do that? There are some things that we need to make sure is in place. We did this before. Let me just do it afresh. Okay, I'm just going to create another one. For now, I'm going to call it, or let me just delete this one, or I'm going to remove all this and let's just start from scratch. Okay, very important. This is a workflow. Okay, so you need to create GitHub workflow/workflows and then main.yml. It's very important that you understand how we work this thing out, because this will be primarily responsible for our AI deployment. So now this is all YML based. Okay, so we want to deploy AI RAG scraper to Ubuntu VPS. Okay, so the deployment is on a VPS. All right, but if you have another way of deploying this, it is up to you. You can do whatever you want to do, but now I have some stuffs to do. Okay, so we need to define jobs. Okay, we're gonna have different jobs, and one of the jobs we want to do is to prepare the directory first before we deploy. So the directories on the VPS where this is going to be running, want to prepare it. So it's going to run on Ubuntu, the latest version, and we're going to be using the first step that I want to do is to set up directories and permission. All right, so to do that, say set up directories with permission. To do that, we need this Apple Boy version. So I don't know if they have a SSH, a new version of it. I don't want to experiment for now. Let's go straight forward. And then we do with you're going to be using some record. These records are going to be what your VPS already has. If you set up your VPS properly, you need, it has to have this record. first of all, the record is host name, username, key, which is the private key, and then the port and a debug to be true. So in case you have any issue. So this we're going to set these things up on GitHub ourselves. These are secrets or environment secrets that will be passed dynamically during this interaction. So the host name, the username, the key, the private key, and the port. So this is just for experiment so that you can see this thing functioning online, and then you also need a script. Okay, so what is this script? I'm going to just break it down, right? Straightforward. So this script is just in preparing AI RAG scraper directory. Okay, so we're going to call the directory. We're saying sudo make a directory, and also create all these directory inside a folder we're going to call dockerized containers and AI scraper. Okay, and then we set up the permission of this directory to be this current user, okay, which is our GitHub, which is our user, okay, and have this thing. Okay, so we just set up all these permissions to make sure that we can modify, change, or operate that. So if this location exists, then you should first of all remove that directory and clean it so that we can put new one, so new directory structure. And so the content of it, we are removing the content. That's what we're saying. So if this directory already exists, then we just remove the contents that are in there, and then then perform some testing to verify that the permission is now is enabled. So the echo write test successful. So that will help us to prepare the directory, okay, so that our code can be deployed. So this time I'm going to paste the deployment, this code. So this is the second job. So the next job is deploy code. All right, in deploying the code, it needs these prepared directories to be successful already. So if it doesn't succeed, it should not run this, right? So we're using the same setup, okay, using checkout. These are for GitHub operations, okay. We'll say use checkout and copy the files from that GitHub branch or that commit, whatever the version of code that you've published to GitHub is going to copy all those files to the VPS, and it's going to be using this package called appleboy/scp action. So this version, and then of course it's going to access the VPS using this these records, okay, and then it goes to the source, and this is the target location where we want to dump the code. So once it is dumped in here, want to fix permission issue after copying. So we're saying that if there's any issue with permission, it is fixed by this sudo churn thing, and then we'll give this permission now to this Docker Compose, because we're going to be having a Docker Compose, and then we just fix all the permission, okay, and then we just say post copy permission set successfully. All right, so that is for deployment. Now the code is on the server. So what's the next step? The next step, when the code is on the server, we want to make sure that we set up the environment variables. Environment variables, very important. So it's going to be based on these ones that are here. Okay, so I think I'm gonna also, where's that config? Let me close this, and let's go to config. and we had this API. Okay, so we already have it here. So let's remove the things that are not supposed to be here. I'm going to remove this. Okay. All right, so all of these are valid. All right, so this creates backend environment variable. This one is only for the backend. We're going to come for the other ones, so you just create a new directory if it doesn't already exist. Okay, create a new directory here and create the environment variable with these records. Okay, and we also want to make sure we have this is chat API key, very important. So you want to make sure that all of these are present. Secret chat API, all of these, including port. Okay, environment is development here. Okay, so yep, and then this Mongo URI, this Mongo URI, that is the only one that we need now. We don't need all this. Okay, and how many are there? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. Okay, so that's 14, and let's check here. 2 4 6 8 9 10 11 12 13. There's one extra. Let's count this again. 1 2 3. Okay, this one is not supposed to be here because I've just replaced it with this. All right, so that makes sense. So let's count it again. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So it's accurate now. So those are the back end. So those are the back end environment variables. We also have another one for what's it called? Another one for creating front end environment variable. And what we need is just the next Google client ID and next public backend URI. So we need those, and that will create the front end version of that. Okay, so we need to create another set of environment variable for MongoDB. All right, so I'm going to add this here. Okay, for this place, we're gonna add this one ourselves, especially on Google secret variables. Okay, in our local development, we don't have need for this aspect. Okay, but it's only when we're online. So now we have all those. Now after we've created the environment variables for each one of these, you can see here that this environment variable is dumped in the general AI script directory. Meanwhile, this one is on the front end and this is in the back end. So you should take note of those various locations. Now we need to build the application using the Docker installation, the Docker script that we're going to have. Okay, so we're going to bring it in. So what is going to happen is build and deploy. So you need the setup environment to be ready, and then and ensures that this script, this Docker -compose YMS script is available. Otherwise, you should just say Docker compose not found and then exit. Okay, otherwise you should just run Docker compose build, and that will what? Build the application. So once the build process is complete, then it's going to pull down, what's it called? It's going to pull down the Docker containers that were already running before. But if this is the first time, it's going to say echo no running containers to stop, and then just deploy the new ones. Okay, so that's what it's going to do, and it's going to deploy them with all the environment variables available now. Okay, so after the build process is done, we add this extra work. Okay, this is to just clean up to remove any images or anything that were created, to just free up the computer, the server, and ensure that we don't have things that are no longer needed still dangling in the system. So that's what this does. And this Docker Compose PS will now show you a verification that deployment has been successful. Okay, so now we want to, right now we don't have a Docker Compose script. Okay, now we want to write one for ourselves. So I'm going to come here. It's quite surprising that we don't have that already. We probably have removed it. So I'm going to create a new Docker Compose script. All right, and want to be very meticulous here. So I'm going to be using this version. I don't know why Docker always screams at different versions. Okay, and I'm going to create 2 networks. Okay, please don't worry about the trader thing for now. I'm going to change all the name from trader to scraper. Okay, so I want to create 2 networks. One will be public network and one will be private network. Okay, and I want to create 3 volumes. All right, this volume 1 is for Ollama data, because we're going to be using Ollama. We'll install it on our VPS. We install MongoDB, and we also install the backend. Backend will also be generating data. So all the data that have been generated will be stored in these locations. All right. Then we need services. Okay. Services. So what are the services do we need? We need the front end service. Okay. And this is the front end service. Okay. I'm going to change all this trader name to fit this name. So I'm going to do it all at once. So we have the front end service. What it will do, it will have a build context. So that means to go to this /front end location and then access the Docker file that is there. Now let's open this Docker file and let me walk you through what is going on. We're using this version of Node.js because Next.js uses Node.js under the hood. So this is the version of Node.js. This is the working directory in the container where everything of this code will be dumped. And we want to first copy, this package.json file, so which will include these 2. Want to copy it into this working directory first thing, and then want to do run npm container installation, or I don't know why the meaning of this CI, but I think probably maybe container installation. So when you run this, it's going to install. It's the same thing as npm install. You understand that? But I think this is a more optimized way of doing it in a Docker container. So that is what this installation will do. Then you now copy the rest of the content that belongs to this folder into this working directory, and then you run build. When you run build, okay, npm run build is going to build the project. This is available. When you check out this, there's a build command here, so it would run this next build and have the project optimized. Then once the build is complete, once the build is complete, it will expose it in this location, this 3000 port, and then you also make sure you create a volume directory for persistent purposes. Okay, and then you start the application with this command. So that is what this entire build instruction is going to what carry out. So the container name, we want to give it this. Okay, remember, I'm going to change this prefix to match our application, and then you want to match the internal port of the Docker project into the external port, which we're giving it 3000, but you can give it a different port externally. And you want this, since it's a front-end app, you want it to be on the public network, and you want the environment file to be the one that is on that particular folder. Remember, due to our instruction here, okay, our instruction here, so it's going to use this environment variables that are here, and then it depends on the back-end service. Okay, before this front-end service runs, we want the back-end service to be functional. All right, so how do we do that? We'll now bring in the back-end service. Now I'm going to come here. So this is the back-end service. In the back-end service, the build context is going to be here. The same procedure. We look at this. It's going to be using this Python 3.13.1, which is the same as what we use there, in our environment, in the development. So in the development process, we use this version 13, the 3.13.1. So that's what we're using here as well in this Docker file. Okay, and setting the working directory the same, and this is the requirements, more like the same. It's the same thing as the Docker what's it called, the package.json in our Next.js/React project. So you copy this and then you install it. Now you're saying that no caching, okay, just pip install no caching -arrow, and then that requirement is going to install all that. And you see this process sets up the crawler for AI, so that is very important. So we set it up and it will download the browser, playwright, and all of those things. Then we'll now copy the rest of the code and expose it on this port 8000 and set this Python on buffer to be 1, and then we're running this run.py on the production server, and then we're passing this directory, this db instance, as the directory it should watch for. Remember this execution here. So if this argument here, okay, is talking about the directory it should watch for, folder to watch for, if it's going to be carrying out db changes. So that place, that is where watch or changes is going to happen. So if change happens on that location, or if change happens on this location, like we added new knowledge base, we upgraded the knowledge base, we did some things to that, then it's going to refresh that server. So that is what is happening here. And the container name, we are specifying it to be the same as this service name. Okay, and we're saying this key is very important: restart unless stop. So unless we intentionally stop this container from running, it should continue to restart in case something happens to it and it needs to reboot, so that our service will not become offline on that. Okay, and then it's gonna inherit, it's going to both be a public and a private network, so that public network so that it can connect to the front end, private network because we will want it to connect to services such as MongoDB and Ollama, which we'll soon do, and then it should use the environment file that is in that location. So the volume, you see the front end doesn't have a volume. The volume is being set to this specific location now, okay, which is if you come here, volume, this is the location, so we're setting it, and this is where we'll be dumping records, okay, so that when we make a fresh deployment, all the data that we've stored will not be erased, okay, and then we're exposing this, Okay, and this depends on Mongo service and Ollama service running. They're very important that those two services they run. All right. Now we need to bring in Ollama service now, and it's using an image, so we don't need to build anything from anywhere. Using an image, the latest Ollama image, and then it builds. This is a container name. It restart on let's stop, and this is a network that you should connect with the private network, and this is the volume location. You see that we're commenting the port out. This is supposed to be the port, but we don't want people we don't want to expose this publicly. All right, this means if you do this, if you do this, then other people can connect to your Ollama service and then drain your resources. So by keeping it internal ports only internal containers will be able to utilize this service. So no external user can utilize the service. So we want to do exactly the same thing for the MongoDB as well. So this is Mongo service. So we're doing the same thing. It has it's using this Mongo latest image. This is a container name. The restart on let's stop using the private network, and this is a data storage location. Okay, and we're setting up some of these initial Mongo init db root username and the db root password. So we're going to supply these ones. We already supplied it because during this process, okay, these things were made available. All right, so it's going to be picking it up from it's just going to be automatically there. Okay, now there's one more setup, very important. We're also making sure that this is not exposed so that other people cannot use our back end, our database. So we need a new Ollama setup process. You know that when you set up Ollama for this does not download the model that we need. Okay, so we want it to download the model and install it like one-time installation, so that we can immediately start working, so that I won't have to go to the container manually and try to pull a new model into it. So it will just run dynamically. So let's bring in this first. So this is a new service. This service, it doesn't, it's just going to be, this service will just run and get automatically destroyed afterward. Okay, so it's just a visiting service. You understand that it's not there to stay, it's just there to do a job and get out. So of course it's going to need this image, okay, the Ollama image, because it's already been installed here. It won't need much thing anymore, and then it will, this is the name of the container, and this is the network. Is a private network, and this is where it will store, it record the same location as the one that we'll be interacting with later on. And then the environment variables are very important. So we need, for example, we want it to have this Ollama model, okay, which should come, this Ollama model, this is an environment variable, and we need to look at this place so that we'll know where the Ollama model. Okay, so we need to have those installed, and we need to do it properly, and I'm looking for the best way to do it. So we have chat model, and we'll also have embedding model. So we need to have these two models available. Okay, so let's come back here. So Ollama model, instead of this Ollama model, I'm going to be providing it with that chat model. So let's do this way. Let's do it this way instead. We want to say, instead of Ollama model, we want to call it chat model. Okay, chat model. We want the chat model to be available. And then we also want to do embedding model, because these two models are very important, that they are present. So we want to say embedding model, and embedding model, the default, okay, they want to, let's give it the proper, this one is the default chat model. Okay, the reason I'm going to keep this one is because in case you need to use that to test if it actually worked. No, let's keep this, let's use this. Okay, and then the embedding model is this nomic one. Okay, but I still want to keep this. Okay, I want to keep that one that way. I'm keeping that to test because in a situation where there is a problem with the environment variable, it's going to fall back on this, and then if it falls back on this, we can be able to discern that okay, there is something wrong with the environment variable. So that's why I'm keeping it that way. All right, and this is the host URL. All right, and it depends on this Ollama service. So this Ollama service must be running. All right, that's not all though. We need more. So the entry point, we need to specify the entry point to be this. Okay, and then we want to run this command. Okay, this command, I want to say echo waiting for services to be ready, and we'll sleep for just let it be for 10 seconds and check if Ollama model is installed. If when you list you can find, now we don't want Ollama model, we just want to say chat model. Okay, want to check if model, the chat model is installed, and then we want to say Ollama list and then check if it has the chat model. Okay, and echo chat model is already installed, but otherwise we want it to install the chat model, and not only the chat model, we want it to also install the embedding model. All right, so it will install the both of them, models, chat model and embedding model, and embedding model are installed successfully. So setup complete. We know that if the chat model is installed, then definitely the embedding model will also be installed, and then say all services are running and is ready, and is ready as well. So you save that. Now we need to do a small modification to our GitHub action so that it will align properly. So we'll come back here, the command. So we have a command, we want to modify the command, okay, that we want to do here. So this is the command, this one stays, we are okay here. We want to modify this command a little bit so that it can fit into the picture of what we intend to do. So we want it to what? Of course, we want it to stop any running container, right? So after I stop a running container, it should start all the containers. All right, so it can start that, and then after I start the container, this is the last step that we want to do. Okay, the last step here is to run setup profile. Let's do run setup profile if profile exists. So we want to do docker compose -- profile. Remember, we have this profile now. This is the profile, and is a setup profile here. So profile is set up. We want to run and remove it. We don't want it to be called bot trader. So I'm going to find it. It's only used one place. So I want to make sure that this is called bot scraper. You understand? So bot scraper. So we want it to run this and remove the container name bot scraper Ollama setup and say, or echo setup profile not found or failed, and then just say deployment complete. So now let's come to this place and ensure that anywhere we have all this, okay, want to come here and say instead it should be bot scraper. You get, so that's what we're going to call it. You replace it in the 30 places that it was found, and you can find that all of these things now are not bearing the name bot scraper. Man, that sounds like how bot this thing, but I don't really think about it that way. So anyway, the bot scraper stuff is all good. It's all good. So, and then we've made the modification here. So the next course of action is to deploy this online. So I'm going to spin up my VPS server and deploy this. But before we do so, let's go first to the I've not really pushed this thing online. So let's go push it online and see how it goes. So I want to say, come here and say initialize. Okay, now all these things have been initialized, and this is git ignore, so it shouldn't have all this. So we're making sure that it doesn't have any one of these things, so it's not pushing any one of our secret keys online. So we want to also make sure for the back end and the front end, the environment variables are also protected. Okay, for environment variable, for all these other ones, we want to make sure that they are protected. So you save that. So git ignore, make sure here that this git ignore is properly spelled, because if you don't spell it properly, it's gonna be caching some things that you don't want to cache. So I'm gonna come here and say rename. This is not big I, this small I, git ignore. Okay, all right. So we have all that. And let's also run this here to see git status, to see that if what is not tracking. And let's do git add. And let's run that git status again. Okay, so let's see the backward. And let's do that git status. I think there is something not okay, because it's only tracking the back end now, and that is not what I'm intend. The goal is to track both the front and the back end. Maybe that mistake. Okay, it's actually tracking the front end as well, right? So it's tracking the front end as well, so that's okay. Now I want to do this can just call it initial commit, and then I want to push it online, updated record, and then want to publish branch. Want to call it AI scraper bot course, and let's keep it private for now. Okay, now it's pushed online. Let's bring it here. You can close this. It's even running this already, but it's gonna fail, of course, because the environment variables have not been set. So we need to come here, come to this secret and variables, come to actions. This is where we're gonna dump a whole lot of this is where we're gonna be dropping a whole lot of what's it called, environment variables. Okay, so let's go and add all these important secret. So I'm going to say not this one this one, new repository secrets. Okay, so start with secret key, right? And let's use this one. This is secret key. Let's have another one. This is the chat. You want to add it here. Let's do another one. Now this is going to be different. Okay, so let's copy it, come here, new secret. So this is the chat endpoint. Okay, so the chat endpoint, you're going to copy exactly how it is specified. So this is the Ollama model endpoint. This is where it is. You need to copy that exact word URL. So bot scraper Ollama service on that port. So that same chat endpoint is valid. So what I mean by that is right here. So let's do this. Okay, I want to do some changes. So I want to say chat, what do we call it, chat endpoint. I want to call this chat endpoint, or it falls back on this particular one here. Okay, and now we need to make sure that this chat model, embedding, and these are all part of the records here. Okay, so say chat model. Okay, because if we don't have this, then you can't interact with it. Okay, the embedding model, and lastly the chat endpoint. Okay, so we have chat model, chat endpoint, and embedding model. You want to make sure these values are available, so that it can be called upon. Okay, so what's the next thing? There's still a lot of environment variable. So we've done for chat endpoint. We'll do for chat model as well. Chat model, we want it to be this. Okay, we want to do for embedding model. Okay, I'm going to be doing something here. Embedding model and add to secret. Now let's come back here to make sure that this is an embedding model. Okay, this is when you're dealing with Docker, Ollama on Docker, but we should make sure that embedding endpoint here is different from the chat endpoint, because you might decide to use a OpenAI, but then want to use your local, embedding model. So those differences needs to be accounted for. So want to make sure that we have the embedding model very uniquely added the embedding endpoint. Sorry. So you say this and add that secret. Okay, new one. The environment here. Environment is going to be production here. Production. Okay, we need the port to be 8000. Okay, and we need Mongo URI added. Okay, so let's do Mongo URI. Okay, now this Mongo URI is going to be a little bit different than how it was before. Okay, how do we mean different? If you come here, if you come to this, if you look at the way we refer to this Ollama service and their port, we need to refer to that container for Ollama, precise for MongoDB precisely, because we're using a MongoDB and we're not using, an external service. So this is the name that we need to bear in mind. So instead of localhost, using that, right? Instead of localhost, we're using bot scraper MongoDB service. That is what we're doing. Make sure you take note of this password and the user. Okay, so add that. We want to actually add more as well. I want to add this username to be root, and want to add the password to be that 12128. Okay, password is 128234567 okay. And what other items? There's just quite a lot of them. The Google client. Now you should also take note here in the front end. You see the difference in name, so that we serve for the both Google client ID, and make sure you supply the accurate one. Okay, and Discord key. So let's check if we have DB here. Okay, we don't have that. All right, so let's come back here, do Discord token. Okay, add it here, and do Telegram token. All right, and let's add this bot handles. You can remove this. Let's just keep it bot handles. Okay, what else is remaining? We're gonna need more information than this, so we need more things. The host, because we're gonna be talking to the private key. So let's come back here. So we have this place. So this particular SSH host, okay, this you have to provide if you're you have to provide for yourself. For me, I'm using a temporary one. Okay, that's why it has this whole ngrok thing. So this is my SSH. See, if you want to learn how to do this temporary one, it's still part of my course on that. If you visit my course on AI mastery, okay, AI trading bot mastery course, all of these things are specified there, so you can learn from that place. So this is for username. The username is gonna be called runner user. Okay, and what else again? We need port. This SSH port is gonna be, in this case, want it to just be 123671. That's a port, and then all of these records are gonna be destroyed after this. So in case you're planning on helping yourself with it, it's not gonna work. Okay, by the time this course is out, it's long been dead. You understand that? So I'm gonna get the private key now. So normally these things are what you're supposed to set up for yourself. So I think I have a tutorial on how to set up VPS for yourself, but if I don't, it's on the AI mastery course. You'll find it there. So this is a private key that I'm going to be using specifically for this tutorial, but of course it's going to be invalid after now. So we add this. Okay, so we have bunch of environment secrets. Okay, I think this is just about it, and this is just about it. So let's publish a new change. Let's see, added, adjusted the Docker compose script. All right, let's push this. If there is any problem, we'll also take note of it as well. So this has been pushed. All right, and if I come to this action, let's see, it's preparing directories. So it's not succeeding now. You can see that operations are happening because this is going to take a lot of process, but we'll come back once it is done to confirm that everything is working. Okay, I'll see you in the next part of this video. So I noticed that we missed out an essential key here, and it's supposed to be the backend URL. As if you check here, you find out that we have something like this backend URL. Okay, so we need to make sure that it's included. And also, okay, we're just going to do that and then deploy, and we'll see something, and then we'll make some changes again to perfect it. But it will not make sense to you if you don't really see what I'm talking about for yourself. Not here. What am I looking for now? Okay, I'm looking for the backend service. Okay, let's use this format. Okay, let's put this here. I'm going to change some things. The name of the container has to be backend service. Okay, taking this. All right, and then of course this in the port is to be addressed as port 8000. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, yep. All right, so we now have that as an additional stuff. Okay, while I'm gonna push this now. Okay, I'm gonna push this, or just basically just recommit, or let me view this place. I'm gonna reload. I'm gonna rerun all these jobs that it will pick up that additional parameter. Okay, so while it is working on its own, let's go and look at some things that we're gonna have to change. All right, so, and this is specifically about the front end. Okay, so let's come to localhost. Okay, we need to log in again. What's going on? Let's close. Let's run this again. Backend is offline. I guess that was why. Backend Python. Run dev. Okay, so let us run that. Sign in. No, we don't need to even sign in. The existing space is still valid. Now, while we did, there was something we missed. We missed the entirety of this angle. We're supposed to get the accurate data. These are dummy data for users. It needs to be available, so we need to make sure that it's here. All right. Okay, so let's go to the code, and we are looking for app dashboard users on this page here. We're going to this component. All right, so this is what the fake users that we currently do see are. So, but we need to make some changes to it. All right, so I'm just gonna look at what we've done before. Okay, and then bring it out here. All right, and make sure that I have cookies.js. Okay, so we have this. Now we need to look for where the API call is being made. So this is where the API call is being simulated. All right, so I'm gonna try and change it. Okay, so we'll call this, make it to this call. So URL, auth, and then users. This gets you all the users that you have in the platform, right? And then once you get that, you of course want to make sure that it was successful. Okay, and that's the need for this. Oh, come on. Okay, I say if it didn't succeed, then say user fetch failed. Okay, so but what if it succeeded? Then you want to get the data, all right, and then save the data as the users. So that's pretty much it. You want to then remove this fake record from here, and then we'll look for this wherever it's being used or is used in multiple places. We need to make sure that that is functioning properly. Now, to have that working, there is also another angle here that we need to work on, which is this toggle rule. It's also supposed to make an API call right here, so we need to make sure that it's making that call correctly. So for it to make the call, this is what we need to do, of course, the response. So we're going to this auth users, and then we pass the user ID, the row, and the new row that you want to give it. Okay, and once you do that, you want to check for success. So if it did succeed, then you want to say, okay, if it did succeed, you want to say user row toggle, and then you fetch the user fresh again to get all the latest records. All right, so you will not need this, and you will not need this either. So that looks okay. We still have this fake current user, and it's supposed to go away. So let's replace it. Instead of doing current user, we want to right here want to replace it with this user from users, and then it's not been used yet, so we're gonna make sure that we do those changes. Oh, sorry, I'm actually doing something wrong. This user is not a singular, so I'm just gonna add it on top here, singular user. All right, and so wherever we have this fake user, okay, we want to change it for user. Let's try that. User is possibly null, so we need to remove this, and then we'll fix these other ones. Let's fix them. Okay, so now to fix this, you want to first check if there is a user, okay, before you start testing for this other condition. Here you want to also do the same. If there is a user, or you check for other conditions. Okay, leave that, and let's watch how it looks now. Okay, you can see that there's only one user, which is me. So that angle has been set. That is one of the major corrections that we want to do. So this is the building the system because of so many things involved. Okay, so still up and running. Okay, so the deployment is complete, and all on its own, it done all the installation that is needed, and you can see that the final installation that it did was to run this bot scraper Ollama service running, and then check for model, which it was checking for that v4 model if it is installed, and then installed model, and so it installed this one. It put it around 2.5 gigabyte. Okay, so after I finished pulling it, it also pulled another one, the Nomic DB as well, of course. So you now see that the models, these two models and Nomic DB, are installed successfully, setup complete, and all service are running. So at this point, we need to check out something so that we can visit it on the web. That's what we want to do now. So to do what I want to do, I want to log into the VPS itself. Whatever I'm giving here is just a time. It's based on temporal basis, so this thing is not going to last. So this is the login details, and say yes, and then enter my VPS password, and I'm in. Okay, so now if I do docker ps, you find out that I have I have those services running, many services. We have 4 services running: front end, back end, Ollama, and MongoDB. Okay, so all of those services are running, and among those services, only 2 can be publicly visited. The others are, internal. Okay, let's clear this. So in this my server, by default, so since I don't have, for this project, we are not doing like a custom domain, so that you can visit this project online. I've already set up Cloudflare, in a way, Cloudflare tunneling, so that I can redirect the service, and make it publicly available. I don't know if you understand that. So currently I don't have those 2 services tunneled, so I want to make sure that I can have those 2 services running, as part of this Cloudflare, service. I do docker ps. Okay, so the 2 public services, I want to make them available for visitation outside of the terminal here. So to add to these services here, I'm going to run this command. So this command is nhop Cloudflare tunnel. This only works if you have Cloudflare installed on your VPS. Okay, so that's why I'm running this, and then --URL. So I want to make the back end URL to be I want to make this front end URL to be public, and then we say the log file should be Cloudflare log file, and that is where we're storing all of those things. And then you write this. So let's run that and see. Okay, so if we do check this again, we find out that we now have this as part of the services. Okay, so we can then run this command to see the URL. So this is the URL right here that we're looking for. Okay, I'm going to copy this, come to the browser, paste it. Okay, that is our application online right there, and you can actually visit it. So concerning the little modification that I wanted to let you know on is if I click this login, let's say I click here, login, you see that this access is what blocked, right? So I need to add this URL to my Google console. So you can come here, console, look for that application. So this bot scraper, and you want to add authorized URL, and you also want to add here as well. Okay, just save it. Right, so let's try and refresh and try and log in again. Login, I'm allowed now, right? So we do this, but then it fails. It's not logged in. You can see, okay, it's actually logged in, all right, but it's not fetching the user record, which is supposed to be /me. Do you see this? I don't know if you're seeing this particular URL, the way it is structured. It's supposed to be bot scraper backend, column 8000/auth/users/me, and it was blocked. We check the network tab, so it was blocked, and we know why it's blocked. It's blocked because of something that if you don't know, you will miss out. Okay, let me make sure that. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you why it failed. So it failed because, let's go back to the terminal, because this is the front end right here. If it was server to server, like the other one, login worked for us, meaning when we logged in, we're able to log in because there is this server-side API login endpoint that was called to register or to supply the record into the backend. You understand that? That worked, but it didn't work for for using the front end angle. That is for you to make this call from the client side. Okay, so if it's going to be client side, then I must supply the full URL, this URL here, and not the dockerized URL. Okay, so this is the issue. What is expecting is this Cloudflare URL, but the one that is getting is this dockerized. So but if I'm going to be using this dockerized format to make our application unified, then what I need to do is to make sure that anywhere that we're using this, okay, is going to be addressed in this way. So we're going to pass through a layer first in our front end, and then the back end of our front end is going to now speak to that Python backend. That is what is simply talking about here. So that is what we want to do as another adjustment. So for doing that, I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy this and find everywhere that we're using something like this. So we have 5 of those occurrences. So we gotta make some changes to it. So let's start with this user table, okay, which we're already there. I'm going to come to the front end here, create this API. Inside this auth, we're going to have a file called users and say route route.ts. Okay, so to fix that whole thing I explained, let's start by creating the API /. I'm going to pull it out of this auth. Let's just bring it to API straightforward. All right, so API /users. Okay, and then you create a file route.ts, and we're gonna just do this fast. So we're gonna be making use of next request and next response. All right, and this is gonna be get request. So let's get in. So first of all, we need to get, like we were doing before here, we needed to get this scraper user, right? So to get it from the back end, we need to say this scraper user cookie. You get it from request.cookie.get scraper user. Okay, this is where you get it. And we say if the scraper user cookie does not exist, okay, you say no authentication token found, right? Otherwise, if it is found, we want it to be passed and we'll extract the token. So we pass it json.pass, okay, and then we extract the token, which is .user.token.access token. Now that we get it, we want to also make sure that the token is actually available. So if there is no token, we want to say invalid authentication token. So those are very important. Then we can make the request instead of making it here. Okay, instead of making this request right here, we're gonna then make it in this place. Okay, so we're not gonna be making it here, and it's gonna be speaking to the backend URL. And we need to make sure we include this backend URL because currently it's not here. So backend URL for this gonna be localhost column 8000. Okay, so that's the backend URL. Now /user, so we get that, and then we want to get the data. Basically the same flow here that we're doing. Okay, that's the same flow. So we say we convert it to JSON, we get the data. If there is any, it doesn't exist, there's no record, say user field, user fetch field. All right, and once that is done, you can then return the response. But if there is an error, okay, we want to check if this error, okay, if error is instance of error, then return next response.json, then we'll pass in the error, or if there is no message, we just say fail to fetch user, and this status code is 500. But if it's not instance of this error, then we just wanted to return this information. Okay, so that is it. We just return internal server error 500 as well. So we save this. Okay, and let's make the changes as well in the front end. So in this user table, instead of getting ourselves involved with this, we just want to say /API. I think we should move this back to this place. We should move it back to this auth. Okay, now we have /API/auth/user /API/auth/users. Okay, that is where we want to do this. And when we're making that call this time, we don't need this authorization token. because it's not necessary, and the rest of this stays the same. Okay, let's see how that goes first by testing it out. Okay, come here, refresh this page. Okay, so we have an issue. So basically it's having an issue detecting pay to pass URL from undefined/auth. So let's also check this as well, and let's check the front end. Okay, let's restart this, check it out again. So apparently it doesn't like this backend URL thing that we're doing here. So let's look at how we implemented before. So we have this next public. So this is how it's referenced, next public. Okay, and let's look at and close. We'll be back on this. So we already have, do we have that? So let's come to the front end, the front end, and see code.env. Oh, my mistake was that I was doing this in the back end service. Okay, so this wasn't necessary here. So this is the front end service. This is what we should be, this is the URL that we should be using. So I'm going to copy that, come here and replace it. Okay, and for that replacement, let's quit this and start it again and see what changes, because here it is saying that this thing is undefined, so definitely cannot find that. Let's try that again. Okay, so it's getting my record correctly. So why that has happened, okay, successful. We can close here and let us create another one, another endpoint. For this endpoint this time, it is for, this will help us to toggle. We have this other endpoint here that enables us to toggle rows. So to toggle that row, we need to come here, create another file. The file will be square bracket ID, and then it'll be like row slash route.ts. Okay, we're gonna make something pretty fast. Yeah, I want to make sure that I reference this. This is under auth. So this is so under auth. Okay, and this is going to be a put method. I hope I'm doing this correctly. We have try catch. For this try catch, we don't need to do anything new. We're going to copy the same instruction as before, and that is what we'll do it here. So for this place, we can then write our code. So the first thing we want to do, we want to search the parameter. So we search this parameter, will be like search param. We grab it from this URL, request.url. Okay, and we're grabbing the search parameter right there, and then we're saying the row will be this search parameter dot get row. And once we retrieve the row, we can then say if there is no row, okay, then you say role is required. Otherwise, if we'll get past there, we're just going to do the same process for getting the tokens and validating it. So we'll get the token. All right, the script user will get the token. Script user will get the token, and we have verified it that the token is available. Then we make an API call immediately that we can verify. So this API call is not going to this backend, but is going to this one. You want to make sure that you provide accurate record. So it's going to /auth users, the user ID, and then /row and the new row that is is intended to be updated. Okay, and afterward, just like before, okay, you want to grab this, all right, and update that, and we are good. And for us to test it out, we need to, I'm going to log out and log in with a new record. Let's use Dapp Mentors for example. Okay, so you see that since it's Dapp Mentor, you see that I can't access that user route. Now let me sign in with my admin account. Okay, and then come to users. I have this. Let's try and switch the user, because let's click switch. So it's admin now, right? When I switch it back, it's a user. So this is working just fine. I refresh, it's an admin. Switch, I refresh, is a user. So that is working, but we have not yet integrated it. Okay, now he's using the older way of doing it. So to get the new way of doing it, all we need to do is, I'm going to get it. Okay, I'm going to update here. Let me copy from here. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, up to this place. All right, and then we don't need this URL anymore, and also this authorization, we don't need that here. So we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we don't need the cookies.js. Okay, so the moment of truth is for us to test it out and see if it is working. Refresh, I click on switch, it's switched. Let's refresh, it's switched indeed. All right, so that is working. Fantastic so far. We're trying to save ourselves the stress of that bug that we found online, which is here. That bug, we need to fix that bug. That bug cannot allow us to fetch record correctly. So because of that issue, we can't access this other endpoint. It's still taking it as if we are not logged in. So let's make this similar adjustment for other endpoints. Okay, so let's do this for let's search for, we have 4 more places that we need to make these changes. The first one is for this chart. So for this chart, let's work on it. We need to come to this place and create another file. It's going to be rag/ask/route.ts. okay, so this is where we want to interact with our rag chart. Okay, so we're going to do this. All right, I will say try catch, and you know how it goes. We just copy this same thing that is here, okay, and update our catch method here, and then we can work on this place. So in working here, all we need is, we need to first get the body, okay, the body of this response, and what we're trying to fetch out of it is the question. Because we come here, you'll find out that the question is what is being sent. All right, so we need to grab the question, and when you grab the question, you want to make sure that it is available. So it is available. If it's not available, it should say question is required. Now I just need to do something similar here as well. So I'm going to copy all this token, to grab the token, the process of grabbing the token. All right, so which we've been doing. So we grab the token and confirm that it is not empty. Then we can make the API call from the backend itself. So when we make the API call, just make sure that you're pointing in the right direction. So this is the right direction. And then you want to just see if it doesn't work out, chat field, otherwise return the data. Okay, so you save this, you come here. So instead of this, you just say /API. Okay, /API, which is the same as this, /rag, which is the same as this, /ask, the same thing as this. So then we will not need this, and we definitely will not need this authorization here anymore. So we clean it up and make sure that JS cookie is not necessary for this place. So let's check it out and see. So if I come here, chat, so what do you know? So it's working, and we can be sure that for the rest of the places that needs to be fixed as well, everything will work. So I'm going to remove this, remove that, and then let's come to the next one. This upload document component, there is a culprit there as well, so we need to fix that. To fix that, let's come to the backend first, and within the rag space, okay, within this rag space, instead of ask, we want to create another file here. I want to call it upload_document/route. So this will be responsible for uploading document. So let's do this. All right, so it's saying that it could not find any module as this. So we need to import it. Okay, so I think let's try and run this npm install formidable is installed. Let's see. Okay, so it also needs this one, so let's install it this way as well. All right, so let's install the dev mode npm I save/dev, and let's see. Yep, so the error is gone now. All right, so we have formidable and all and that. So the next thing you want to do is to say try and catch. All right, and just make sure that this side is taken care of. Okay, good. And now once that part is taken care of, the next thing is to make sure that your token is okay. All right, so your token is available because that is what we give it permission to make it possible. Now, why we need that formidable? Because in the front end it's easy to construct these forms, but in the back end you need another package to get it together. All right, so that's where the formidable comes into play. So first step we want to do is to say form data is equal to await request.form data. Okay, and then you want to get the file. Say file is equal to form data.get file as file. Sorry, once you get the file, you want to get the title and the migration status. So title and migration status. Okay, so you've got those, and now you want to make sure that the file and the title are available. So file and title are available. If they are not, should report. So otherwise it's not time for backend form. So we can say backend form. Okay, this is similar. So this is basically similar to how we did it in the front end. Okay, we're just appending all this in there, and then we'll make the request now. Okay, you know how the request goes. So make the request here. So we say this backend, we want to make sure that it's getting it from the right location. All right, so we make the call by sending the form data. All right, and then wait for the response. If upload fails, report, but otherwise she just give, send the record on to the front end and then catch if there is any error. I really did not see any reason for this formidable after all. So let's comment it out. Okay. And we'll save. Okay. We save that. Okay. So now we'll come to crawler. Let's see. Testing doc. Let's choose markdown file. And let's just click upload. So upload has taken place, and this should be working on the back end. As you can see that it was able to register it. You can see the markdown file, So for some reason we're having this Telegram error on registered. No error handler are registered, login exceptions. Okay, we're going to come to fix this one. No, for now let's focus on the ones that we'll be making adjustment on, so that will not be everywhere. Okay, so I'm actually still using the regular way. Okay, the goal was to make sure that this becomes API. Okay, and we don't have need for authorization header, so that it goes. So I'm going to remove this. All right, now let's refresh. Let's try and upload that again. Doc tester, choose and say upload. Okay, seems to be working. That's cool. Now how many that is left? We have 2 more places to work on. There seem to be a lot of those places, so let's just fix this remaining one. And we're doing these little changes because it's important when you start working on it on the server, so that the whole configuration, the way it is set up, it will work out fine. So that's why we're setting it up like this. So I'm going to close here. So let's create another route in this RAG system. So here I'm going to create another file, call it generate and process route dot ts. All right, so all we need is this. Okay, say try catch, and all right, there we go. So for this, in this place, what is being sent here is URL. Okay, so we need to extract that URL from the body of the call. So I want to do this. All right, so we have the URL there, and you want to make sure that that URL is okay, is available. All right, after doing that, the next thing is to make sure that we have our token available so that we can make that call. All right, and that is how you get our token. Then you want to make sure that at the end of the day, the record is being sent to the front end. All right, so this is how this is going to be sent into the Python backend. You want to make sure that you're calling it from the right location. Okay, and you're good with this. And then we also want a last route. I want to do both together at once. So I will say create a new file. This one is going to be called sitemap status. This is for checking sitemap, status. All right, so we have this here, the same procedure. As a matter of fact, it's almost easy, but for consistency reasons, I'm going to make sure that I'm patient with the process. So first of all, we want to do a try catch here, and then you want to make sure that you do what we normally do, which is to get the token available. But even at that, we also want to make sure that we get the whole catch system functioning. Okay, so we do this. Now we have the token ready. Let us make the call and return the necessary data. So make the call. This call does not include anybody, just a call to an endpoint, and then it returns value. I want to make sure that this is pointing in the right direction. Okay, so this is cool, and at this point you can close these ones. Come here, instead of making this, you want to say /API, and you want to remove this. Okay, and you want to do the same, but this second endpoint here, say /API, and you want to remove this authorization. Then you can come up here and remove all of this. Save, and let us test it out. So I do save, check status is working. So also this one will work. Okay, so now let us try and fix this issue that we are having with the Python backend, because it seems to be a big deal for this. So let's fix this. So I'm going to use the method that I've been using and has been working for me without minding all these other little bugs. That is this method. I'm going to update this, change it. So it's just very straightforward. We do the same thing here. Is the application and all of that, but then we have this little function for starting the Telegram. You have an async with application. You start, you update, you do the update start polling, and then you wait for the event to be completed, and then you run the start program. So that worked for me. Okay, so I'm going to save that and also make sure that it's running. It's the same principle that we're applying here. So you do this. Okay, even though whether it gives an error or it doesn't, we don't really care. Okay, we can be sure that it will work. All right, and one way we can check if it will work is by sending a message. Who should I contact for business deals? Let's see, now I want to clean up this place so that I don't want anything interrupting. Okay, you can see that it's actually operating and it's done, as you can see. All right, so we can be sure that works, even though we're having all these little bugs. So in light of all these modifications, it's time for us to publish this update online, and hope that everything is all good. So I'm going to come here into this place, and I want to uninstall those packages that I installed the other time, because we are not using it. On install that this formidable package. Now I also want to uninstall this uninstall. So it should disappear. These two files should disappear here, with that changes. Okay. All right. So we say adjusted. Yeah. Let me look at one file again in the front end before I, conclude. So the front end, the hook system, user auth, user context. So I'm looking for wherever we made any form of, okay, it's being made to this. I think this place also need to be fixed. So we need to create another file. I thought we're done with this, but apparently we missed that important one. I'm going to create another file here. Okay, within the auth, I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to call it me.auth.rat, because in this auth context right here, it's making a front-end based call, to our backend that is running on the Docker container. So I don't want that situation. So I only want backend to backend calls. Okay, I don't want front end to my backend call. It has a set, I want, because I want to maintain my Docker URL reference. Okay, so that's why I'm making all these little changes that you see. It may be inconveniencing, but it's a lot better to face some unexplainable issues. Okay, so you know how it goes. We're going to make sure that this catch is okay, and then want to make sure that we have the token available. All right, then once you have the token available, you then want to make that API call and return the data. So this is the API call here. Okay, we need to change this to make sure that we're getting the right key. All right, so it's going to auth/user/me. Okay, and we're good there. Then you can come here. We don't need to this place. All we need now is /API, okay, /auth, and then we don't need this authorization here. Okay, we don't need the authorization, and we expect everything to still remain the same. Okay, let's save that. Let's refresh. Sign in. We're having this error saying failed to retrieve user data. Okay, so let's see what is going on here. Back in. So login was successful, but the call to that /me doesn't seem to be going through. Let's fix that. Let's observe what is going on here. Okay, not found. Saying not found. Let's check response. Not found. What do you mean not found? So going to API /auth. Okay. /user/me. Okay. I think I understand now. This me is supposed to be in this folder here. Okay, so all right, so we have that changed. Let's see that again in action. Login. Okay, it is logging successfully. I was referencing the wrong place, so that's why it wasn't working out. Okay, so hopefully everything is working just fine now. That is fantastic. So it is time to actually build this project and then push it online. We'll do yarn build. While you're running this, is if there are any errors that is crucial for you to change, then this is the opportunity to do those changes before you push, so that there will be no errors online. So definitely is having this issue with this endpoint, this location. So we need to fix this particular this dynamic URL here. So let's make some changes here. The first change we want to do is we want to say for this, we want to make sure that it's promise based. Okay, and we're getting this ID like that, and then right here I want to say const is equal to await that params. Okay, and yeah, await the params, and what you're waiting for is the ID here. All right, so instead of using this param.id, you just use the ID right here. Okay, and let's save that and run that build command again to see if everything is all good. Okay, everything is all good, and for us to even confirm that that change did not break anything, which is talking about user role, I'm going to try and update a user. So I'm going to update this to admin. Okay, so everything is in good condition. So we can then push by saying modified the endpoint as a backend endpoint calls to use server side to be server side friendly. Okay, then you push these changes online. At this point, check on this place. All right, so building process is ongoing, and this could take a while to build. If it's the first time of building and publishing or having any issue, it shouldn't take much time, but I mean, it should take some time, but on second occasion it should be easier. Okay, because a lot of those things have already been built up already. So this is just we don't know yet, so let's see how it goes. I'll show you when we're done. Okay, so the process is a lot faster as it just finished building. It didn't need to rebuild the front end, the back end. You can see just stopping the container service. It only built the front end this time. It just completely skipped the back end, and now it's just done with building the front end, and it has started. I think if we do docker ps, you can see that all these service have been restarted just a few seconds ago. All right, so the moment of truth is, let's refresh this place. You can see that it's pulling it from the back end. So let's do a proper login check. Okay, and you see it allows you to come in. You can see that you have one user here. Can do chat, but there's nothing to chat about. You can then let's try our Dapp mentors service. So say dappmentors.org, pass this in process, so it's up and running. If you come here we want to, for example, the backend service, if we do docker logs -f, and then you want to monitor what is going on here. So for some reason it's having an issue, it's failing online. Okay, so we're gonna need to make a little bit of a change to the arrangement of our application. So for example, this backend, you know that this folder is supposed to be available for us to actually save records. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is the accurate one, because we are actually referencing data, or we don't have any folder such as data there. So this data is the one data instance. This is the location where we are storing our records. Okay, so that's where our volume will exist. So want to make that little change, very important for the functioning of our application. And so instead of, we can even do this, find everywhere that keyword is used and refer to it properly by changing those places. Then we'll now have DB instances. So that was a change here. And yeah, that's the only things, the only changes that we need to make. Okay, so with this change, because what originally was happening is, when you run this first time, there was no folder like this in the application that is being shipped online, because you see that we are not deploying our database instances, so it doesn't have it. So if it doesn't have it and you're trying to access it during crawl phase, then it produces that error that we see. So but with this here, Docker will automatically create this particular folder for us so that we can start operating it. So that is what we can do for now. Okay, so let's shift this updated Docker compose with new volume location. Okay, so we're gonna wait for it to be completed. Okay, once it is completed, we'll come back. So this kind of had been completed in just around 33 seconds. Pretty fast, so let's try this again. Alright, I'm gonna refresh this. Still logged in, and I want to make sure that I will come here, Docker PS. Okay, they are started. I want to watch for this. Okay, so let's try and process that. It's still having that issue, especially with this concurrency thing on the server environment. This doesn't seem to be working out for it. Okay, so I was able to fix that error. As you can see, package it and even launched a new instance again. I was able to fix that, and we're able to get a response. Okay, for totally a new website. I use Daltonic LLC instead of Dapp Mentors because I noticed that the VPS I'm using is quite lightweight, so it doesn't have heavy materials like my own local machine. So I want to just do something fast. So I've tested it, and it's bringing me the response that I needed. Secondly, so these are the things that I did. I made a little modification on. I want you to catch up so that we'll be on the same page. Okay, so first step, this maximum concurrency. Okay, we don't want it to be just in your own now. It's gonna be like 5 as in 5, but you need to change that to 5 as a string instead of as an integer. All right, once you do that change, okay, you want to track where we use this. Okay, here we need you to get the raw value or a string 5. So 5 is the default, and then you want to return the raw value when you've stripped it of any white space and is in integer form. Otherwise, you want to say, invalid maximum concurrency defaulting to 5, and you just return 5, because at the end of the day this method returns an integer. So that's one thing that we did. Another change that we did was to come to this rack chart. This rack chart right now, rack chart service, we increase the timeout from 60, which is what was here, okay, to 300. Okay, so we did this. That was another change that we did, so that because the system is small and it could take a longer time for Ollama to process the response that we needed. So that's why we're putting it this way. All right, so then what else did we do? We came here, we came to the settings, and when we came to the settings, we changed the environment variable. Okay, environment variable, we changed it from what we initially added was production, but we don't want to put production because we're not using we're not using what's it called chat OpenAI. What we're using is Ollama. Okay, so I'm gonna even bump this to 360. Okay, just to make sure that I keep it this way, and just for us to publish some new update. So I will come here and make sure that I write that local. Okay, local, because in our development mode, the environment variable has a default of local, so we want it to be local as well on the server. So we put in local here and updating the script that environment variable. So among all that is the only things that we did. And okay, so those are the only issues that things that we did. And then at the end of the day, we want to publish the change, say, of increasing the timeout for Ollama LLM chat. Okay, so you publish this. All right, now let's come to the actions here and watch out for the actions as it processes. Okay, so deployment is happening. Since it's a lightweight stuff, it's going to deploy really fast, and just restart our server, then we can do a communication. Anyway, how I knew that it was the Ollama issue, if you check here, this was the server response that I got when I tried to chat with it and I was having issue. I knew it was talking about, it mentioned OpenAI, in one place. So this is where I knew that, I'm not dealing with OpenAI. Why am I seeing OpenAI error? So I figured out that, okay, this has to do with the product. I'm using production and we shouldn't do that. So this is deployed and this is online. So that's cool. Now let me bring in this. Okay, one of the things we want to do is want to monitor the backend service. And the cool thing you should understand now is that error that we normally witnessed, with Telegram, is no longer popping up. Okay, we've been freed of that. So what does it mean? Let's try and ask for some of our services. Okay, so let's ask, can you list our top product? And then send that. Let's watch. Okay, instantly you can see that it is operational. So this could take a while because of the nature of the server. Okay, it's very poor. Let's wait for it. So you can see it provided a response, even though it wasn't super exciting to what I expected. So our top product is the innovative Dapp Mentors platform. Okay, that's cool. Designed to guide users through developing decentralized application. I just wanted to confirm that it is working on that. Let's ask question here. Do we have a YouTube channel? Okay, can you list me your services? And then say at reference that particular. But now before we proceed, I'm just gonna say enter and see that it make a request. So we're gonna wait for it to give us a response. Okay, so we got our response. Say our primary service is providing LLM based experience for business through API integration. We offer bot integration designed to work seamlessly. Now, okay, it didn't give me exactly the things that I want. Okay, it kind of did if you think about it. All right, so this is Daltonic LLC. I don't expect it to have the same records as Dapp Mentors. So because the records are different, then the response to are also going to be different. So I just use this website because it just have only about 5 pages, and we don't want to burden our already overburdened VPS. Okay, so that is what is happening here. So we're getting response, and that verifies that this application that we built is working on both local environment and production environment, and we are sure that it is allowing us to chat on all ends, both the web end, Telegram, and and Discord. So this is a fantastic confirmation of all there is to know about this project. So if you have any issue in this development, you want me to get involved in your development life, that means as a blockchain developer / an AI developer, you want a mentor, you want someone you want to learn directly from me, then I will encourage you to book my classes, my Web3 development classes. It's going to be like Web3 / AI, for hands-on development mastery. So I will help you structure a curriculum that is just attuned to you, do live coding, and it actually has some packages. So just check the website, the URL, the link, or what is being displayed on the screen, and then you have information about that. So at the end now, we've been able to do everything. So let's finish up. All right, congratulations on completing the course. I know it's been wild. There's a lot of intricate aspects that were involved in this course, and I'm just glad that we're done with it. And once now you understand how to develop an LLM-based system, and with that same understanding, it can then be applied for blockchain operations. You saw how we developed a knowledge-based system that can be interfaced via the web, via Discord channel, or via Telegram. Okay, these are various, very fantastic skills that you need to add up to your toolbox, okay, which is really great. So in this particular course, you learn quite a lot of decent skills not just in integrating chatbot to your application, but also you've learned how to make a system more robust. Like you see a lot of multi-processing ideologies that we planted into the system that made it so much more resilient to handle multiple or concurrent operations. You learned a lot, Python. We debugged a lot. We integrated the front end. We look for various ways to optimize the code so that it will be production ready. What do I mean by that? So that when you put it on the Docker environment, it will be, straightforward to work. And you saw how, we did some of those changes online to make sure that it aligns well. So that is cool. That is very nice. So if you have any more needs for building an actual blockchain and AI integration, then I would recommend that you check out my course on building AI trading bot mastery. Okay, AI trading platform where we integrate AI technology and blockchain technology together. We're bringing it together so that you can make decision automatically. In fact, in that one, you will have automated system. If you want to actually understand how we can build a system that we be trading real currency for you while you are asleep and making gains, making profit on your behalf, then you need to learn from that course. It's available on our platform and you can see it in the description section and probably right now. So please check out those things. Please get in touch with my services if you want anything that has to do with consultancy, mentorship, private classes, development, custom development that you want us as Dapp mentors to work for you. We are totally open and I will encourage you to patronize us. All right. So with that said, I'm Darlington Gospel and this is Dapp Mentors, and we actually are very glad to release this particular build to you. I hope you had fun. Every of the source code and everything will be made absolutely free and you can access it by just being on the channel. So with that said, I'm going to see you in the next video or tutorial. Bye bye.